A girl with a unique ability called Internet goes into her fascinating journey. It explores the world by receiving information from the reference site, using its unusual force to full. Boldly runs through the explosion, dreaming of peace and freedom. But understands, actually wants to live as he wants. In front of the building, someone in shock exclaims, demanding explanations about what happened. They call Ron. The girl responds in surprise, not understanding what she is accused of. She is condemned for awakening a weak, albeit unique SSS rank ability, compared to brothers who have B and higher. The family of martial arts considers it a shame, not worthy of their name. She is ridiculed, saying that even the gods turned away from her. Ron is officially expelled from the family without returning. The man is rigidly consolidating the sentence. She is no longer eligible to carry Gukrakus, and throws it without regret. Rona remains alone in the forest. The brother ruthlessly renounces her, saying that she is doomed. She silently accepts betrayal, with her head immersed in the bitterness of loneliness. She recalls how she was kicked out without her clothes, and suspects that she was not grievous not for pity, but to avoid court. Now under the mother's name, Rona is officially expelled. Her status, level 1 level, unique ability, Internet, rank SSS, title, exile, without gear and at the verge of death, even from the weakest monsters. But Rona is not going to give up. On the contrary, she smiles, feeling true freedom for the first time in life. For the first time, it can go around the world, looking optimism in the future. It is delighted to explore the outside world. Fresh air, spaces, strong trees, everything seems charming after castle captivity. She notices the slug, and first does not perceive it as a threat. But he quickly remembers, these creatures are deadly even in this form. Full of determination, she relied on training in the castle, and prepares basic magic. Rona throws ice swing on mucus, but it is almost harmful. A tiny piece of ice gently touches the slug without affecting it. A few more mucus appears around. They are staffed from all sides. She retreats, frightened and confused. Rona understands that her basic magic is too weak to overcome even the mucus membrane. Without staff and low level, it is powerless. Only one option remains, to use a special force. It activates the unique ability of the Internet. It is hopeful for searching, believing that it will change the course of battle. However, after activation, nothing happens. No magic, no answer. An awkward silence hangs between her and mucus. They just look at each other. Not knowing what to do, Rona is awkward and decides to act in the old way because magic has failed. With all his strength, he hits the mucus membrane and suddenly wins him. Having received 4 points of experience, she increases the level to the other and smiles, rejoicing in this unexpected victory. He celebrates too loudly, calling a blow to the Internet, but he quickly understands. As it sounds absurd, she feels emptiness. Her strength seems incomprehensible and in vain. Seeing the object that left the slug, Rona is even more frustrated. The thing is almost worthless. And only now she realizes the seriousness of the situation. For this award, she can buy crumbs of bread. Tired, hungry, and disoriented, she begins to be afraid of starving. In despair, he regrets that he still does not know how to use his ability to Internet. It appears in front of the keyboard with unfamiliar symbols, and, miraculously, she understands their meaning. It is curious. Maybe you should press these letters and make a word to happen. Decides to try, begins to dial the word Internet on a floating keyboard. It is mistaken several times, but stubbornly continues. And after 10 minutes it correctly introduces the word. With a confident smile, presses the button. The ability is activated. Many texts flash before the eyes. Links. The flow of information fills the space. Stroke. She finally understands that this power is a real information treasure. Interestingly, he opens a reference to Wikipedia, hoping to better understand the possibilities of this ability. Although it is not a combat skill, she understands. When traveling, knowledge can be her main advantage. To begin with, I decide to find a map of the forest of Yopra to get out of there. Even without being confident in success, she is looking forward to the answer. After 5 minutes, the search finds Vicky high in the forest. Surprised and joyful, she finds a detailed map of the area. What she could not dream of. The power of the Internet finally reveals its true potential. Rona is amazed at the depth of information. The map is similar to classified national documents. She has a doubt if she should see it, but she decides to go on. Hunger pushes her forward. Now the goal is clear. To get out of the forest and find food in the city. She notices the mark on the map and suspects that it is close. There should be 500 silver coins according to the description. Without believing in such accuracy, Ron runs to check, with hope in the heart. And it really finds 500 silvers as stated. He happily jumps, celebrating an incredible find. However, such accuracy of information scares. Ron thinks where the internet knows so much. Surprised and intrigued, it begins to feel a slight fear of the true force of this ability. Rona learns that her strength is not limited to the forest of YPRU. She has access to cards around the world. She also finds lists of equipment, skills, and even characters, and understands the true scale of her strength. The internet is not just a strong skill. It is something absurd powerful that goes beyond the rank of SSS. She realizes that this power is not just useful. It is a divine source of knowledge, the celestial library that records everything that exists in the world. Rona cannot tear his thoughts away. If it has mastered this force, it will be able to achieve incredible. The image of a mother who once comforted her with words about freedom. As a heroine from a favorite story that Rona loved so in her childhood, then she lived in an estate in isolation, under the authority of aristocratic rules. But her mother believed, under the sky she would find freedom. Rona remembers her mother's gentle words, live freely, smile, and meet wonderful people. But at heart, the girl then believed that, like her mother, it will remain imprisoned in that cold estate forever. Memories moved, she realizes. Now has a chance to fulfill her mother's desire. Smiles with hope. She rejoices that she was expelled before someone learned about the power of the internet. It gave her an advantage. Full of determination, Rona continues to study the world on its own, stepping forward. It activates the private viewing mode, opening several windows at a time. Finds monsters, traps, and new paths. Ron is convinced. Data from the internet are really accurate. Finding a crossroads exactly where it was indicated. She trusts her ability even more. He soon reveals a secret passage and begins to look for lost coins, because she needs to spend something over. Exploring the hidden path, Rona hopes to find a treasure. But instead, he comes across something much more valuable. It is an artifact of the rank of SSS, a rod of the world tree. The name sounds so majestic that Rona immediately understands. The thing is far from ordinary. She enters the system and knows SSS are as many as 3 levels above the rank A. The order looks like G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, S, S. It shocks it. She does not understand why they chose such a system. Offers stars or something like Allah instead. Inspired, she runs to the secret passage, rejoicing that she left the estate because of her strange ability. Arriving in place, she sees only trees. She begins to carefully inspect each trunk. Suspected that something is hidden, she touches the tree. The magical portal suddenly opens before Rona. It is amazed by the unexpected appearance. A hidden tunnel is revealed between the roots of the trees. The girl is delighted. The secret passage is real. Rona enters the tunnel, not yet believing that the rod of the world tree was so close to her estate. Everything that the internet writes seems to her holy word. It gets to a striking place full of bright light and living natural beauty. The air feels clean, sacred energy, as if it were in the shrine. When looking for more information, she learns. To get a rod, you need to say the phrase, "Time, stop." The world is beautiful. Rona hesitates. Is it just enough to say it to activate the event and get a legendary artifact? He says with a smile, "Time, stop. The world is beautiful." And immediately, the magical reaction begins. Bright light illuminates the space, and Ron covers his eyes. When the vision comes back, she is faced with a mysterious figure, Yggdrasil, the world tree. Ron cannot believe that he really caused a legendary creature. Yggdrasil welcomes her on the fact that she was tested by 12 stars. Enchanted and stunned, Rona stands before this force, thinking whether she became chosen by accident. But Yggdrasil assures her, this phrase can only be pronounced by one who has been pure in heart and withstood all the trials. Even if Rona herself is not aware of this, she understands that she was recognized as true. Although the trip lasted only an hour, it has already proven something. Although Yggdrasil is the first one she met, and the mysterious creature says, the girl has already passed a lot. With confidence, Yggdrasil reaches out and says that she trusts her baby because she is chosen. A charming rod appears in front of Ron. Yggdrasil solemnly passes it to her, officially making a world tree. With the phrase, "I trust this world," it conveys not only an artifact, but also a burden, responsibility for the future of the whole world. Rona accepts the rod, but the words of Yggdrasil embarrass her. She repeats, "The world?" Not realizing what she really got. Meanwhile, Yggdrasil says with a calm smile that he will finally be able to go to the same person. Rona watches the figure disappear, leaving her with a rod and a glowing lawn. She receives the title of the chosen world tree, and begins to panic because of new responsibility. In despair, he asks to return the rod. Can it be exchanged or handed back? Without receiving the answer, she falls on his knees, apologizing and recognizing that she had hoped for something cheaper. The symbolic weight of the obtained gift is frightened, but it changes the focus when it understands. The return is impossible. It checks with interest the characteristics of the artifact, and shocks from extremely high parameters. World Tree Rod and new SSS rank abilities, including the absorption of starry life, give it impetus to accept fate. Its characteristics are so high that even the screen hangs, showing 18 out of 99,999 mana. The system does not withstand. A magical attack of 3,600 shocks Ron. Court magicians have only 500 man. She is scared by realizing how much her strength can be absurd. With a smile of confidence holds the rod and proclaims, now she is the strongest in the world. The subject is legendary, with frantic effects. 3,600 magical attack, mana recovery in the area. This rod is the destroyer of demons that the savior once possessed. Strown, Rona decides not to pay attention to the strange symbol and prepares for the night. The outside is dark and the place seems safe. Without food, she decides to save money using the magic of fire for warming. Now, having an endless supply of mana thanks to a rod, she no longer needs to worry about energy costs. Using the full power of the rod, it effortlessly destroys a giant monster. Then he destroys whole groups of enemies. Poisonous flowers, evil mucus, green goblins, and King Goblin himself. Quickly pumped and acquire new skills. Destroying countless enemies, she receives the title of Witches of Evil. Scared, trying to deny the consequences of his actions. It is on this day that a wave of magic, which announces its existence, is rolled out by the world. Meanwhile, the young guy demands explanation. Who is this Ron? She asks if she was actually kicked out. The father replies with contempt, it doesn't matter. But everything changes when the son says, the great spiritual lived in the forbidden part of the forest of Ipera, disappeared completely. The father is instantly summed up, struck. The spiritual vein, the largest source of mana in the world, has disappeared. The subordinate confirms. The reports have already been sent. The man understands the seriousness of the situation. Mana is vital for people in their family. Gugrakus became rich, monopolizing this source. And now that the mana has disappeared, the family is in debt. All plans that depend on profit are scattered. He is afraid that if the king knows, the blame is being dumped on them, and then worse. The investigation may find that they secretly removed Manu. Now you need to urgently hide everything. The son arranges a conflict, as something that has existed for millennia could just disappear during the night. The father, covered by despair, screams, demanding explanations. The son replies, the investigation is ongoing, but it is very strange. The son says, after the disappearance, a massive magical reaction in the forest of Ypru was recorded. A catastrophe. The father is shocked, hearing that the quantity of mana exceeded 10,000. Impossible for a person, a maximum of 999. They understand. It is a creature outside of understanding. In ancient times, the king of demons mentioned, and now the man is afraid of the worst. What woke up on this earth? What is waiting for the world? He feels the fear growing. Rona, in a panic, tries to impose a simple spell of ice, launching even small ice flows, but the result comes out of control. A huge icy wall appears before it. Her strength is completely different. Accidentally kills several monsters with one explosion of magic. The level is growing rapidly. New skills are emerging. She screams, panic. In despair, he understands that he cannot control the force given by the rod. She is afraid that someone will see her in the middle of this chaos. The imagination draws her a terrible picture. She is accused of witchcraft and burned alive. Frightened by this thought, Rona is panic, not recovering from the destruction that caused it. She instantly decides to flee. Running through the tunnel, she thinks that she only wanted peace and freedom. But this force that cannot be restrained is complicated. The next morning, Ron wakes up and full of strength, ready to go on. Before leaving the forest, he finds an important plant and rejoices with admiration. The path leads to the city, and the girl steps confidently with a good mood. Having checked on the internet, he learns, this is a valuable ingredient for medicine sold for 50,000 silver. Stunned by the accuracy of the description, she is again aware. Her ability is invaluable. In the imagination, it turns the leaves into mountains of silver and begins to dream. The coins fall from the sky, and the eyes shine from thoughts about all the delicious dishes that it can buy. Thirsty for food and wealth, it rushes forward. With frantic perseverance, he collects the leaves, dreaming of filling the bag to the edge. Although the cost seems low, he collects as much as possible to finally eat something decent. With a full bag and map in her hands, she finds a goblin's trap. But it goes fun, thinking about the future feast. It is alarming that the leaves on the earth are spread too suspiciously. Thanks to the knowledge of the internet, it finds a trap and finds 3 goblins that hide in the bushes. Knowing their plan, Rona retains peace. She studied everything in advance and is not going to ambush. Activates the ability of earthly exhaustion with the help of a world tree rod. A magical circle appears around it. The circle begins to constantly exhaust the manu of hidden goblins. Opponents in shock. They cannot do anything. Rona recalls from the internet. The monsters become powerless when they lose all the manu. Watching stunned enemies, she remembers the next step. Brown goblins are particularly vulnerable to the magic of wind. With confidence, it is prepared to strike. It causes the swallowing of the wind, creating a powerful whirlwind. The goblins are completely tightened in the explosion of the wind. They do not resist. She calmly watches how magic completely conquers them. The whirlwind increases, completely absorbing enemies. Rona silently watches as the storm carries them away until they disappear. For the victory over the goblins, she receives 108 experience, raising the level from 7 to 8. Smiles, watching how the storm ends. Happy that can finally use true magic, amazed at the power she now owns. But looking back, he sees traces. Giant tornadoes, ice mountains, burned earth. And understands. This force is too dangerous for cities. It smiles as soon as it is that it causes natural cataclysms. Even trying to restrain the strength of the rod, Ron feels. She overwhelms her. And most surprising is that, even the way of obtaining this rod was described on the internet. She admits enthusiastically, the information is really invaluable. She reads new skills. One intensifies strokes against stronger enemies. The other increases the effect of attacks against defenseless opponents. Rona understands that although in this world no one knows how to gain skills or determine the weakness of monsters, all this has long been on the internet. After all, innate skills are rarity and value. So most believe that training is possible only through difficult training. Maximum to rank G or E. She is aware that the methods of acquiring skills here would be considered state secrets. But the internet without any restrictions reveals all the conditions, even for the technique of rank A and B. Faced with such invaluable information, Rona hesitates. Understands that it is impossible to share it lightly. She exclaims that she wants to learn as many skills as possible. Remembering his recent magic of exhaustion, she dreams of opening new techniques. Starting with enthusiasm, she is happy to explore this world full of potential. Not far from exiting Ron's forest suddenly stops. Something makes her alert. She seriously raises the rod, feels the presence of a powerful creature ahead. It is better to prepare in advance. She is faced with a forest guard, a 50-level boss that protects the exit. The behavior is simple, but his attack, protection, and speed are extremely high. Its ram carries trees and breaks stones. It is a real nightmare for a newcomer. I am sure Rona is preparing for the final battle. She is convinced that thanks to the internet he knows everything he needs to win. But when the monster flies into the attack with full force, the girl panics. The danger was more serious than it seemed. Although hands tremble, she forces herself to act. There is nowhere to run. Knowing that the enemy is weak to fire and ice, it avoids flames to set fire to the forest. She chooses ice and launches a small ice spell directly into a guard. The blow reaches the goal, but does not cause serious harm. The guard breaks the ice and rushes forward. It is then that Rona understands why it is a boss 50 level. Retreating, he feels something in the bag begins to move. The monster comes closer, giant, threatening, ready to attack. In shock, she notices how the leaves of valuable grass falls near the paws of the creature. It can change everything. Rona panic as a Maboro leaves, the ingredient for the potion, and the monster just tramples it. The explosion of the fierce. She squeezes the rod and with the look of full determination takes the battle. Now it's personal. Raises the rod and imposes a rock wall. It has become accessible after the 5th level of knowledge of witches. The guard is ramming and leaving the wall without any effort. Its strength is striking. Rona quickly bounces sideways, barely avoiding direct contact with the monster. It begins to create several stone walls in a row, trying to restrain the pressure. The monster breaks everything, but gradually loses speed. With a smile of confidence, Rona activates the trap. The guard is disoriented, does not have time to react. A powerful explosion explodes just below it. The monster throws into the air. It falls and creates a shockwave. The trap worked perfectly. Victory is already close. Rona smiles confidently. The guard was trapped by Goblin, which she had passed before. All the walls led it there. Everything was carefully planned. She proudly states that she studied all this on the internet. I read detailed instructions on the forest boss. Even the tactics of battle were described step by step. He thinks with interest. Who at all had so much free time to describe all this? Now she is sure. You just need to continue to attack until the guard falls. Freezes the enemy by ice magic, announcing that he will be her dinner. It is prepared to strike the last blow. The finale is close. Rona wins the forest guard, gaining 7,500 experience. Increases several levels at once, improves hunting skills and acquires the title. The destroyer of guards. Surprised that she was so easy to defeat the creature that everyone was afraid of. Even mighty aristocratic families could not overcome this monster. Her magic is already exceeding 3,600 attacks, and she understands. She could win in just 2 accurate blows. Ron is shocked. Her strength is at least 7 times the magic of the strongest magician of the kingdom. And with level effects, skills, and rods, the blow increased 3.4 times and then doubled due to hitting in a weak place. The total harm ratio is more than 6.8. She realizes that she really has become incredibly strong, but she decides not to think about it yet. Collects trophies from a fallen boss. There is already enough money for a further trip. Things include rare equipment, jerk boots that increase speed for 3 minutes. It pleases both value and effect. It changes old shoes to new ones. Still surprised why such a powerful thing has already been processed. Despite doubt, pleases new equipment. He feels the morale growing. With the sneakers of SSS and rare boots, it becomes rapidly stronger, up to a state of light confusion. Analyzes the effect of new boots. It reveals that the boar jerk duplicate the speed of movement. Although it is impossible to stop the effect before the end of the action, it trusts the subject. After all, it has the highest rating on the internet. Intrigued, Rona decides to test the skill immediately. Activates boar's jerk, and instantly rushes the forest with a frantic acceleration, like lightning. Completely loses control of the situation. In panic, Ron understands that speed has greatly exceeded expectations. She forgot to take into account the level and new equipment. Flies in an unknown with a cry. In the end, she manages to cancel the skill and stop, sliding on the ground. Little by a little one. Meanwhile, one of the city is watching her unexpected appearance with surprise. Finally, she sees the city outside the forest. Eyes shine with joy. She runs towards a new stage. I am sure that now her real journey is just beginning. Rona stumbles and falls just before the city gate. One of the guards looks at her in surprise. Sitting on the ground in shame, she understands. The arrival came out loud. The guard silently looks at Rona with a serious, opaque face expression. She does not understand what is the matter. He looks at him frightened and says quietly, «Зрение не зная, находится ли она в беде или нет». Suddenly, a strange distortion appears in the sky above the forest, attracting the guards' attention. They do not understand what is happening, but they recognize, as simple guards cannot help. One regrets that he did not become an adventurer. The other says excitement to nothing. One apologizes to the fish for the comment, but he says he is not offended. Then Fish tells, today he decided to leave the service. He says he became a guardian because he loved to look at the world behind the walls, and it is time to go on. Hearing the stories of travelers, he began to feel pain. The world outside the city reminds him only of wounds. Once the wind inspired him to adventure, and now only causes memories that hurts the heart. But even so, he confesses, he always believed that he was born to be an adventure seeker and glad every trip. However, his knees will never heal. Even the old doctor of the royal court could not help. Because of this, he can no longer be an adventurer. Despite this burden, he hides the pain and asks for a colleague to go for a lunch break. Fish silently accepts reality. He is aware that he will never use his spear technique of Class B. He no longer sees that character. Determined new life, away from battles, next to his family. But suddenly before the gate someone falls down again. Rona again amazes the guard. She is raised, complaining of pain while the guard silently watches her. The guard runs to her, concerned about her sudden appearance. She asks whether she is all right with her, and whether she is just from the forest. The girl nods quietly. He continues to ask about the wounds, but suddenly notices a strange glow around her, and he does not understand what is happening. Guard mentioned that a natural disaster has taken place in the forest from yesterday, the whole city says. Hearing this, Rona panics and shouts sharply that she is innocent and did nothing. She tries to hide excitement and calm. She says she didn't notice anything. Valt notes that it looks like the one who first got to the city. Then he asks if she has a document. She is surprised to hear about the identification card. Ron is worried whether it is not allowed without a card, but the guard says, the entrance is allowed, just the process will be more complicated. Then he asks to attach a hand to a special stone. This is a standard check on the criminal past. She agrees, though with fear. The guard reads her name. Ron's Hermit. When you check the data, it is shocked. It is 22, which is very rare for its age. It comments in surprise that only experienced adventurers have this level. Rona laughs nervously, trying not to give excitement. Guard. The guard is stunned, seeing the characteristics of the girl. 90,000 mana and 3,693 magical attack. She thinks with suspicion who she really is. Meanwhile, Rona is uncertainly justified that it is probably a stone mistake and that she is a regular traveler. But the guard thinks, faster the Lord demons than an ordinary person. He voices the opinion. With such characteristics, she does not look like a person, which makes Ron get to be discouraged. He then reports that it is not called crimes, and after payment of 200 villages it can pass. Rona pays the amount, and says she plans to continue the journey according to her plans. Guard advises her to register in the Adventurers Guild. She responds in surprise. He thinks it is for muscular fighters, but the guard laughs and says it is a stereotype. He explains that many girls become adventurers, and the guild card also serves as a person's certificate. It will be useful for her. It adds that the guild not only helps to find a job, but also facilitates taxes when traveling. Rona is surprised, confesses. She didn't even think about it. The advantages of her are convinced, and she decides to visit the guild first. The guard smiles, says it is a good idea. But inside it feels envy. He watches Rona goes to the new life of the adventurer, with all his capabilities and emotions. She thinks in silence. She was lucky. Unlike him, because he was no longer destined to live such a life. Rona notes that he is well known in the guild. He hesitates and then confesses. He was also an adventurer, but he was forced to stop, after an arrow in his knee. She looks at him silently, surprised. The guard notices that Rona looks at the side, asks if something is wrong, but she replies that all is well, apologizes and departs, imperceptibly activating the magic device. The guard silently follows her, surprised. Rona raises the rod and says, "Small healing, imposing a spell." The ray of light descends from the sky, activating magic. The guard is amazed, watching the healing energy diverges around. Overted by a soft glow and shiny particles, he does not believe that it really happens. Ron is being found by surprise. She retreats, and the knight asks in surprise what she is doing. Having discouraged, she tries to explain, but quickly calms down. In gratitude, he applies a little more magic of healing. Even he is surprised by himself. She smiles and wishes the knight to recover. Addressing him, Mr. Reinhardt. He is a little confused, thanks her. She reports that she goes to the city. He understands and nods. Opening his hands, he solemnly says, "The city of the Ifon takes you with outstretched arms." She was happy with her smile and goes on, leaving the knight to stand in the design. Looking after her, he thinks that he may be the last time when he says goodbye to the adventurer. Soon, another guard is calling him to take a break. They joke that the stone to check the status apparently broke, and that it is possible to just hit it again. The knight squeezes the spear and looks at the city's map, thinking, if he could fix his knee just like a rock of grades, just hit, trying to reject unnecessary thoughts, he decides to forget everything by the end of the day. To accept that you will not change anything. At this point, he is distracted by a colleague who says, "The stone is good." The knight is amazed, silent for a few seconds. But then he remembers the girl's smile and her reliable words about recovery, and that makes him think. Suddenly the spear falls out of his hands, attracting the attention of a friend. He calls him concerned. The knight with a tense face steps forward. The colleague is worried without understanding what is happening, but the knight suddenly notices. The leg is moving without pain. The colleague is watching, and he thinks of a girl and asks himself, who really was she? Touches the face, but understands. It is more important not to understand, but to accept what has happened. It goes among plants, looking into the sky with an unusually calm expression. Immediately stops. He opened his eyes wide. He remembered something. It seemed to restore the forgotten memory. The focused look is aware. He remembered what he lost. He finally remembers. Again, he feels the breath of the wind that once inspired the journey. He understands how limitless horizons. Now he can go anywhere, even for the mountains he sees ahead. Typed, kneeling, looking at his own hands. Tears flow across the face. A worried friend runs to him. He thinks that the pain made him fall. But the knight explains. It's not pain. He is just happy. Between tears confesses, he is too happy. The colleague is amazed. The knight confirms that he can really walk again. Everything thanks to the girl who knew his name and laid the healing spell. Another guard mentions that even the court doctor was unable to cure the wound. The event becomes even more striking. With a smile on his face, the knight asks if he can become an adventurer again. The colleague confidently replies, "Of course you can." And he says it is a real miracle, divine intervention. The knight imagines the girl, and also begins to think that it may have been a miracle. "Thank you," silently, repeating the words of gratitude from the heart. In the meantime, the girl goes on, with a smile and relief on her face. He thinks she applied magic impulsively, and did not expect that the effect would be so divine. There is a message nearby. This situation is a part of a side quest related to the Rinshart guard, who is looking for medicinal herbs. The mission refers to the support, and the reward is a rare spontaneous spear. The girl walks in the city and thinks how terrible the internet is. He allows you to know the personal problems of others. But not even knowing whether he was completely cured, she is glad that she learned everything in advance. She confidently goes the street, with a barely noticeable smile on her face. He quietly walks in the city, thinking about the famous piece of yepra. She is not eager to find out what taste he has. When she passes through the streets, suddenly the locals begin to flee. They shout about the catastrophe in the forest of yepra, and the fact that the city is end. The atmosphere is covered by chaos. The girl is watching, stunned. People run in a panic, and it remains calm. Her thoughts are focused only on hunger. Even realizing that her magic in the forest has caused panic, she ignores the fussy and calmly goes the streets of the city. Walking, she hears her stomach in her stomach. The scents around are sweet and lens. She remembers that she has eaten almost nothing from the moment of his home. She dreams of at least something delicious. He feels hungry, takes a mountain. The crowd passes by, but its attention is fully drawn to the search for food. Finally, he notices a stand with a famous yepra pie. She is delighted, exactly what she was looking for. He orders without thought, and the seller is surprised by her rest, given the chaos around. The seller passes the cake to the girl. She takes it with joy, happy to make the first purchase of food. Enthusiastically looks into baking and bites a piece. But the tongue burns, too hot. Then thankfully thanks for the dish, satisfied with taste and her own achievement. A hot, juicy pie almost burns her mouth. The stuffing explodes. The sweet taste balances with a slight acid, and the crispy crust completes the perfect ensemble. Inhales the aroma of butter and cinnamon, dissolving in the sensations. Smiles. The pie is truly fabulous. Satisfied further, he thinks, travel is wonderful, because you can finally taste something real. In the house, the food was good in appearance, but without taste. Now she is truly happy. It does not regret buying a pie, though there are only 100 silver. But soon he realizes there will be not enough money even for the night. He thinks about how to make money and starts looking. He comes across a message. Won a luxury prize in the lottery. Wondering, money only to touch the screen? He is fond of the internet, reviewing the advertising of simple works and cheap goods. But he quickly understands, you need to focus. Decides to sell the collected materials to pay over the night. She realizes that the network is easy to get lost. We need to be more attentive. Finally, it makes the decision. The first step should be the registration in the Aventurist Guild. He goes to the guild with a rod in his hands. A little confused. Does not know how everything is arranged. In the hall, adventurers are excited about the changes in the forest, the disappearance of monsters, the lack of magic, and the loss of the boss spirit. Some even assume Risen the owner of the demons. The atmosphere becomes tense and disturbing. She hesitates at the entrance but understands. For a traveler is the fastest way to make money. Gathering strength, it goes quickly, trying not to draw attention. It is quiet between adventurers, squeezing the rod firmly. She has a plan, to register. Some notice her rod. They comment that this is probably the daughter of some nobles who want to become an adventure search. They begin to suspect that she has a lot of money. She does not notice evil views, only repeats herself. Do not stand out. But suddenly the road is blocked by a muscular man. Smiling, she says he will not miss her. Others watch the situation with interest. And suddenly the man throws back. He flies through the whole hall, shouting. The audience is in shock. Everyone looks silent without realizing what happened. Adventurers lie on the floor, defeated immediately. And the girl quietly continues the path, not paying attention to the tension around. Everyone in the guild understands that someone has just appeared very dangerous. Rona, who became one of the most powerful in the country, is simply confused. She does not understand her own reputation. He approaches the fallen adventurers and asks if everything is fine with them, not knowing that she had rejected them with a random touch. Those, scared, show on a rack of registration and ask if it came to enroll in the guild. She is politely thanks, not fully aware of what is happening. Goes on with a smile, thinking it's just a novice scene to entertain her. He approaches the rack and asks to exchange several materials for money. The employee asks to show items. Seeing their number, he is amazed, understands that something serious is here. Rona says she also wants to register as an adventurer. The employee is shocked to ask if it is not yet registered, and even more impressed when she learns. She collected all these materials without any registration. She smiles calmly and explains that she just had to find a bunch of magic stones on the road. The employee tries to comprehend all this, explains that a test must take a test to enter the guild. He assures that he is simple. Rona smiles, relieves, and agrees. To the question of the name, she calmly answers, Ron's Hermit. While the employee records the data, it shows easy interest. Repeats the name and is surprised to hear the Hermit. Rona is confused without understanding his reaction. At this point, a man approaches her, asking to wait. The scene moves to the training ground of the guild, where the test will take place. A woman appears on the site and tells her husband roughly that he is Prevention. He immediately recognizes her. It falls on one knee, embarrassed. It is a guilder. Asks why she is here. But it is strictly, its presence is obvious, because someone has to investigate the disaster. And announces that she will be the examiner. The man is pale. The trial under the leadership of Elmina is known to the fact that no one passes them, and they receive a lot of injuries. She asks Cold whether he has problems with it. Frightened, he apologizes without daring. She directly asks whether Ron's Hermit will participate in the test. He confirms in a person they may have such a candidate. Elmina only smiles confidently, as if he knows everything. Suddenly, a dark aura appears around her. The man retreats, frightened. With a serious look, she repeats the name, Ron's Hermit. The dark energy around becomes even stronger. It is fully concentrated. She confidently states that she is Elmina Manifier, a witch of destruction. Oath to turn the rival on the ashes. The genius in fiery magic, became a guilder at the age of 19. He secretly communicates through the magical sphere. He gets orders to torture Ron during the trial and not let her go through. With a brutal smile, you answer, trust it. On behalf of the Gugrakas family, which works as a personal magician, promises to make Ron never want to become an adventurer. Views Ron Hermite documents. She recalls that Gugrakas was such a girl. She remembers how she was kicked out for his weak abilities. Comments with indifference. In this world, power is everything. The weak do not survive. He drinks wine, adds, not to be the elite. Sad but inevitable. He proudly remembers how she always believed. Having power, you can achieve everything. From her young age, Elmina demonstrated impressive abilities. Everyone was fond of the fact that she showed the skill of rank A, recognized as one of the most prominent. She was respected, recognized as a rare chosen that no one could surpass. The reputation was adamant. In the end, Elmina was appointed by the Gugrakas family. She received a prestigious position due to her rank A. Enjoying wine, she thinks arrogantly. She steps from the elite from birth. For her, this world is too simple. It is enough to have a talent. Elmina does not want to remain a regular provincial guild. She plans to approach the influential Gugrakas family, gain power, and eventually become a noble lady. She is confident in herself. She celebrates the beginning of a brilliant life, believing that her path to greatness has just begun. She orders to bring candidates faster, making it clear that she is not going to waste precious time. Seeing the number of participants, annoying. All this seems to her a solid darkness. He notices that many young people have come through fashion. Everyone wants to get rich quickly, exploring the dungeon. Elmina uses Hermana's skill to evaluate the candidate levels. All are too weak. Not finding Ron and annoyed among them, she decides to fail at once. But suddenly he feels an unusual presence. She sees a girl surrounded by a dark aura and an incredibly high level of mana, and immediately gets lost. Elmina in shock. The number of mana is simply absurd. She even sheds her branded drink. Embarrassed, thinks, it is either a king of demons or a mistake of the detection system, because it is simply impossible for a person to have such great power. But the girl continues to emit incredible manu. Even a high-precision observation crystal cracks from its energy. The appraiser does not believe the eyes. The crystal is broken. While Elmina is stunned, the other employee draws attention to her strange reaction. Meanwhile, Rona smiles. She realizes that her power has noticed. Elmina in panic. The crystal had a restriction of 999 units of mana, and it was destroyed without touch. But why is such a strong person passing the provincial town? She looks at the girl and tries to argue. It cannot be Rona Hermit. After all, it does not make sense. How could such a strong could be expelled? But Rona is shyly represented and asks to treat her well. Elmina is finally lost. She grasps from a chair, with despair throws the table and shouts. Cannot believe that such a powerful person was expelled from home. Asks aloud whether the family is blind or crazy. The examiner is shocked by her reaction. Elmina in panic. She understands. It is impossible to resist such a force. You need to get rid of the girl without scandal. He eventually decides to disqualify Rona. So easier and without direct conflict. It is indifferent and states only those who have rank A skills can go on. This is her reason for refusal. Guildmaster repeats, those who do not like, do not welcome here. Humiliated, Elmina asks not to blame all the responsibility for her. And other candidates, in the meantime, are mocking from Ron, thinking that it was expelled because of weakness. Elmina watches. None of them sees the true power she felt. Rona trembles silently, forcing Elmina to guess his fear or anger. She understands that the situation is about to get out of control. Suddenly, everyone around Ron falls on the ground, covered with horror that it is able to destroy them in one disturbance. In the despair of Elmina, he yells to other candidates, demanding immediately to apologize to Ron. The audience is stunned. Excited, Elmina requires an honest test, but the appraiser is eliminated and confessed. He was instructed to fail anyone who creates problems. Ron is invited to sit down, apologizing. Other candidates notice the coat of arms on her clothes and whisper, frighteningly remembering the Gugrakas family. Elmina notices the emblem and is alert. She suddenly explodes with anger. It is convinced that the expulsion of Rona means a direct call to the Gugrakas family, and therefore, and herself. Rona notices the coat of arms on Elmina's outfit and confirms. It is really a sign of that family. The man nearby ironically notes how he was proud of Elmina. With the ominous smile of Ron, asks whether Elmina is her enemy, and it adds cold. If so, then it should die. Elmina starts a powerful attack in February, shouting the name of the Gikruz family with hatred. Rona looks quietly and asks whether it is allowed at all. The attack disappears in the air, and Elmina panicizes. She understands that she was trapped. If Ron fails, he will die. But if he misses, Gugrakas will betray the family. Punishment for disobedience to this family is cruel. She feels the fear of pressing on both sides, but she cannot allow her elite life to end with it. She decides Rona has to fail, at any price, and never appear again. For this purpose, I am convinced there is no other way. Elmina leads everyone to the old underground temple, announcing that the exam will take place here. Ron and others look closely at the entrance, a real call in front. Ronick, in delight, does not believe that it is a real dungeon. Meanwhile, Elmina prepares a trap with a cold smile. I am convinced that it is here that Ron will finally fall. Ron looks at her, not knowing treacherous intentions. And Elmina rejoices. The plan is ready. Soon a map appears on the screen that reveals who Elmina is. The mighty magician of the rank A, known as a Witch of Destruction, the elite servant of the Gugrias family. Rona begins to admire her. Believes that Elmina is noble and does not obey power without knowing the true face. Meanwhile, Elmina announces the rules. Everyone has to enter the dungeon and complete the task. If someone tries to escape the wings of the return, it will be immediately disqualified. Participants whisper. The test seems much easier than the previous one. Rona enthusiastically opens the sheet and agrees. The task can really look simple, but looking closer, her face changes sharply. She is shocked by an unexpected turn. The task says, to obtain the core of the maze from the deepest part of the dungeon. She is surprised as such can be considered easy, but others behave indifferent. Elmina causes her next. Rona hesitates, but gathers with the spirit and prepares for introduction. Rona slowly descends the stairs to the dungeon, feeling the heart beats faster than anxiety. Although it is for the first time in such a place, she tries to maintain confidence, but nervousness does not release. In front of her, darkness, and Rona admits that a little scary. It enters a large hall, illuminated by crystals on the ceiling, and looks amazed at incredible beauty. Enchanted, she thinks that the dungeon is not so scary. But he quickly remembers the task and is confidently moving further. Rona thinks whether they will be considered betrayal of the internet's use during the test, but still decides to look. It quickly finds information. The deepest level on the 9th floor. He sighs relief, confirms the card and moves on with determination. Using online tips found, she confidently passes the monster chest and avoids traps on the floor in a timely manner. At the same time, he selects the old metal and determines the place of appearance of monsters. Acting strategically, takes a favorable position. Activates the magic of earthly exhaustion. Creates a magical circle that sucks energy from the ground. Then attacks the volatile monsters, a swarm of bats, but it hides behind the wall, carefully analyzing the situation. It draws attention to the bright crystal. The bats are exhausted. Their energy is exhausted as the time. It uses a small ice spell, instantly freezing the pack. Victory reports, plus 202 points of experience. Continues the study confidently. The dungeon seems simpler than she expected. Rona enjoys the landscapes as if he is walking, and sympathizes with those who do not have access to the internet. Meanwhile, the warden asks Elmino as to why the task is so rigid. Because the dungeon is investigated only to the second level. Elmina confirms, she did it intentionally. He explains that you can only pass by solving the puzzle, but the puzzle at the second level is virtually unrecognizable. Nobody still knows what to do to get it. Many tried, but everyone was defeated. The decision was recorded by mysterious language. In addition, going down there, the player automatically falls into the trap, and the only way out is the item of return. But Rona does not know that her wing return is a fake that does not work. She gets stuck. One of the warders asks whether it was worth going so far. Elmina states from above that Void has no right to question the action of an elite Magan. She laughs. I am convinced that she will be able to gain even greater glory by sealing a monster named Ron and fixing her place among the chosen ones. But suddenly she has a strange premonition that causes internal anxiety. Without explanation, she decides to go immediately, instructed to look after the situation. All are surprised by her sudden and strange behavior. Meanwhile, Ron, following the instructions from the internet, easily solves the puzzle and releases the passage to the 4th level. She thinks that the dungeons would have to check the intelligence, but with answers. Everything was too simple. She is a little sorry for the creator of the dungeon. Finally, Rona reaches the 9th floor, the deepest point of the maze. Rona looks at the terrain and is surprised that it was surprisingly easy to get here. But he knows a real challenge is ahead. The battle with the boss. Despite the slight excitement, she inhales deeply, gets determined, and preparing to do everything to defeat the enemy. Before the fight, he decides to check the internet again. Finds a guide with useful tips. But she understands that dry facts are not enough. She wants to know about the real experience of those who have already encountered this opponent. He comes across an old form and is surprised who left such records. The reading impresses it. She seems to witness the conversation between the gods themselves. Doubts whether he has the right to read such sacred things, but convinces himself. The internet is the divine library of knowledge, and although fear and curiosity are struggling, it still decides to continue reading. On the screen, chaotic correspondence. Someone jokes, someone provokes, someone distracts the topic. Rona looks at the monitor in confusion, not knowing how to respond to such lightness in seemingly sacred space. He looks closely at the message, perceiving them as a discussion of higher powers. Tries to understand the meaning of mysterious symbols, such as WW, assuming that it is a powerful spell or the language of the gods. But in the end, he decides that it is better to see nothing, and moves on. In the following comments, travelers write that the boss of the dungeon is weak and light. Some praise the highest rank. Believing the red, Ron decides that everything should be simple, though not everything is clear to her. It is confident to the final door. After checking the information is ready, she clearly pronounces the mysterious phrase before the massive gate. I am the one who records the number of the beast. Just tells the password. The heavy door creaks and slowly open, followed by a dark, anxious corridor. She confidently goes inside. Under the feet of a thick fog, as if warning, something extremely powerful settled inside. Rona moves carefully. Darkness prevents you from seeing, and echo of drops causes internal anxiety. She lifts her head, looking for a source of sound. Suddenly, a huge fangs, enveloped by a threatening fog, emerge in front of her. Something giant is approaching the darkness. It solidifies when a giant creature with straightened wings and horrible ferrets stands before her. The monster hangs. The chains on the floor indicate that it has long been imprisoned. Rona does not believe the eyes. In front of her, a white dragon that roars on the whole hall. Amazed to the depths of the soul, it stands in silence, unable to break away. But as soon as he is aware of the size of the creature, sharply turns around and covered with horror rushes. In a panic, she runs, repeating herself what she was told. The monster is weak, but when he runs to the exit, the door suddenly opens, causing it suddenly. She hits the door madly, screams, calls for help, trying to escape, but he quickly understands. He will not be able to get out until the boss overcomes. Frightened is a look with the monster. The dragon begins to move. The chains are scraped on the floor. Rona is scared that she has not deceived her information from the internet, but tries to believe in the best. She notices that the creature is restraining the chains, and with relief thinks that everything is under control. But suddenly the monster rushes sharply forward, pulling shackles. Rona's heart jumps out of fear. Without a second, she launches a series of fire, trying to protect herself at least. But even with the best staff, her attack almost no harm. In despair, she escapes until the monster is raving fiercely, and Rona is already afraid of death. In a panic, she goes in search, hoping to find at least something about the weakness of this creature. But it comes across a suspicious link that opens a registration report on an adult site. A new window with a warning about the virus appears. It screams with despair and shame. Not knowing what to do, she suddenly sees the dragon approaching, and in a panic it begins to act. Quickly starts a series of ice, trying to stop the creature with magic strokes. He notices that Attacks Act, and Cheered, is preparing to take a chance. Finally, it finds important information. The weakness of the dragon, ice and light, and yet, there is a safety area on the battlefield. She immediately recognizes this is a stone altar. Without delay, he decides to use this advantage immediately. Rona rushes forward, gathering all his strength in a powerful jerk. It flies to the altar, breaking through obstacles. Every step causes an explosive wave. It is on the verge. It overcomes the wreckage and is exhausted to the specified place, but not sure whether it is really safe. The piercing roar is heard. The dragon opens the mouth. Everything as described in the warning. Rona folds and closes her ears when the flow of fire flies in her direction. But it is intact. The stone altar completely blocked the attack. She sits in silence, devastated, but sighs lightly. He realizes that the dragon will not get it on the top of the altar. It forms a strategy, to beat from afar, and will win. Return confidence. Now she really believes in a chance to win. It attacks with full force, using the magic of earthly exhaustion. Then it immediately starts a few icy pads. Its purpose, to weaken the enemy with continuous blows. Realizing that it is worth a little rest, sits down, exhausted after a continuous battle. It gets the fruit and enjoys the sweet taste, restoring strength. Freshened, ready for battle again. It focuses on chains and uses icy magic several times, trying to break them. Despite the delay, it does not stop, and in the end one of the chains flies into pieces. Before Ron, the dragon suddenly flies into the air, causing a shock. She responds to surprise without expecting he will rise so quickly. Recalls tactics. When the dragon loses half of HP, it gets air attacks, which makes it even more dangerous. In order not to attack him, it immediately launches a ray of light to knock down the enemy. She manages. The dragon falls back to the ground under a powerful blow of light. She immediately uses the depletion of the earth, and then falls asleep with ice spells. When the dragon jumps up again, it knocks it back for the second time, not letting it rise. He celebrates happily. She remembers that this trick has found on the internet. The dragon repeats the same movements and again falls into the trap. Ron, though he feels unfair, decides to finish the fight. With full determination, she prepares for the final blow. A powerful ice shot flies to the target. The blast of the cold hawks everything around, freezing the dragon completely. The battle is completed. She defeated the apocalyptic dragon Ragnarok. Rona instantly receives several levels, new spells, skills, and title, winner of the boss. Stunned. It is difficult for her to believe in her own victory. She thanked the internet with happiness for the advice that saved her life. A mysterious chest appears before her. She is amazed. Reward. And who left it? Defender? He recalls that after victory over the bosses, there are often rewards. Excitedly opens the chest. Although he does not understand all the details, he gladly awaits a surprise. Opening the chest, she finds the armor she dreamed of. The heart is filled with relief. He remembers how he almost lost because of weak protection, and realizes strong armor is more important than power. Hugs her with gratitude. Wear an armor, the Ragnarok of the apocalyptic dragon, and opens its frantic power, protection against effects, and even the ability to fly. Stunned, she recognizes is too powerful, checks its characteristics. Its level is 42, and new attributes are insanely high, thanks to epic equipment. Although she did not seek such, she secretly rejoices, realizing how stronger she became. Imagine with a smile if it became the strongest in the world, and he jokes that this is unlikely to happen. Confidently steps until the next test. At this time, a guilder arrives in place. He is shocked, seeing everything around the covered ice. This level of magic for him is unprecedented. Guildmaster is amazed. Even the second floor of the maze is completely frozen. Surprised, he begins to compare the facts. Someone decrypted the secret language too quickly. This is not a person. There is only one possible explanation. He feels presence. Something is hidden quite close. Using a mana spell, the Gilder woman shocked the magic anomaly. It is already inside the opponent's aura, where the air is saturated with unbearable mana. The atmosphere presses. It is difficult to breathe. The legs are shaken. It is not an ordinary creature. Even inside the dense manhwa, the Guildmaster does not see who stands in front of her. The feathers slowly descends down, and at the moment when the voice sounds, the frost runs through the body. Emla scatters. The truth appears. In front of her in the air, Ron with shining wings. Elmino sounds fun, and Guildmaster in shock. All this comes from her. Elmina frozen, not believing her own eyes. These wings, is Ron a man in general? At the same moment, Ron appears in front of her, smiling and reaching out. Her hand is extended calmly, but with incredible energy. The space around is distorted, giving rise to a terrible magical tension. Elmina panic. The air shrinks. The body does not obey. She is sure he will die. But Rona appears again, smiling and holding the nucleus of the maze. It was as if it were a regular trifle. She says, she just executed the assignment. Elmina is shocked. All this horrifying magic came from only one gesture. She acknowledges. Rona used legendary spatial magic, which even users of rank A skills did not hear about A. This amount of mana and the presence of the nucleus themselves prove. Rona captured the whole dungeon alone and set a new record. With a slight smile, Ron asks, "Did she pass the test?" Elmina mute from shock. In despair, she understands. To admit it means to destroy her own reputation. She is not able to take defeat. She decides to escape, despite shame. But Ron is surprised to watch her attempt. But suddenly her voice is behind. A smile and a look that penetrate the bones. Guildmaster in panic. It is impossible to escape. Before her, a real hermit of Ron. The calm but cold, Rona advises Elmini to take care of her life. And it adds a hint. Next time it may not survive. The scene ends with a dark prophecy. Next time, I will kill. Stunned, Elmina throws everything and goes to the village, wishing to never meet Ron. But the fate is already defined. Their paths will cross again, and more than once. Meanwhile, Rona in passing that Elmina is a good person in the soul. Although, according to spoilers from the internet, he dies in the 5th section of the first part. Sigging that the fate is not always possible to change, Ron still rejoices in the new armor. Due to the constantly activated ability to flight, it should no longer walk. The new level has also opened the improved box for items. Now it can wear another 50 things. Ron is delighted with convenience. The next morning she shines with a new adventurer map. The young man enthusiastically states that she immediately got a silver rank, an unprecedented achievement. Rona just smiles modestly. She explains that accidentally broke the cards due to excess force after rapid increase, so Elmina simply increased her rank. Reinhardt praises her. To take the Elmina test managed to units. Rona smiles restrained, noticing that the guy became much more lively. Rinchart thanks her sincerely. She healed his knee, and it changed his life. Inspired, he now dreams of becoming an adventurer who saves others. Rona was surprised. She did not expect her act to have such an impact. The next morning, she takes a simple task, harvesting herbs. Although Strong decides to start with the easy. It was an online advice and easy way to make money. Reinhardt is affected by its modesty. He says that the city is spreading, so the demand for medicinal herbs is increasing. She praises her for a timely reaction, but Ron is embarrassed, recognizing that she was partially thinking about profits. Rinchart is worried that she goes alone. It is dangerous even for her, but Rona calmly says goodbye and takes off, striking the guy to silence. She asks if he said something, and he only shakes his head. She quietly goes to the mission, and Reinhardt looks silently after thinking, maybe she is really an angel? He has never heard of the ability to flight. Comparing himself to her, feels how limited his world was. Inspired, he trains, dreaming of catching up Ron. Meanwhile, Elmina, hiding under a blanket, looks into the void. There is no doubt for her. Ron Hermite is the king of demon himself, and the end of the world is close. Following the advice from the internet, Rona arrives in the area where medicinal herbs grow, but something in the air seems to her. She quickly notices, the atmosphere here is a spooky. Landing, she focuses on the task, though she has difficulty in control of flight. Finally, it finds rare grass, a maborolith, which is used in elfine potions and costs 50,000. Smiles ominously. This catch promises great profits. Recalling a night fight with a dragon, Ron decides to study more on the internet so as not to panic in such situations again. Rona tries to learn more about the world, but complex information confuses it even more. Lying disappointed, she realizes it is time to ask directly. He decides to write a message at the internet forum with interest. Imagine that he turns to God himself, and it captures it. It fantasizes that it can be perceived for the holiday through this gift. But he quickly grabs his head. What about the church? She doubts whether an ordinary person is worth asking the question of the deity. But remembering his whole path, he is determined and presses the publish button. In a message, Ron asks how to make money in the city of Ifon. As soon as she was pushed, she suddenly broke some holiday ban, but the answer appears instantly. It trembles with excitement and fear. The first comments are full of absurdity. Someone advises to undress, the other just barks. And another one unfolds the crazy monologue with Lola, not on the topic. Rona is silently stunned, but suddenly there is a short, clear message. Beginners are advised to collect a mapolith in the forest of YPRU. The idea impresses it with simplicity and efficiency. It is brilliant. She learns about the method of endless collection of herbs. Just water the leaves to activate the growing mode. If you tear only the leaves without touching the root, the plant remains alive. You can collect endlessly. Rona uses the magic of healing and checks the method. The leaves really grow continuously. Rona is delighted, a source of endless income. She laughs like money is growing from the ground. She invents her own secret technique. 24 hours of continuous collection, moving quickly and accurately. She proudly calls the new technique the endless collection of mabolith. Now the leaves seem to her silver coins. Rona imagines how her wealth grows at frantic speed. After all, each leaf costs 50,000 villages. This is 50 million a day. She is fully immersed in the dream of wealth. In order not to reduce prices, decides to sell gradually. It will store the leaves in the chest, exchange for money. Returning, notices a strange symbol on Earth, and he begins to suspect. Did the side mission not begin? In the sky, she notices an elf, which runs away and then falls exhausted on the ground. The girl is surrounded by wolves, trembles with fear. Holding the branch, she tries in vain. Her magic does not work. Despite the workout, it is defenseless. The elfine in despair observes how the wolves are approaching. She is sure she will die here without saving her mother. All in tears, she screams to the sky, not agreeing with fate. And suddenly, something changes. Despite fear, she feels someone's presence. Her eyes are rounded from the light that descends from the sky. Wolves turn into icy sculptures. In a moment, everything around covers shiny ice. The elfish cannot understand what happened, only feels. It exceeds the limits of the possible. A figure appears in front of her. The main character is wrapped in a glow and power. The Elfian fades and, trembling, whispers one word, the goddess. The look falls on the staff in Rona's hands. It recognizes it as a legendary rod of the world tree, a shrine that appears only in the hands of a rescuer. Shocked, the elfish asks if it is really chosen. Rona denied everything, but Princess Elf believes God sent Ron to fulfill her desire. Despite the surprise, Rona begins to think. Perhaps she can help. The princess falls on his knees and pleasantly asks her for salvation. Everything in tears, she begs to save her mother and the elven village. Ron moves it, though she still does not understand how everything happened. In response, only smiles and murmur awkwardly, yes. The system reports that a new side task is to investigate the epidemic with Princess Ernol. The recommended level is 50. The award is the amulet of the Queen of the Elves. Although not sure of herself, she understands. There is no way back. The princess calls her a rescuer, and the heroine agrees, allowing herself to be taken to the hidden village of elves. Ernol warns, if Ron does not hold her hand, he may be lost forever. They enter the lost forest, protected by magical fog. Rona heard about this place in the estate. She feels fear but tries not to show it. When Ernol says they are close, the tension falls a little. But as soon as they arrive, the protection immediately drives Ron away. She is a person. Stunned, she does not understand hostility. Ernol rushes to defend and shouts that this person is good, but the elves continue the accusations. They suspect Rona in the approaches against the princess. The main character learns that Ernol is a royal person, and tries to explain that she has come here by accident, but they do not believe it, demanding not to lie. Ernol admits that she has been engulfed in business with someone too noticeable. In the end, the elves accuse Ron of natural cataclysm that occurred in the forest. In a panic, she does not understand how she was exposed. One of the elves indicates her. So much mana could only be released. The other adds that I have never seen anything like that. Ron is called a sorcerer catastrophe that wants to destroy the forest. Some even remember the war with people. The princess is trying to reassure, and Rona is panicked. Everything came out of control. The head is just the idea of returning and selling those herbs. Ernawul asks everyone to keep calm. Ernal asks everyone to pay attention to the rod holding Ron. It reveals that it is a legendary staff of the world tree from Elfi mythology, stunning everyone and dramatically changing the tone of the conversation. The elves conclude that before them is a prophetic rescuer sent in times of crisis. The princess enthusiastically confirms this, forcing other elves to regret his previous hostility. Everyone knees in front of Rona, betraying the rudeness. Now they believe. This is their lifeguard. Ron's unexpected worship is embarrassed, trying to convince himself that the situation is not so serious. In a parallel stage, a man is interested in the implementation of the plan. The woman replies, "Thanks to the financial and magical support of Tora Guskix, things are fine. Profit is increasing." She is sure this force will bring prosperity to the family Justcup. The man orders to continue in the same spirit for their family. At the same time, he confesses that after the exile of Ron, everything goes wrong. However, he assures that they still have the last trump card, and the Justcupsy clan will not fall. Meanwhile, Rona arrives in the hidden village of elves. Enchanted with beauty, does not hide admiration. Erna rejoices in praise, but Rona again denies that she is a lifeguard. She continues to admire the landscape. Rona mentions a strange disease that is spreading. Erna is surprised where she knows about it. In parallel, the elder of the village suffers from the symptoms of the same illness. This confirms that the problem is real and is already progressing. Rona wants to help, but recognizes it is not yet able to do. It shows interest in the famous elven juices and cookies. But Erna reports production stopped due to illness. Rona is emotional but firmly tuned. Grabbing Herna's hands, she promises to do her best to help the village. Amazed, Erna remembers how expensive this savior is already expensive, and leads Ron to her home, proudly showing the home. Rona is amazed. The house resembles the castle, and it is surprised by the luxury of the inhabitants. Erna praises her determination and leads to her mother, representing Ron as a lifeguard. At the same time, Rona confesses to himself her intentions are not completely altruistic. Mother Erna, with a serious face, allows you to enter one word. The tense Ron is preparing for the meeting. It is carried out in the room of the Queen of the Elves lying in bed, but he recognizes Ron as a lifeguard. Rona seems to be impressed with the beauty of the Queen. The Queen apologizes for the condition of the house, and Ron answers with courtesy and respect. The Queen notes that Ron has no safety tree, but feels divine energy in it. She claims that this is the very essence of the world. Rona is surprised by these words. The Queen looks at her focused as if he sees something hidden, despite the mode of privacy of the system. It announces the day festive and orders to arrange a feast. Rona doubts whether the Queen really felt. Suddenly the Queen begins to cough very much, which immediately worries Erna. She is quickly examined by Zarek, gives the medicine and asks less to speak so as not to worsen the condition. After receiving, the Queen apologizes, but praises the effectiveness of the medication, recognizing the skill of Zarechi. She compares her with another talented person and praises Ron, saying that her not without reason is a rescuer. Zarek thanks, and Rona is ashamed. She says it would be a real rescue if she had already cured the disease. Jecha looks at her seriously, and Rona begins to doubt whether she is trusted. The Queen tries to reassure her, explaining that the disease is unprecedented. Jecha apologizes, but she is directly asked about the Queen's true condition. Under pressure, she hesitates, but the Queen insists without fear. Zarecha acknowledges that the state is critical. She explains that without a special ingredient, it is impossible to prepare a secret elves. Although she searched in the forest, she found nothing. Rona is silently watching the scale of the problem. Erna sobs, feeling impotence before she could not save her mother. The Queen reassures her, asks not to blame herself. Erna rushes to the mother on the pity. The girl cries in the arms of the Queen. Zarek also does not hold back emotions. Rona feels superfluous, watching the stage. The Queen asks to take care of the people and agrees, noting that he has many patients. Walking the corridor, the peasants surround the peasants, begging for the medicine, even offering treasures. She promises to deliver everything on time. Rona notes how she is respected, but the name of Zarek causes her a strange feeling that she had heard it earlier. Zarecha goes confidently and smiles mysteriously to himself. Watching the peasants, she whispers that they are all stupid, but charming. A shadow of true intentions appears on her face. It turns out that Zareka spread the disease in the village, using poisonous pollen, invisible and odorless. She tested him as an experiment and considers the result successful. The only remedy that temporarily reduces the symptoms is its medicine, which makes it all dependent on it. She thinks about the flower of the queen's heart, the most powerful in the world. And with a smile, she states that when she blossoms, Zek will conquer both the queen of the elves and the Guzrek family, becoming a queen of the whole world. Zarecha notices that the flowers are about to flourish. She is preparing to give the medicine, smiling ominously, which she is respected as a lifeguard, which she is not. Zarek plans to continue to use the peasants' trust, forcing them to give riches under the cover of integrity. But he sees with surprise how he celebrates the village. People believe in a new rescuer because they no longer need her expensive medicines. Zekcha is shocked by the fact that her power is at risk. She panics, seeing as peasants who were to be weakened by poisonous pollen joyfully move and celebrate. The focus is Rona, which stands in front of a big cauldron. People guess it helped cure the disease. The whole village celebrates recovery, even the queen who was at death. Erna distributes new medicines, assuring that they will be enough for everyone. Jecha is amazed and begins to suspect that Yu's the legendary elf's secret agent. She is shocked. After all, this formula is not subject to mass production. Moreover, the key ingredient, Maburo leaves, could not be found. She doesn't understand how possible. It's once the ideal plan is destroyed in the eyes, along with the created image of a lifeguard. I am surrounded by peasants who are beginning to suspect the truth. They notice that the medicine appeared too quickly, and the symptoms are similar to pollen poisoning. She is accused of manipulation and profit. Shocked, she realizes that her deception is exposed. Panic covers it. In despair, she releases a smoke curtain and tries to escape. The crowd shouts that she is guilty of illness, confirming Rona's words. Even when the body weakens, Zekcha escapes, but the peasants already demand justice. Meanwhile, Rona keeps calm, saying that countermeasures have not yet been completed. But everything goes according to what she learned on the internet. Thanks to alchemy, her skills are growing rapidly. The queen is curious with interest, and Rona rejoices in the new discovery and improvement of skill. Rona opened the method of endless collection of Maburo leaves, the main ingredient of elfine medicines. The boundless mana allowed her to create them massively. She learns that Zarek is a subvesti in the present. The real name is Zalus Venomgarden, who dreamed of capturing the world with a poisonous pollen. Surprised, Rona says it's like a spoiler. But now she is ready to resist the status of anomalies. During the feast, Ron announces that she needs to leave. Erna asks where she goes, and Ron is confident with confidence, to stop the ambition of Zarechi. Arna and the queen are silently watching Rona with determination. Arna is amazed at her good and courage. Stripping confidently, Rona whispers with a true motivation, to get still elfy juice and cookies. Zarek hides in the greenhouse, trying to calm down. Through the communication sphere, Lord Gugreas is drawn to Zarek, noticing its nervousness. In despair, she is afraid that exposure will destroy her support from the Gugrek family, and the chances of recovery will disappear. She tries to contact Lord Gugreas, but the connection breaks. In a panic, she recalls how in just a few hours, her plans were destroyed. The drugs were massively produced, and the confidence of the village is lost. Angry, she realizes that it all started with the appearance of Ron. Zarek wondering, who is she? And where does she know so much? The thought is spinning in the head, and suddenly Rona really is a lifeguard. Without a way out, Zarek decides to use the last trump card, activates the Queen of Hearts, releases dark power, directing the entire menu of the greenhouse to accelerate the flowering of the magic flower. When it blossoms, it will enchant everyone within hundreds of kilometers. Zarek dreams of creating an army of conquered and becoming the owner of the world. Confidence returns. You only need to win a little time for the Queen of Hearts to blossom. It turns the greenhouse into a fortress, and strengthens it as a dungeon created by the ability to control plants. But at this point, Ron breaks through the glass roof, from acceleration, descending right to the gap. Zarek fades, noticing something dangerous in Rona. Rona is also surprised but does not stop. Zarek understands. This girl threatens the whole plan. Rona lands directly into the boss garden, the center of the poisonous dungeon. Thanks to knowledge from the internet, she found a secret passage in the ceiling leading to the Garden of Roses, a place that loses newcomers. Zaroka mockingly meets Ron, calling stupid for her to come unarmed in her poisonous garden. She disrespectfully states that Rona has already lost simply by stepping into the area. She is pleased to report that the poisonous pollen is already in effect, and it will fall off Ron. The girl's face is surprised and slight. Jecha mocks, they say, even knowing everything, Ron will not withstand numerous status effects in the garden. She laughs that even elven medicines will not help if Rona is paralyzed or sleeping. And he asks if he will see an agony dance. But Rona's reaction, complete indifference, breaks the atmosphere. Zarek feels anxious. Her mischievous laughter subsides, she begins to make. The voltage dissolves in uncomfortable silence. Rona is silently watching. Only a drop of sweat rolls from his forehead. Rona explains that she created a doll substitute with the help of alchemy and cauldron. The doll is very similar to her. Erna and other girls even considered her cute. As indicated on the internet, this doll absorbs all attacks as long as it has HP. Zachecha shocked her status attacks lose meaning. Rona notes that poisonous pollen does not cause physical harm, so the doll completely neutralizes the threat. With determination, she takes up weapons, and decides that attacking from outside the poisonous plants has every chance of winning. Jecha shocked. How does this girl still staying on her feet and resistance? Rona hears a familiar voice from a magical ball, and Zarek is in a hurry to hide the truth. But the voice confirms, this is Lord Gugris. Surprised, Ron calls him a father. Weakened, he confesses that he rests only on her. The truth is light. Zarecha worked with Gugrik's family, those who hurt the queen and Ernie. Rona confirms the connection with this family, despite the expulsion. He is happy, believing that the plan can still be implemented, and the situation begins to change. Rona accepts the past and firmly decides it is time to deal with family affairs. Standing in front of Zarek, she strongly states that no one will suffer anymore and assumes responsibility. Rona raises the staff and activates the spell of Terra Drain, sucking the manu from poisonous plants. Zarek in horror. Its energy is absorbed. Rona's attack is striking with incredible force. A fiery beast appears from the flames, a spirit that covers everything around with frantic flames. Zarek in despair. Her plans are destroyed in her eyes. The fiery creature directs the attack directly to the Queen of Hearts, destroying the flower. Her dream of world domination burns with the flames. In despair, Zarek begs to stop the attack, at least to save the magic rose. But the flame does not stop. Her last hope disappears on fire. The flower begins to break up directly in her eyes. In panic, she watches her final weapons disappear with all her ambitions. The Queen of Hearts is destroyed. Rona receives equal new skills and the title of the Dean of the Queen of Rose. Zarecha is stunned. Is her ideal plan destroyed only by 3 blows? She is mistrustful of how Rona is moving quietly, as if all this was planned. He is aware that it was a large-scale magic of destruction. Its advantage was simply evaporated. She fades in front of Rona covered with fire. Having learned that it was only the basic fixation, her confidence crumbles. Looking at an unmoved girl, Zarek silently understands there is no chance of winning. Rona reports that she destroyed the poisonous plants that spread pollen, and caught the beast that wanted to enslave the world. Zarek, pleading, asks not to hate her. The attendees are silent without having time for the development of events. In the village there is a loud holiday with a feast in honor of the new hero. With laughter and exclamations they praise Rusam, a real lifeguard. She smiles modestly, watching the celebration, finally recognized by everyone. Children with joyful exclamations run around her, play, shout something passionate. She tries to maintain seriousness, though he is lost among children's joy and general exaltation. The scene ends with a cheerful chaos that shows the love and respect she deserved. The main character is a little confused, seeing how much energy and joy he brought a feast. She is approached by the Queen and Erna, thanking for the happiness she gave the village. Rona is shyly answers, and Erna heat squeezes her hand. With sincere admiration, Erna calls her a real rescuer king. He takes her hand excitedly, and asks her to talk about the adventures before arriving in the village. Hearing this, Rona stops. Her gaze becomes serious and thoughtful. She recalls all the difficulties she had to overcome after exile. She is asked how she received the World Tree Staff, a shrine, which belongs only to the chosen elves. He regrets how he cheated the system to get a relic, feeling guilty of elves. Finally, she is gaining courage, apologies, and opens the truth. Rona confesses that he comes from the Gugarek family. In front of the Queen and Erna, he promises to tell everything and accept the consequences. After genuine confession, the Queen and Erna are not angry, but they respond to what he heard. Erna is especially indignant. How could such a good and strong person be expelled? For her, she is a cool and mighty rescuer. Rona adds that her father has cooperated with Zarek and won the staff dishonestly. She awaits condemnation, but instead of anger, she sees only surprise and interest in her abilities. She decides to return the staff of the elves. Realizing that without it, he will lose magic and put himself on a deadly danger, he still makes this decision. The journey is over. The Queen with Erna is convinced that all anxieties are nothing compared to the fact that she has already proven. The elves are not important for the elves, but everything she could do with this staff. They recognize its dignity and express deep respect. Rona is silently watching this support. Some people say, She saved not only the village, but the whole world. It is called an example of a true savior, especially for being chosen by divine ability. Moved, Rona thank you sincerely, confessing that she has never heard so many good words in her life. The queen changes the mood as soon as Gugarek hears again. In her gaze there is anxiety. She remembers old conflicts. She tells how even after warning, this family continued to try to capture the spiritual lives of the forest. According to Zarichi, they have long been consolidated to gain power over the region. Rona apologizes for the actions of the family, but the queen translates responsibility. She was to notice the threat before. She reminds that she has already warned the Gugarek, and since they violated the contract and betrayed the elves, it is time to act. Rona notes that the family who expelled her lost much more than imagines. The queen laughs laughing, from which Ron feels fear. Erna, embarrassed, quarrels with the mother and asks her to calm down. Erna invites Ron to spend the night because it is too late, but it is surprised to ask if it is really possible. Erna gladly confirms and immediately asks Rona to show something, but he agrees without any doubt. Erna leads her to a sacred place. There they see a light panel that is considered the bearer of the words of the gods. Symbols are curiosity. Even when the panels touch, nothing happens. The girls are in a confusion of what is written there. They sincerely believe that these signs belong to real gods, but Rona suddenly reads the inscription. Everyone is dying when she says she has just written there, grass. The attendees were puzzled, expected something majestic, not such a mundane word. But one girl explains. In the language of the gods, grass is laughter. There are other options. Fun grass, growing grass. Hearing this, others are delighted. They like the poetic thought that human smiles are like a grass that sprouts from the soul. Girls begin to use a new expression. One says that the moment is ideal for grass growing. The other, that near Rona, grass grows without stopping. All three explode laughter, surrounded by a symbol of grass, filling the night with joy. The next morning, Ron says goodbye to the village. Residents with sadness ask if she really leaves, begging to stay. But although with warmth in the heart, she confirms her choice with a light smile. The elves invite her to stay here forever, in peace and peace. She admits that she would ever agree. But this journey taught her more. If he had been inexperienced or did not understand the power of the internet, she would have remained. But now, it's time to go on. With a light smile and confidence in the eyes, Ron steps in the forest, firmly knowing she wants to travel the world. The soul is grateful for the simple joys, new acquaintances, helping others, beautiful landscapes and delicious food. She thanks the elves for it. Their leader understands. Restraining Ron would be a mistake. Before leaving, the girl receives an amulet, a symbol of friendship with elves. She hesitates to take such jewelry, but she is told that it is deservedly. Even palaces will open with this amulet. The elves are warmly saying goodbye, promising that the village door is always open. Rona assures that one day will return. She wants a road full of laughter. The queen adds that she will look forward to a new meeting. The heroine jumps with joy, going to a new journey, and the elves applaud her, shouting a cheerful, "Grass!" Elsewhere, the girl is getting ready for escape. She is determined with a suitcase. She dreams of disappearing without a trace. Rona says goodbye to the elite life after falling, but she is still sure. She is a good girl. She believes that even the escape should be in accordance with her status. She has plans, routes, and everything is thought out to the little things. But unexpectedly strange magical energy knocks it out of balance. Just through the window, Rona, smiling, cheerful, completely destroying Elmina's escape. She clumsily breaks with apologies as Elmina looks in full shock on the ruins of her perfect escape. Elmina begins to ask where Ron knows where she lives, trying to understand this strange situation. Rona looks at her focused and hints if Elmina was going to escape. With a sweet smile, Ron asks if she really wanted to leave. Elmina trembles, denies, but deeply recognizes in his soul it is simply impossible to escape from the hermit. The excited Elmina asks why Ron came, but she says calmly that she brought souvenirs from the secret village of the elves. Elmina is shocked. The very mention of such a village seems incredible. Rona gets a gift, a rare crown called Royal Rose, which has high characteristics and special abilities. Elmina, in confusion, does not understand why she is given such a valuable thing. Rona laughs and explains that she received the crown as a reward for victory over the enemy in the village of elves. Elmina does not believe her ears, because not every day people bring crowns gained in battle. It begins to connect events, trying to understand the whole absurdity. Rona probably won enemies after a catastrophe in the forest of Jepri and got into the village of elves in a non-standard way. Elmina imagines her as a conqueror, which caused even more confusion. Elmina begins to suspect that Rona has caused that catastrophe. But he calmly explains, there were many enemies in the village, and it was not easy to clean it. Rona adds that those enemies appeared without stopping, and even smiled. She confesses that she had made a good money on the things that they left, leaving Elmina in a stupor of her rest. After the victory, the elves showered Ron with jewelry and food. Elmina is silent, thinking whether it is not a warning. Frightened, she thinks that Rona shows her the fate of all who dare to go against her. But with a bright smile, Ron points to her and says, "You are the next." And no one knows whether it is a joke or a threat. Elmina explodes with tears, closing his face. Rona is surprised, but only pleading, "Don't kill me!" Rona is even more confused, not understanding why her visit caused such fear. She thinks Elmina cries through compassion for monsters, and begins to respect her even more. In his imagination, Ron sees Elmina holy, kind, and sacrificial, the one that lives modestly, and all its profits spend on the aid of newcomers and charity. Rona begins to adore her sincerely. Rona sells 100 Mbora leaves for 5 million villages, and he is glad that he now has enough money to continue his trip. She says she wanted to sell 1,000 at once, but Elmina refused. With a smile, Ron announces she decided to leave the city. Elmina is stunned when he hears that Rona has come to say goodbye, before leaving and thanks Elmina for everything, and promises that she will never forget her. The moved Elmina wants to answer, but is too frustrated and does not know what to say. With a tense smile, she says she is no longer needed. Rona is surprised, does not understand that she was referring to, and thinks of asking. But noticing the turn behind the back of Elmina, he just smiles and tries to answer politely. Saying goodbye, Rona goes without realizing misunderstanding. Elmina is convinced that she was crossed out of memory. Elmina dramatically falls on the counter, losing consciousness. The narrator hints, her story with Rona has not been completed. One of the commanders with anxiety notices that he has lost contact with Elmina and Zarek, trying to understand what was happening. His son breaks with the alarming news. Royal Knights attack. Shocked, the commander responds immediately to the threat. The father and son decide to escape through the secret passage, sacrificing soldiers as a distracting maneuver. They suspect that plans related to the village of elves or spiritual vein are revealed. Despite the critical situation, the leader retains calm. As long as they are alive, Grerik's heritage will continue. Landing secretly, the man suddenly encounters the majestic figure that blocks the path. He appears in front of the elf's Elgor with a confident smile. She calls him a young Gugrus, hints at a common past. He does not believe his eyes, because he thought that Elgaur when death is due to poisonous dust of Zarek. Not having time to get over, gets an accurate blow, overthrown on the ground. Inquirement asks why he is attacking. The queen is cold. You are in my presence. He adds that this is a strange question, because he has offended those who are dear to her. He must answer for that. The time of paying has come. Elgaur begins to read ancient words. Her look becomes serious. The man is frightened. He does not understand anything. He is surprised if it is an ancient language. She continues to explain. She is here to protect Ron, the savior, which is worried about his presence. She declares that Ron could destroy him sooner. The man is stunned. Why is this name mentioned at all? The queen seriously says he does not understand anything. Despite obsession with force, he does not see the main. He expelled his daughter, not even knowing that she is the most powerful witch in the world. Shocked, he does not believe his ears. Elgaur reproaches him for a blind action, emphasizing, only Ron has the power to win. Drawing a huge mistake, she leaves him in hopelessness. In despair, he shouts that everything went according to plan, and does not understand how everything has fallen. He does not assume that his defeat is a consequence of the actions of the one he rejected. With a cold look, Elgaur says he will teach him the last word. It causes a destructive spell, calls it garbage, and proclaims, Gugra is a blow full of contempt and sentence. A powerful blow strikes the enemy, finally destroying it. Elgaur looks calmly at the fallen enemy. The guards appear, thank the queen for their help. One of them recognizes the ancient artifact she used. The battle is completed, with honor and honor. However, Elgaur feels that dark energy is growing, especially through the queen of the seeds of the heart. But nevertheless, she smiles confidently, because as long as Ron is in the world, everything will be fine. And somewhere far, Ron sneezes, without realizing what they think about it with such faith. Meanwhile, in the dark room, captured figures are gathering. In the dark hall of the figure in the hoods are in 2 rows. This is the beginning of an important meeting. One of them is the first to break silence. The secret council begins with the discussion of security. They want to make sure that there is no risk, because they gathered in the Thunderer. The fortress is guarded by a magical lion, a powerful beast, which only 60+ creatures have access to. However, there is anxiety. One remembers the unpredictable person, the same who destroyed Gark's strength. He not only defeated Garicus, but also conquered the elves and forced the cult members to serve him. Some try to depreciate it, they say. They were weak, but doubts are growing. The enemy works too accurately, as if he knows everything about them. Maybe a traitor in the benches? One of the leaders cuts the discussion by ordering to silence. Despite suspicion of the spy, he states, the plan does not change. He announces with a firm voice, the long-awaited moment has come. They found artifacts, and the ancient defenders of the world are weakened. Humanity is now weak, so they no longer need to hide. The next step is to get a spell for removing the seal from a mysterious creature and start clearing the world. The group opens its final idea, to release its god, the apocalypse dragon named Ragnarok, to clear the window from the ground. So they plan to revive the old kingdom and establish a new dark era. One of them confidently orders the ritual. The leader calls the dark plan of eternal history. Everyone is silent and listening focused. Activation click symbolizes the start of the operation. During the ritual, a girl is shrouded in dark energy. The hooded silently is observed, but one of them suddenly feels anxious. He screams, something went wrong. The plan was not activated. The girl stands quietly, showing a dangerous mana. Even united, 6 demons are no chance. As she quietly drinks tea, everyone looks at her silently, embarrassed and frightened. One asks who she is. She is not worried and says she came through the rain. It seemed to her that there was already someone here because the place looked as enchanted. Drinking tea, the girl suggests that others came to hide from the rain. The hooded silently watch, shocked by the situation. Meanwhile, she yawns, behaving quite easily. Everyone is viewed. No one knows who she is, but everyone thinks that others are aware. Due to her peace, strength, and how she sat in the main place, they decide. It is someone very highly set in the cult. The girl is Rona, a carefree axe. The panel shows its title, the Destroyer of Thunderlines. All in shock. How did they not hear about her with such force? She gets up and begins to explain something, making it clear that she has already understood who before her. One of the hoodeds notices her clothes. It is the legendary outfit of the dragon apocalypse Ragnarok. They recognize magical patterns and hidden strength. One of the hooders recalls that he saw a similar outfit only on the ancient mural. All shocked. These are the clothing of a creature that has long been sealed. Sudden suspicion covers everyone. They come to the shocking conclusion. This girl is a legendary creature that was considered sealed for centuries. While they tremble from discovery, Ron just clips his eyes without understanding. Without realizing the severity of the situation, she notices the strange views of the hood and thinks of who they are at all, calmly activates his box with objects. The space is distorted and the hooded panicles without understanding what is happening. They only feel the crumb of her strength and immediately dive into the state of treaty and sacred fear. Rona looks at them, whispers, "Put their hands and look at it," and draws an innocent conclusion. She thinks that they are just thirsty and may not have things because of the rain. She does not suspect what happened. With a smile, it causes a few cups and Fun exclaims that she also wants to drink. Cap traded in full humility. Consider it a degenerate sealed creature that has changed the body to test them. They perceive her silence and innocent appearance as a divine test. Rona smiles carelessly and offers tea, asking if they do not want a little. Everyone decides that they have passed the trial of faith. The hooded are kneeling and swear to Ronnie, shocked, but quickly calms down. He thinks that they just wanted to drink, and in fact they are good people, so nothing is wrong. Rona pleases the moment, believing that such casual meetings in the rain are the beauty of travel, and the hooded silently worshipped her. Seeing that they carry nothing, she decides that they are probably hungry. Preparing to treat food, she has no idea what is happening. The hooded barely hold back the nerves, but listen to its instructions, and they begin to prepare mayonnaise with extraordinary seriousness, focused and trembling. For them, it is a sacred ritual of faith. And while Rona calmly shows the recipe, they consider it a divine victim. One even calls it a drink that loves gods. Rona enthusiastically says that mayonnaise is indispensable for intersecting travelers and gods, rich in energy and ideal in emergency situations. One compares it with the legendary food of the elves, and the other theorized that such a dish is able to change the course of wars. However, one of them doubts whether the mixture will thicken. But the hooded continues to mix the ingredients with passion, as if they were tested. For them, doubts are sacrilege. Meanwhile, Rona believes that they just have fun and sincerely help because they are hungry. She smiles happy and says that teamwork is fun, and the hooded in the trance is approvingly nod. The mixture does not thicken, and it is anxious. One of them suggests that special equipment is needed. Rona happily says she has a brilliant idea. It is preparing to show somewhat special, which immediately attracts the attention of all present, and turns on the recipe video, explaining that it will help you learn how to cook many things. Captivated without understanding technologies, shocked, believe that they see the legendary book of creation. The fascinated is closer to Rona starts the video with one touch. She does not suspect their reverence. Instead of a recipe, she accidentally turns on a strange roller where the girl speaks Tomno. The hooded is hypnotized. They begin to repeat the Onyx citizen, and Ron is watching in stupor, not understanding what happened. Meanwhile, 6 demonic bishops, the strongest in the sect, gather in silence. They are preparing to call the apocalypse dragon to destroy the world. One of them is strictly reminiscent. There is a crucial moment. At this point, Rona again accidentally turns on the obscene video. It is about creating an obscene younger sister, which are perceived as a new divine prophecy. Brushing desperately, Rona tries to explain that it is just advertising. But they are only more confused, thinking that it is a revelation. She just wanted to watch a video with a mayonnaise recipe, but she was stuck in advertising chaos. After long efforts, the hooded ones finally complete the preparation of mayonnaise. Euphorically presented it as a sacred relic. Rona rejoices, recognizing a familiar recipe. They call it a miracle. For them, it is not food, but the vertex of alchemy, which exceeds even magic. Considering that Rona deliberately revealed to them a secret knowledge, they listen to her words with trembling. Rona proposes to take a memorable photo and shows the camera. They consider it a sacred artifact again. Inspired by asks, "What is 1 + 1?" In response, the captured are immersed in the philosophical and mystical debate about the nature of addition, with meaningless interpretations. When the confusion reaches the peak, someone orders everyone to silence, and Ron just wanted a simple answer. She shows the photo taken and says that it has an emo atmosphere, praises the result. One of the hoods calls him worth the institute. The other adds that you can make even more stylish. Soon they decorate the hall with mayonnaise banners, proclaiming that their connection is eternal. After the photo shoot of Ron and the hooded, they prepare to taste mayonnaise. Everyone is enthusiastically trying, but Rona calmly specifies. Smiling, he says it is a seasoning, not a dish that is eaten with spoons. The hooded silently is aware of their mistake. She explains how to store mayonnaise, adding that even unsuccessful versions will be suitable as topping. Capital, moved, decide to keep it as a relic in the temple. Then they give Ronnie a symbol of gratitude. It is a call stone, an artifact that allows you to call a registered ally. They solemnly state that they will always help when she calls. A gesture moved. Rona enthusiastically accepts a gift captured by the glow of stone. Rona is happy to thank the hood and states that they are now the best friends. One of them questioned, "Buff?" She cheerfully says goodbye, promising to meet again, and flies into the sky. The hooded are silently, trying to comprehend what happened. In silence, the events are thought out. For them, Rona was like a storm, sudden and uncontrollable. They, accustomed only to destruction, for the first time they created something together. Barely noticeable smiles appear on the faces. Something has changed, though silently. One asks, why is Swampy Thunderstorm completely frozen? Nobody knows. Everyone subsides. Climate change indicates something much more than it seems. Meanwhile, Rona enthusiastically continues the journey, rejoicing in how warm it was accepted and how nice it is to travel. Her next goal is to reach the royal capital, and for this, she decides to go to the port city of Aqua. Keeping the map in her hands, she goes on the road, full of determination and curiosity. Arriving in Aqua, he sees the sea for the first time and enthusiastically rejoices in the greatness of the landscape. Feeling that she has not arrived in vain, she's looking forward to sea dishes and entertainment offered by the city. From the aroma of the salt air, Ron remembers the interesting facts that she read on the internet, fascinated by the seaside. She jumps out of joy and repeats what is incredible, but notices that her vocabulary is not enough. Local people watch her exaggerated joy with interest. Instead of entering the city on foot, she jumps on a huge boar and rushes forward. He shouts as if he were on the enemy. Residents in shock. No one understands who this strange girl is and what is happening. Rona happily welcomes the inhabitants, but her way to appear so eccentric that everyone perceives it as an attack. The frightened residents take up weapons, preparing for defense. Rona shows her adventurous card. She is a silver rank. They are striking her young age. Residents change their attitude and apologize for an aggressive meeting. The city is said to be often affected by monsters. Some people think of asking her help and others doubt. She is too young and soap. Rona notices the tension and asks what is happening. One of the inhabitants is hesitant. But in the end she warns. She should leave the city until tomorrow. He does not explain why. He only says, "It is important and potentially dangerous." Residents seriously say, "Tomorrow Wednesday." For some reason, this phrase sounds anxious. Rona does not understand what is the matter but feels a strange atmosphere. Residents say, "At this time almost no one comes here." Rona with a smile says she plans to stay for a week as a tourist. The receptionist is dying, hearing this, especially given that tomorrow Wednesday. The atmosphere changes dramatically from light to alarming. But no one says anything directly. They only repeat, "Wednesday." It only confuses Ron. She decides not to worry about Wednesday mysticism and goes to explore the city. He says he later asked in more detail, and now he wants to have fun and taste local seafood. Fun singing, Rona goes to the fish market but finds that everything is closed. It is surprised by such silence around. All shops are closed. The city seems too calm. Walking through the streets, Rona hears desperate screams. Someone asks to escape. Panic people run away. One yells that the city is doomed, trying to get to the nearest ship. In all this chaos, Ron does not understand why such panic is around. She thinks, why is something strange around her? Is it damn? Seeing the frightened people and a woman who is out of escape, Ron is even more lost in guessing. Finally, he finds out the cause of panic. Approaching Wednesday, a day that is horrified by everyone. People say they do not want to leave the city but have no choice. Rona begins to understand. In this world, Wednesday carries something scary. She finds it strange and begins to look for information online. It turns out that the port city of Aqua is undergoing invasion of water monsters. This is a mass mission with rewards, but it is extremely dangerous. That is why every week the city despairs, and even it is impossible to leave the capital. Rona decides, it is best to take part in this Wednesday quest. But here she has a postcard. After reading it, Rona learns that the local guild is looking for adventurers without experience and checks. It is striking, the friendly text and the promise of a safe environment. She thinks, and suddenly is this the same legendary white company? A place without exploitation, where justice and purpose prevails. She enters the guild staff, full of hope. But in front of her, a dark hall, garbage, people lie straight on the floor. The atmosphere is depressing. This does not fit the postcard at all. Rona is upset. Guild is not as friendly as promised. The receptionist barely holds on his feet and murmur, which will no longer stand. When Rona asks what happened in the city, the woman suddenly takes her hands and answers seriously. Rona is represented by an adventurer and says she wants to take part in a medium mission. The receptionist stops, convincingly grabs the edge of the rack. Rona is confused because of such tension, but then the woman changes sharply and welcomes her decision. He says that someone recently refused, and Rona appeared at the perfect time. She happily reports that many profitable missions have now accumulated. She invites her to sign the trainee's contract, calling him a slave agreement, which makes Ron get nervous. However, at this point another figure appears and stops the receptionist firmly. This is a guildmaster who immediately realizes that something went wrong again. She looks at Rona with surprise and admiration, calls her cute, recognizing the lack of staff in the city. But she adds that she cannot allow such a sweet girl to go to the battlefield. She seems like heiress Tia Bloomin and sincerely apologizes to Rona for involving her in the city's problems. Rona appears politely, but the excessively cute reaction Aris almost knocks her out of the panther. Having shouted, Rona hastily says it is nothing. Arissa thanks for his willingness to help the city, but explains that Wednesday missions are too dangerous to it. Rona is surprised, hearing that the recommended level is over 20. She doesn't understand what that means. She looks at a group of adventurers who indicate Aris without realizing who they are. Aris explains, those who have survived the Wednesday already have a different look, a different aura. Ron thinks, can only the experience of the Wednesday change a person so much? Aris confesses, at first everyone underestimated the Wednesday. Everyone thought that the waves of the monsters would stop, and while they lasted, the city earned at battles. But a year has passed, and the appearance of monsters remained a mystery. Rona listens in silence, struck by scale. Despite the hundreds of killed creatures, the attacks did not decrease. And then, the collapse has come. Giant monsters invaded the city massively. The streets turned into ruins, the shops disappeared, the residents in the panic were running. Children crying in the hall of chaos, the soldiers retreated, and the city died slowly. It was on the verge of destruction. Without resources, broken weapons, and no profit, all left it. Only doomed soldiers remained, ready to die with the city. Ron is shocked. She understands how dangerous these medium quests are. And cured, she asks if he can really help. Aris soothes her gentle smile. He says they will put an end to this threat and bring peace to the port of Aquas. She smiles with hope and promises to wait for Ron with all the tastes of the city. Adventurers ask her to return when everything is over. Thulled with care, Rona silently watches the stage, feeling warm. She begins to think what to do. Although the theory knows, she has never fought in a team and has a badly possessed magic. Her dream is as soon as possible to finish the mission of the Wednesday and enjoy the journey. But she understands, if she goes into battle without preparation, she will only hurt others. Therefore, Rona honestly admits she is still inexperienced and decides not to participate in the mission. She is convinced that Eris realized it even before she realized it. When Rona announces her decision, Eris thanks for her understanding. Rona asks if the materials she collected for the money can be exchanged. The bag is already crowded. Eris confirms and explains that through the missions of the Wednesdays, merchants avoid cities, and most of them now need stocks. Rona agrees and prepares to convey all the collected. Rona joyfully follows the instructions, pouring a whole bunch of herbs on a rack. Guild workers are amazed at the number of them without knowing how to react. Eris is surprised to watch everything. Everyone is dying when they recognize the rare grass, mabar leaves. Aris looks carefully and notices another value, the mane of the thunderstorm Ilion. Rona every day confirms that she may have won the beast. Shocking Eris, who is aware she passed through a storm swamp. But she answers with a smile that simply cut the path through the muffin, which is stunned by everyone. Eris recalls that the last only fated Reinhardt rapid thunderstorm has been returning from there for 5 years. From the materials brought you can withdraw weapons, worthy of gold rank, enthusiastically says Eris. She meets Rona with a warm smile, magnifying guild with a real family, but only confusedly clips his eyes, not having time to comprehend the situation. She tries to explain that she was going to leave the city at all, but Eris completely ignores it, and officially announces her a new member of the guild, urging everyone to celebrate. In seconds, Ron is surrounded by a loud greeting and friendly applause. Everyone is genuinely happy and greet it with warm smiles. Moved by such hospitality, Rona feels something new, part of something, and he decides to join Wednesday mission. For the first time, she feels that her presence is important. They go to prepare, and Rona admires the landscape and says that the place is very beautiful. Together with others, she finds out that the territory is called the Eurus Coast. The girl nearby praises the place, saying that Rona knows her well. 3 guys run up to her, enthusiastically shouting how well she is guided on the coast. Rona does not know what to answer, just smiles awkwardly. They ask if the plan is working and ask to continue, saying that the future of the village depends on it. Its embarrassment causes even more enthusiasm for boys. They cheer. Rona and the girl in glasses explains. What is here? On the coast of Eurus, monsters appear every Wednesday. She proposes to erect a barrier to protect the village and bring back people. Rona understands the essence of the idea, but hesitates a little. Workers say that the barrier construction is slow, and they ask if they have time tomorrow. The girl with a smile says, "If they do not have time, you will have to meet monsters face to face." Rona decides to help with construction, not even understanding everything to the end, and asks the question. Rona asks what to do because she cannot build. The girl in glasses replies that her task is quite different. But suddenly an alarming warning sounds. A monster with the body of fish and legs appears near the barrier. It attacks the fortifications, and the defenders rush to cover it. One of the guys gets a blow and complains that he should be dodged. The other explains. The monster uses the yar technique that manipulates the subparagraph for unexpected attacks. Everyone is indignant. Why fish are attacked on land? One of them remembers how tried, building a barrier all night. Girl in glasses finally explains the essence. Now Rona understands what is happening. The promotion was slow because people and resources lacked. The monsters appeared even in peacetime. That is why she needs help in battle. Rona asks if everyone is safe because he hears many screams. In response, the guild is proud of not having any industrial injury since its foundation. With a smile, Ron releases her hand, agreeing to help. The girl points out that Rona is strong in treatment and support, but it causes 2 water spears. And here the girl warns, a boss appeared. Time to heal everyone. Even those who wanted to rest were healed against their will with water spirits. The girl in the glasses is approving the situation. Rona decides only to distract the monsters, though he is worried about the common threat. She sees how many problems have fallen on the shoulders of the inhabitants. It is warned not to overstretch. Rona agrees. She wants to help, not too different. She puts on the crown of the Queen Rose. She attracts monsters. Rona plans that if you collect them around, we'll be able to use true magic. A strange strategy, but effective. The village is on the border. It is unlikely to be held back to the next Wednesday. Survival depends on how long Ron can fight. The girl in glasses believes in her and tries to cheer, but it is surprised by a giant waterway, which suddenly appears in the sea. The guys are also shocked from an unexpected spectacle. It appears Gigalodon is the owner of the Eurus coast, a boss that appears when many monsters are destroyed in a short time. The girl in glasses is shocked by his appearance. It orders everyone to retreat immediately and leave the barrier. The guys in panic run away and Ron. It goes straight to Gigalodon, ignoring the screams. The girl in the glasses in despair asks why she goes to the sea ruler. Gigalodon is an ocean king, tired of life, too strong for this world. He despised everything human until he met Ron, and even opened his mouth to absorb it, but was defeated. It was Rona who made the final blow, defeating the monster by a powerful attack. The girl in glasses and the boys froze in silent surprise. Her rewards appeared on the screen. She gained level, new skills and experiences for winning numerous monsters, including Gigalodon boss. Stunned, she saw the title of Killer of Bosses, and was surprised if there was a boss there. But unlike last time, this time no one came to greet her. The girl in the glasses asked why Ron looks anxious, but with enthusiasm she replied that she had already won the monster. But it turned out, she won the main boss of this zone with one blow. The girl with glasses thought, perhaps Rona is the key to all this story. She even doubted whether Rona was a man. She thought she may have an angel sent by God. Meanwhile, Rona released the small thunder spell, stopping the next wave of monsters. The boys sighed lightly, saying that they would now be able to build a barrier without danger. However, the girl in glasses confessed that she lacked mana, and the boys called Arias, complaining of wounds. In search of a healing point, it turned out, everything is on the verge. Then Rona suddenly offered her remedy. Arias was stunned, and the wounded were struck, as their wounds disappear instantly and the menu is completely restored. Rona explained. This is an Elfie potion, and it still has more than 200 bottles. She urged everyone to use it freely. The attendees were shocked by this discovery, but suddenly a new monster appeared. The boys were frightened, and Rona realized these attacks would not stop, so she prepared for action. The girl in the glasses shouted, asking that she was going to do this time. Rona created a magical wall that blocked enemies. She said that now everyone can safely build protection. The attendees were silent, impressed with her strength. Rona asked why everyone was silent. The boys replied that everything was fine, but they really thought that perhaps the magical wall of Rona itself is able to protect the village. The girl in glasses also thought there was nothing to fear with such a wall and an ally as Rona. She admitted that there were many problems, especially a sharp lack of people. Rona thought and suggested a decision. She got an artifact, the stone, and began to explain how to use it. The attendees asked where he came from. Rona tried to activate him, but the girl in the glasses interrupted her, saying that there is always something crazy when Ron is acting. The stone cracked and black smoke escaped from the cracked stone, which enveloped the girl in glasses. She covered her hand frightened. A group of hoods appeared in front of everyone, solemnly announcing their appearance. The boys and the girl in the glasses were scared. Rona was just surprised to look at strangers. She suspected that it was possible leaders of the cult who wanted to destroy the world, but they answered mysteriously, eternity. Rona asked about their connection, and one of them smiled back. The girl in glasses wary of them. She noticed that Rona was doing well with the aliens, but she sincerely thanked them for arrival. Rona said she needed their help, and they gladly replied that they were waiting for these words, declaring the beginning of the dark era. The girl in the glasses sat on the ground, looking concerned about herself. She asked who these people were. Rona replied that they would finally have enough people. Despite the dark aura, she called them her friends and assured them they are good. The girl in the glasses was amazed, but accepted her words. She sighed, acknowledging that the lack of labor was decided. I decided to contact Dargo's blacksmith for the repair of the equipment. Everyone was sent on vacation in preparation for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Rona was left alone with broken equipment that turned out to be in poor condition. She wanted to repair him, but there was no time to collect materials. Two hoods approached and offered help. Rona smiled, and the girl in the glasses noted that even rare materials will not accelerate the work of the blacksmith. She asked the guests to leave and promised to return later. The blacksmith was annoyed, saying that nothing would forge more. He stood on his own, even despite the exhortation of the Aries. Meanwhile, the Hoods watched the forge, joke about the corner of the kitchen and thinking something strange with a mysterious object. The blacksmith saw them and was scared, deciding that they were cult leaders. And Rona appeared on time and she turned to him, which surprised him. She claimed he was the blacksmith, which in the underground kingdom of Dungawa amazed the magic sword of the S-class. The blacksmith was amazed. He could not understand where she knew it, because he kept secret. That sword really had a rating S. It was his pride. The best career work, created at a very young age. He became the youngest blacksmith that created a A-class sword, and this product exceeded all expectations. However, another man reproached him for presented by the king's sword, because the knight was faint from weight and magic was exhausted. The creator wanted to create the strongest sword, but instead, the royal tuple fled to far land, notwithstanding the strength of the artifact. The blacksmith was expelled from the city and charged with treason. Since then, he has even been afraid to think about creating another S-class sword. Rona thought out who this person really is. She decided to ask Dwargo about his best sword. Rona remembered how a swarm of centipedes near the Mithril mine won, and showed materials to restore a rusty blade. She asked the blacksmith about the sword of the S-class, the blade of murder, 1 blow. The blacksmith is surprised. She confirmed her words, and the sword really managed to recover quickly. Rona was glad, all thanks to the internet. The blacksmith warned that the sword was very heavy and asked to keep it carefully. She added that everyone collected materials in just an hour. The blacksmith thanked the sincere words. There was a description of the sword. Physical attack plus 1111. Speed minus 1111. Skill minus beat with 1 scope. Heavy, wide but romantic sword. The girl in the glasses noted that the sword was really cool, and Ron was shocked. The price is 111 billion. She asked if she could really leave him. The blacksmith confirmed. It was a real S-class, and he asked if she was sure. Rona nodded. She replied that she was the sword she wanted. The blacksmith said that the name Ron sounds great. Rona happily lifted the sword, and she promised that with this blade would not cause natural catastrophes with every blow, but immediately accidentally destroyed the sign of the store, demonstrating power. Then she broke the plates and utensils. After frightening the blacksmith who tried to explain, he meant quite another. Rona won a new title, a cruel destruction. The Hoods watched it, considering it. The goddess, impressed with its cruelty and power. Rona apologized, not expecting such a result. The blacksmith laughed, finally understanding what is happening. Rona also appreciated his reaction. He confessed that he should not create swords to please someone. Called himself a fool. He asked himself mentally when he started working only for praise. Rona apologized. But the blacksmith assured that all is well and he was powerful. He has long been... I thought to change the workshop. Before going, he asked Ron her name, and he said he would definitely remember him for his return. He promised, create an even stronger sword as soon as possible. Rona looked in amazement as he was going, full of determination. The girl in the glasses came to the forge and saw a mess. She asked what happened. The blacksmith answered, all is well. She asked to prepare the materials with lightning energy. Although he had no time for a full forging, he said that he could impose attributes of lightning if he works all night. Sigh, he received a request, and the girl thanked and rushed on the materials. He only added, if for gratitude, then he works. She is told that if something needs, it is better to contact Ron. She thanks and thinks, do not to give out a stronger sword, but decides that it is superfluous. She just needed a replacement for a saw. She is 1 blow. It cuts a small wall and comments satisfied that the sword cuts perfectly. From the cut block, she wants to make a secret weapon. Rona puts the block in a box of objects, and with the help of ability stores it in inventory. Some of the boys' jokes, they say, you need to impress a newcomer, Lady Ron, but no one knows how to start a prayer in her honor. Girl in glasses follows everything, and he thinks that Ron has thought of something again. Rona corresponds to Arians. What simply does DIY, do it. Aries asks whether it is only an internet term, and Ron explains, which creates an extraordinary secret weapon to solve the problem of Wednesday. Aries nods approvingly. Rona asks everyone to wait for the project to complete. Aries looks at the building, which is not at all like a tower, and Ronnie advises to relax, because tomorrow is an important battle. But Rona offers help. She happily says that the job is almost complete, Arius not to the end. She understands her idea, but she is happy that Ron has come. Then she looks at the city, with anxiety, thinking that if they know the truth, the city will never be the same. She decides. Everything is over as soon as the city becomes safe. Tomorrow should end the fight. Ares explains that Wednesday begins again. One hero has already tried to fight it, but was defeated and fled. This is a deadly battle without glory and awards, but the city continues to resist. Ares says he is proud of the team. Everyone in the team knows it. Guildmaster cared not about the game, and about the city. He worked for all. That is why everyone was following him. Ares motivates the group to prepare. Tomorrow, that will solve everything. Konakoni's strategy is announced. The essence is as follows. First, the defenders will push the monsters back into the sea. Then attackers will release an electric volley into water, having created a trap of paralysis that will immobilize monsters. Even if some will break, the protective group will be ready. Ares asks not to look back. She calls, without stopping to step down while Rona watches carefully. Meanwhile, Guargo offers his armory. Guargo opens a mobile equipment for repairing equipment, and fishermen are fed for free adventurers. The Ares manages the preparation. She emphasizes that everything depends only on the warriors themselves. The whole people united for the common future. For the first time in the city, there was such cohesion, all thanks to Rani. Before its appearance, there was neither hope nor courage. Now everyone is confidently looking at the future. Today is finally will complete the fight against the environment. They believe that the number of monsters has a limit and want to turn the city. Girl with glasses says that victory is possible. Do not miss the continuation. Now there are reliable allies. The sun goes down, everything will start. Girl with glasses. He looks at the horizon, realizing that there is a decisive moment. 6th in the morning, and the latest news comes. The invasion of a water demon. Wednesday mission is started. The team is preparing for the battle. Someone calls everyone forward. 2 participants confirm the beginning of the invasion. The leader with glasses, he confidently states that they will definitely defeat today. The sun shines brightly above the horizon, but Montserrat does not appear. The heroes are alert. Monsters did not appear as expected. They are surprised and disturbed by the absence of an enemy. But suddenly they notice that the monsters go down from the sky. The Arisen warns to be alert. She raises her eyes up, and he realizes that everything was not as planned. She is disturbing. An unexpected change, despite all efforts, preparation, and strategy, end with a Wednesday once and for all. Monsters change tactics as if they were mocking. It is striking the Arisen because even the enemies took into account their previous actions, devalue the experience of the audience. Now they do not know what the onset of monsters will be. However, Ares says, what to give up early. She calls everyone to prepare. Wednesday begins. Monsters begin to appear, falling from the sky and surrounding the team. Everything covers the fog, all on combat readiness. Ares is experiencing changes, and he realizes that everything went as possible on the internet. Rona believes that her actions have led to such developments. She is sure that this is the fastest way. Ares is conceived. Possibly, it was Rona who caused the appearance of monsters. And Rona has no doubt, this is the fastest solution to the problem. Ron and the team fought hard to end the Wednesday. But the monsters suddenly began to die themselves. They fell and broken without assistance. She explains that now monsters die on their own. You don't even have to fight. The main strategy is to build a tower at the point of appearance of monsters. If you make an obstacle on the point asleep that rises up, you can raise it by 20 meters and kill all the enemies only from falling. Such a building that itself destroys the monsters is known as the gods gave it. Rona calls it a trap. The Ares with the team is not quite understanding the essence. But Rona confirms that thanks to this tower, the mission of the Wednesday can be passed automatically. Ares and others support the plan. Thanks to Rona's strategy, the port city of Aquas has become safe again. Ares celebrates the victory with everyone and thanks for the effort. Everyone rejoices. The threat of the Wednesday is overcome. And with it, the long-awaited freedom was gained. The city celebrates. There will be no endless deadly battles. Rona rejoices with everyone. She is glad that she was able to complete everything without casualties. And a lot of food has fallen from the monsters. Now stocks will be long enough. All of them are as fast as possible to deal with the threat and praise Ron. They offer a memorable photo. Leader advises Ronnie to dress up for a solemn moment. She is embarrassed, but confesses that she has already dressed. It has a traditional form of the academy, simple but symbolic. Ares praises her appearance, shining and sweet. Rona feels warm emotions and smiles. Everyone is gathering for the photo. The camera fixes the moment. Everyone smiles, celebrating victory. Joy overflows. A loud holiday is arranged on the streets. Rona tastes real seafood, and residents have fun, happy that ships are no longer destroyed. And monsters do not attack warehouses. Now adventurers can safely destroy the monsters and enjoy the food. Everyone tries mayonnaise made by men in black raincoats. The taste is stunning. Some even suggest that it will become a branded dish of the city. Someone jokes that only the musician is missing to complete the perfect holiday. Rona reports that she will play music using her skill. Everyone is amazed. She really knows everything. Grabbed, she begins to play. Her speech is lit by the crowd. She uses the skill to enlarge the image and cheerfully exclaims Onicon with exaggeration. People ask her to continue, laughing with her. Ares asks whether Rona is having fun and thanks for this unforgettable holiday. Rona thanks Ares, but she says she should really thank it. She confesses she once desperate. She did not believe that the curse of Wednesday would ever end. And she did not even imagine that the city would be so alive again. In the heart, a shadow of hopelessness. But despite this, she sincerely thanks Roni for hope. Rona is quietly thanking the gods. She discovers that has a unique skill, to hear the words of the gods. Ares is amazed by the unexpected truth. Rona explains that the plan belongs not to her but to the gods. The Ares praised her enthusiastically. She calls Rona a favorite of the gods, a real angel. But there are still formalities. The Ares mentions the payment for the use of walls and a trap. They cannot allow free use. Payment will be automatically transferred to the guild account weekly. Rona is surprised. Ares explains that real costs. These are tens of billions of forces. Construction, materials, delivery, work. Rona is concerned about, is there enough money? Ares reassures, this is not the main thing. They will still use protection. With a smile, she shows her strength until Ron asks to direct the money. To rebuild the city. Ares agrees that it is more important to her city than money. Rona moved and calls her Angel. The Ares hugs her, joking that she is a little alcohol. Rona laughs and agrees to spend money for reconstruction. Money can be withdrawn from the guild account at any time. Wednesday mission is completed. Rona receives awards, experience, medals, and the title of Choir Wednesday. And there is a new skill, rapid movement. A message appears on the screen. The system unlocked the movement function. Rona can now be teleported to the city visited, but not inside buildings. It also receives a mirror water shield as a reward. It is a rare and powerful artifact. Rona decides to test him, but hesitates. Should she take something so powerful that he can change the world? She looks at the levishing ship, and he thinks about the principles that allow him to fly. Such transport is too noticeable, so it decides to use it only in battles. In everyday life there will be enough Ragnab. But suddenly, something attracts her attention. Rona tests the shield and detects what a double jump can make with him. It pleases it, and it immediately checks its characteristics. Protection and spirit have increased significantly. Although the numbers seem strange, Rona views the characteristics and detects a new name, Vitmen. Now it has 4 DJ status. Protection, many new skills and powerful titles. All this came too quickly. Stunned, Rona decides to test his ability. It activates the barrier of the reflection that returns magical attacks. Thanks to him, she treats herself, demonstrating absolute control and power. Also, she thinks about her other skill, creating a magic barrier that almost imperceptibly increases protection. Now it is able to completely block the enemy magicians, and if you increase the attack, it will be truly dangerous. Thanks to the shield. Its ordinary and reflected magic combines, double the effect. She goes on. Explore teleportation. Just touching the names of the place, it activates the movement. It is extremely convenient. Rona chooses the city of Ifon, though worried that its skill can be exposed. But suddenly somewhere, there is a loud sound in the room. Someone goes to check, and worries whether all is well with a client. At this point, Ron uses levitation to make a double jump, but it doesn't work indoors. She accepts restrictions and prepares for further actions. Meanwhile, the city Ifon, panic. People run away, saving their lives. Some are shouting, "Flee!" Swing others do not understand what happened. Even a wounded man, preparing to die to protect the city. A warrior suddenly appears, which checks whether all goals. Its appearance saves many. At the time of threat, Reinhard, known as Lightning, appears. His speed is striking, though he has long been retired. But the enemies are getting more and more. The group is preparing for battle. The battle is cruel. Monsters are too much, and Reinhard does not retreat. Without even having the best shape, people lose hope in believing that the city is doomed. And Reinhard finds a chance. Elle points me to use magic, and he launches a lightning attack himself, the Grim Dig technique. She replies, the boldly guard, which reproaches it, though recognizes it useful. In its implementation, a true show of elite force, she calls the fiery spell of the destruction flame, contrasting its enemy shield. The power of magic faces in a fierce collision. The girl acts proudly. Her confidence is felt in every movement. The city rejoices. Everywhere celebrations and shouts of victory. The girl requires recognition. She wants her exploits to become a legend. But suddenly the fire flashes. Everyone looks in surprise. The situation changes dramatically. Before the crowd stands a high-level demon, ABA, a demon lava. Its fire is just a weak form of bench, and even he is not able to burn it. The demon radiates fear and grandeur. He explains, "What a demonic race is an ancient, full of strength and hatred of the gods. If it is resurrected, the world will die." But he is not interested in seal. He was looking for entertainment among people who play lives. He considers people worse than insects, and states that people are no longer needed. Golemus appear next to it. The team realizes that until this race is destroyed, the world will suffer. In the hearts, panic and despair. The hero is aware of the scale of the threat. He is exhausted, but decides to win a little time for the residents to escape. Others put hope on Elmina, guildmistran. Although all this happened under her leadership, she is upset that she did not have the authority before. The hero turns to her. He is concerned. He supports her. Elmina lifts the look and meets the gaze of the demon. She knows that a decisive day has come but does not think about her own destiny. Residents support her. It is a symbol of the fight against the Gogrek. They believe she does not lose the demon. The demon calls it to the duel, recognizing its courage. He calls it a sign of change, one who climbed against the dominant kind. Without the influence of emotions, Elmina demonstrates confidence, explaining she only does what elite looks. The demon confesses. She almost gave her strength to save her life. Level A ability owners can become performers in the race of demons. They are respected there. Elmina is interested in details, but demon scornfully promises to destroy the city with it. Show her real despair. Elmina is nervous. She tries to win time by asking for treatment and other details, but the demon releases a giant amount of mana, leaving it stunned. Everything around disappears in the glow. She tries to defend herself, but the situation becomes critical. Residents have a breath. Preparing for the last battle, Elmina thinks of the consequences. She uses the last remnants of mana, knowing what may be late. Elmina is throwing the last mana attack, hoping to restrain the demon. But the demon does not even shudder. It seems weak and sluggish for him. She realizes that she may die, watching a terrible picture. In the meantime, Rona is successfully teleported. It appears in the city of Ifon together with the rural. Elmina notices them and cannot believe his eyes. Rona all shines with joy. "Honey, welcome everyone, including Elmina and Reinhardt." The demon and Elmina are shocked by its appearance. The demon suspects that she brought with her a custom beast. Elmina is preparing to attack. It collects strength for a devastating fiery spell. The spell is called the Invincible Wave of the Great Flame. It launches a giant fiery ball that roars, approaching enemies. Rona is focused on, ready to meet the attack. Elmina's flames flies forward. But instead, Rona jokes with Rinshart and gives him a souvenir from the port city. Asks to pass it on to all in the guild. Reinhardt was surprised. She thought she was traveling. Ron replies that she has come back because she forgot to buy souvenirs. It decides to use teleports more often to replenish. And he wants to share everything from Eris and others before you go again. Reinhardt acknowledges that she immediately understood the threat to the city and acted quickly. He is convinced that Rona won the demon, although she did not talk about it. And it's so similar to her. Elmina asks him to stop praising. Rona is teleported to the elven village. Her warmth is met by the queen and Erna. They are surprised that she returned 2 weeks after leaving. Rona says she learned to teleport in the visited place. The queen agrees with relief, and Erna adds, "Everyone is happy thanks to her." Rona realizes that she has already forgotten the phrases she once taught. She brought the souvenir, sea combs that give temporary flight. One elf says they are also sweet. The queen is also amazed. Everyone celebrates the life of the rescuer. During toast, Ron calls everyone to eat combs and fly together. Rona stops, noticing a familiar face, recognizes the same growth, and her look becomes cold. But in response, she only shudder. In her eyes fear and panic, she clearly did not expect this meeting. Trembling, he begs to do nothing, promising complete obedience and correction. The queen interferes, explaining why he is here and why she was left in the yard. It turns out that she is a brilliant researcher looking for an endless cultivation of healing herbs. In order not to punish with force, it was sent for forced research for mass production of mapista leaves. Rona acknowledges that this is exactly what is strong. But it cannot forgive the mother and others. The main character is worried about another. How safe is its ability to control plants? It reassures. It is controlled by a magical contract, and it is dependent on the mana of Gugrek's family, so it is not a threat. To study Rona agriculture is much more interesting than dreaming of the capture of the world, she jokes. He says he will take this 100 years forward, because time will simply not remain for something else. He then asks Ron to teach her even more useful things, especially about rare herbs. Together, they explore dozens of recipes, exchange knowledge of alchemy and new plants. The queen advises to focus on practice, not only on theoretical layouts. Rona shares knowledge of plants that do not grow here. The leaves of thunder from the light swamp, corals from the Eurasian coast. She says she no longer has knowledge for the larger, but she sincerely rejoices already received. Considers these plants divine and extraordinary, and Ron is satisfied with its enthusiasm. The queen transmits Rani artifact, a crystal of Christmas. It is a magical item that was once used in the dark deeds of Gugrek's family, capable of transmitting a manu between pairs of crystals. She advises to contact the elves outside the village if Rani needs help. But thanks, and asks if the crystal can save. Rona is teleported to the port of Aqua, where she is waiting for new adventures. Meanwhile, in the village, the queen prepares something special because the journey will not end without important words. People are getting ready for the race. Suddenly, Ron appears directly on the starting line, as if specifically for participation. She is already alert, focused, and decisive. The start is about to sound. Eris says goodbye, reminding you to review the lesson, and confirms with respect. Looking at the disciples, Eris thinks of his glasses thoughtfully. Her view is directed to the distance, in thought, deep reflections. She confesses to herself that she has not felt as updated as it is now. Grateful to Rona overwhelms her, though it seemed like a simple girl. In fact, she did something majestic, what she remembers forever. Eris thinks, who is she really that? Strange, but wise, without common sense, but deeply insightful. Rona said she heard the voices of the gods through her skill. And what like she is a real angel? And at this moment, a surprise. Rona appears in front of Eris with shining angelic wings. Happy greets her, waving her wings. Hi, Eris. Then he rises into the sky and flies away, leaving that light shock. Eris is stunned. Isn't it a real miracle? But her thoughts break off the new appearance of Rona. Again, in front of her, a smiling Ron with her wings. Eris looks silently at her, embarrassed. Finally asks, you said you were going to a fishing tournament. Rona explains that he is involved in a marathon called Shadow Reset. Its essence is to calculate the place, time, and shadow of fish to know what you are causing. If you are moving, the shadow is dumped, and multiple teleportation allows you to catch rare prey. Eris listens, but does not understand anything. This logic is too strange, and Rona is already flying further, leaving her in full surprise. But curiosity wins. Eris runs afterwards, not even knowing where it goes. Her run attracts the attention of the environment. Everyone looks where she rushes. Meanwhile, Rona catches incredible fish, rare mayonagi. Her record ball shocks everyone. The second place does not reach even close. Eris looks passionate. Rona rewrites the history of this fishing tournament. The crowd scans its name. The atmosphere is filled with triumph. And then Eris mentally confesses that she may also like to be a little like Ron. Eris dreams of being himself and living more freely, feeling something in it. She remembers how she has worked steadily recently, sacrificing desires for the city. She took on the role of the gilder, from whom the predecessor refused, combining it with the service of the priestess. But now everything is different. Now it has more free time, and no longer pulls the burden of weekly missions. It is possible to live for yourself. With a decisive smile, she holds the camera and begins to take pictures of Ron. She exclaims enthusiastically, "You are wonderful, so sweet, so beautiful. I love you." Zrania barely holding back emotions. But at this point, she is grabbed by the security guard, tied and delayed, despite her cries that she is not suspected. Iris tries to explain who she is without losing dignity. It seems like Eris Blumen, Gilder's adventure. Meanwhile, Rona remembers how fun the fishing tournament went. She managed to catch many rare and delicious fish. And although she sought victory, she was wonderful. Although someone reported the suspicious person, Ron says that it was time to give the awards. It demonstrates the main prize, the legendary fishing rod, the annual margin of the bait and something. It leaves the most interesting part of the award, causing intrigue. Finally, Rona shows that she won 2 tickets for creatures. They allow you to cause random creatures with different rarity, and it hopes for something sweet. She says that she does not need powerful creatures. The main thing is to dispel loneliness and travel. Rona activates the first ticket, throwing it into the sky. Magic begins to concentrate in the air. A powerful glow forms a circle of spell on the ground, frightening others. Panicked people watch a magical sign in the sky, and Rona tries to understand what is happening. Crystal fragments begin to fall around it, and it closes the face with a hand. He asks loudly, "Who called me?" And Luli appears. It is a princess of water dragons, the future owner of the seas, who immediately states, "What does Ron make his mistress and lady?" Rona is surprised why she was called. The water draft princess stands in front of her, and Rona still does not understand what is happening. Without waiting for the reaction, she throws the second ticket, asks everyone to wait a little. Again, Luri appears, the same princess of water dragons. She asks whether Rona caused her. Then he says that he will make her his maid. But it turns out, now there are two. Two absolutely identical Lulu appears in front of everyone, and this further confuses the situation. They begin to quarrel with each other. Everyone claims that she is real. Both Lulu at the same time declare that they are real and blame the other of fraud. Ron is observed in full confusion. The dispute is exacerbated. They insult each other, pour laughing and curses. One shouts, "A brazen girl!" And Rona only sighs bitterly, not understanding how to distinguish them. Although she knows what duplication is, to see two identical creatures at the same time is too strange. In the description of the call, she reads that the conscription system is attacked by the enemies of the gods, causing cases of cloning even among angels. Gacha system is a true horror, Ron thinks, realizing that it comes out of control. One of Lulu proposes to do something with fake, but the other fluctuates. Rona finally confused. Lulu explains that duplicate can either be absorbed or sold to reduce the amount. Ron is shocked. She is strongly against such cruelty. In response, Lulu is angry and called Rona monster. The surprised Lulu begins to ask where they were at all. Rona tells that she was in the castle, as it was enveloped by the light. And now there are two princesses. She apologizes and sincerely worried about both Lulu, trying to find a reasonable decision. It decides to act humane, to unite them somehow peacefully, but first to find out where their home is. He reads a description of Luluriel, a princess of a clan of water dragons that lives in the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Although not uncommon, it is extremely effective in water battles. Rona recalls that she saw a similar castle. She is panic. Did she just get involved in an international conflict? A sad picture flashed in her head. She stole a princess, created her duplicate and suggested to sell or destroy one. She did not expect that a regular call ticket would lead to such an absurdity. If the battle continues, it can develop into a war between races. It is necessary to act quickly. Rona decides, above all, she must gain their trust. And there is very little time. It has only one chance. They go to the Aqua fish market, where Lulu is amazed by the variety of marine delicacies. Rona is surprised. Is it safe to eat something at all? But at its level, it is able to dive and fish directly from the hooks of elite clients. For her, treats are a way to create comfort and build trust, even better than words. She advises you to try a local delicacy, a crab day. Princess Lulu skeptically notes that human food is not able to impress its refined taste. But after the first spoon, her eyes expand. The dish is incredible. Rona asks whether he liked and nod Lulu fascinated. Another Lulu also recognizes, not so bad. But the next moment they quarrel again. Both grab the same fish, shouting, "This is mine!" Rona proposes to buy another fish, and the overwhelming voice is ironic. This is already the vertex of self-amanavists. Tu Lula is happily eating. Although the wallet suffers, Rona is happy that at least the international conflict will avoid. Both eat a hot dish. One of them begins to complain that the food is too hot and even threatens Ronnie. They are too sensitive to the heat, and Ron asks to cool before biting. But one ignores and burns. But in a moment, both exclaims that the dish is delicious, nutritious, and just divine. They ask for a portion, but they speak too blurred. Rona asks to speak clearly. Lulu suddenly notice that the food is reminiscent of bait, and they begin to praise the aroma of flames. They are striking the depth of taste, reminiscent of the ocean waves, and the texture is as if food is melting in the mouth. They call this dish perfect for the princess of a clan of water dragons. Rona is amazed. Is it so delicious? At this point, Eris appears. She fades, seeing the girls, and frustrated runs to them with open arms. Hugs both, repeating what they are cute and charming. Lulu is frightened and warned not to approach. People are dangerous. They even ask whether Eris wants to eat them. But in response, only their presence is genuinely happy. He says that their names are very cute, and the larger is jokes that they should make a date from Eris. But both Lulu will immediately quarrel because it can turn an international catastrophe. Arisa confesses Ronnie who did not stay and secretly took a photo of one of Lulu, because they are incredibly cute. Lulu is wary that people may be destroyed at all, but Eris assures that they are not enemies. Rona looks at two girls with tails and wings and asks if they are Eris's friends. She hesitates. If it tells everything, it can pull the Eris into a mess. He asks if he is ready for difficulties. Eris replies that he does not need medals. The main thing is to be near in a difficult moment. She adds that you should not carry everything yourself, even a strong girl. Eris asks Ron not to be ashamed of asking for adult help when it is difficult. After all, Rona has already done too much for everyone. Time and think about herself. Rona admits Eris, who accidentally called the princess from the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. And perhaps she created her duplicate, and then suggested that one of them eat the other, or to be sold for money. Eris listens silently, shocked, but does not interrupt. Rona is afraid that her actions can lead to an interspecific war or even a global crisis. But Eris reassures her. The main thing is not to panic right now. She says that the most important thing is to keep yourself and act with kindness, not to be afraid of consequences. Eris advises not to panic at such moments. It is better to drink and just laugh. She admires this a little excess, laughing and shaking with a glass in her hand. Rona is surprised, but Eris apologizes that she has leaving and did not help. Rona realizes how difficult the situation is, but wants to solve everything peacefully. She proposes to return Lulu home, without quarrels or magical disasters. He calls for both Lula and tries to remain calm, organized, and balanced. But she notices that they disappeared. They went back to the fish market. Meanwhile, Eris is still laughing and drinking, not paying attention to a potential international scandal. Rona runs around the market in search of girls, with anxiety in her heart. And here they appear. Both Lulu accuse Rona of intentions to steal their strength and challenge. Give her 3 seconds before attacking. One jumps on Ron. But the attack is interrupted. Cats suddenly appear and stand up for Rona. They attack Lulu, creating full chaos. But she shouts for help, wounded and lost. Ron, in panic, does not know what to do next. She remembers, Lulu is a type of fish. You can use a special item. She instantly takes a fishing rod and accelerates Cats, protecting Lulu. In response, both Lulu is called her maid and hugged. They say they trust her and what they like. Rona thinks that the servants are really quickly tied. She thinks that the world on the surface is wild and scary, and the families of people are even more scary. At the same time, these two are just cute creatures, though now they seem exhausted. Rona notices something strange. Something is wrong. She recalls, all the summons start from the first level. Her mistakes accumulate. She lists the crimes. She abducted the princess, created a clone, ordered to eat or sell, fed bait, and lowered to 1 level. This is no longer a mess. It is a direct road to war. Therefore, Rona decides to return them to Atlanta. But Lulu is said to have already ate the bait and learned a lot about the surface. Rona asks whether they know the way to Atlan, but both only lower their shoulders. Then Rona is responsible, now her turn to help. Eris assures that she is in the topic. After Rona's story, she conducted her own study in the temple library. Eris shares that the city has many legends about water dragons, and the kingdom of Atlan is a sacred place. The priest of the priestess Marilyn says, the song of the water dragon will open the way to Atlan when the dawn will come together on the night of the full moon. The melody is lost, but it can be learned from the ancient golem that protects the temple in the dungeon of the lunar beacon. He stands west of the city, and it is he who stores a song on the altar of a water dragon. Eris thanks Roni for his help. As a priestess of water dragons, it will solemnly swear to the path to the underwater kingdom of Atlan. Roni is a little strange to say it, but she found a point with a lunar symbol on the map. The stone with the moon indicates that from there you can get to Atlan. However, there are neither tips nor a clear road, and Rona doubts that this is a real way. Eris assumes that people may need a special item to get there. Rona is sure that if it is written on the internet that everything is normal, she believes. But Eris reminds that it is impossible to reach the underwater kingdom on foot. Rona believes that the trip is dangerous, and asks 3 to stay, throwing them a life-saving buoy. All 3 with anxiety look as Rona goes forward. Suddenly she is attacked. It is absorbed by the explosion, and it falls into the sea until others shout her name and be pleased to be careful. At the bottom of the ocean, Ron does not feel pain, although he loses consciousness. And suddenly he notices that he breathes. She says habitually, the body is dry, no water. She noticed the glowing path on the seabed. And indeed, it is underwater, but everything works. Fish float around and she understands. Through the glitch created by the gods, the explosion dropped it into a special zone. The path was open. Water does not resist, as they said on the internet. She jumps joyfully, smiling. Lulu twins appear and ask if everything is fine with it. Rona calls them closer and says that Aris will tell all the goals. They still doubt whether Ron is a person, but he confirms it. Aris lightly sighs. She still snorts with alcohol, but she is amazed that the cries and explosions were the song of the water dragon. It was this tune that opened the way to Atlan. Arissa thanks, though he admits he was cheat. Another woman is swearing because Aris rests on her day off, despite his important job. But he replies that this is the first holiday a year and wants to see Atlan too. But the woman says it is a fable and asks if she is in herself. Aris screams that the kingdom exists, but she is quickly forced to return to his responsibilities. Rona thinks that next time Aris will be with him. Together with the twins Lulu, they gently and quietly float with marine depths. Rona is delighted as her chance to know a completely different world. They are almost near the kingdom. Lulu promises to show the road, but Rona warns. The monsters can be further. Indeed, on the way there are monsters that cause terrifying twins. These are high levels, 40 and above, extremely dangerous. Rona prepares 3 skills: reflection, dignity of the queen, and another one that has not yet been completed. She uses the small thunder attack, destroying a crowd of enemies, increases the level and improves skills, such as the skill of the massacre and killer of Pisces. It puts on the crown of the Queen of Roses, fascinating the enemies around. Lulu indicates the castle. They know the path and are ready to show it. Rona is stunned. In front of her underwater kingdom Atlan, as if from a fairy tale pages. She enters the kingdom and sees the residents in panic. They shout that the kingdom is doomed through the invasion of man. Rona activates the ideal technique of incision of the flow of water, colliding with the creature from the legends. She is already accustomed to such situations, though she recognizes this is serious. The underwater city, cut off from the world for more than 1,000 years, was a reality. But it is vulnerable, and to study it more difficult than it seemed. One of the twins says, "Our maid is a good person." Suddenly a young man who recognizes the princess appears. He is shocked. 2 of them. True chaos in the kingdom. Residents cannot believe what they have seen and try to understand which one is real. Lulu begins to argue, proving each of their authenticity. Residents in stupor. How to distinguish between 2 identical princesses? Rona finally acknowledges that she abducted the princess and created a copy of it. She begins to realize the entire depth of the committed. She is asked if she is responsible for the lightning that burned the sea. People are outraged. Lulu is acknowledged that Rona tried to sell them, but add, now everything is fine with them. Ron is thrown to the dungeon for abduction, cloning and trafficking in human beings. She is wrapped in magical shackles, but things with it. She accepts the situation. It was expected. But she notices the protection is weak. On the wall she sees a prison map with a slight escape route, but she does not see. Meanwhile, Lulu argues whether the maid is a princess, but they agree. She is good and must return. The prince will quarrel the twin, saying that people have deceived the princess. He recalls that it was people who caused a catastrophe for the kingdom. Requires a return maid to her world. Lulu is frightened, but they promise to take care of each other, even despite the tension. Lulu want to take care of their maid, but are confused in the concept of watering. Rona understands. There are many misunderstandings between races. The prince complains about the lack of food. They barely feed 2 princesses. And here is a person. Rona reaches him food. He is surprised, asks where she has such stocks. The guards suspect the trap and demand to stop strange behavior. But Rona assures that it is not a bribe, but a gesture of peace. She proposes to eat together. However, the guards remain wary. They are not inferior. And yet, when they smell, they try the dish, and immediately fall in love with her taste. Something like this has never been tasted. They can't stop. Everything is too tasty. They compare this with the fish they ate before and understand. The fish bait, which was given by Ron, is much more efficient. Especially for water dragons, it causes admiration and satiety. There was a technical error with the English repetition. We missed this frame while maintaining logic. Rona says he has a few more dishes for the next week, and will surprise everyone again. It shares a bait recipe that can be created with alchemy. The dragons are moved and thank her. They recognize, in spite of everything, Rona is a good person. In the end, she is released from prison, and the residents of Atlan greet her as a guest. Rona is officially presented. She is ready to continue her trip. Meanwhile, the king is coming about Ron. The report is accusation of the abduction of the princess. King Inarios is considering the case. He decides there will be a court under his control. Although he does not know Ron personally because she is a man, he still commands, Bring her immediately as his daughter is already safe. He also says to Princess Lul despite the protests. And he smiles mysteriously. Laughs loudly, because when Lulu disappeared, he was afraid of the failure of his own plan. He heard rumors about Ron Hermit and thought that she would become a complex enemy, but was easily captured. This hermit has been bringing many problems lately. She has already destroyed the army of darkness, and it seems that she found a mysterious cave of water. The legendary month of water will appear in this place. And here comes Marilyn on the stage. She announces her victory over Ron. He calls her a captive in shackles, a fish on a board that is about to cut. Marilyn laughs. What, Rono? Are you already in tears? Do you cry with blood? She activates the magic Aqua vision to show her condition, but suddenly it turns out that Rona is actually a chief of Harling Weston. He remembers his beloved octopus, which he cannot find. Rona explains that his wife just hid an octopus in a container in the kitchen. She reassures the boss. Everything is fine with a pet. He confesses that he wanted to cook the dish for the anniversary, which he forgot. The wife is frustrated with tears, even in her protective suit made of polyurethane. Ron is praised. She not only decided the food crisis, but also settled a family conflict. She is given 10 pearls as a gratitude. Even Marilyn and water dragons are surprised and alert. They are striking that she was able to solve everything only with wit, despite magical shackles. Rona is still wrapped in them, officially prisoner, but clearly does not behave as a criminal. Marilyn warns, communication with people brings only trouble. She is sure. Water dragons and people will never be able to understand. In rage, she decides to remove her own magic tribe and start revenge. She opposes Psyking and King Nereos, showing the burden of millennial hatred. That shocked. He did not expect such a revelation. It turns out that the current Psyking is a self-assembly named Marilyn, a witch of lunar water. She was only predicted by the legitimate ruler of the underwater kingdom. True Psyking does not have time to react as his personality is exposed. He understands that the plan of the hermit was intentionally captured and penetrated into the heart of the castle. Its tactics made it possible to expose the enemy, even despite the distrust of water dragons. But the imposter believes that no one will dare to touch him in the image of the Sea King. But its form is destroyed when someone pronounces the correct keyword. Marilyn guesses that it was Rona who traced and brought her to clean water. Its transformation is cancelled, and it does not want to spend Manu to activate the spell again. In despair, Marilyn orders a full-scale attack on the kingdom. But she reveals, her plan has long been destroyed, and she didn't even notice it. She finally realizes that lightning was not an attack, but an attempt to stop monsters. Rona suggests that she is not in business at all, but Marilyn already sees her threat. The moment of the court comes. Ron is officially proceeding. Marilyn realizes that Rona is not a simple person, but a true threat, and tries to escape. But he knows. It is impossible to escape from the hermit humanist too late. Ron is brought to the throne hall. It appears in front of the king itself. Marilik recognizes her and does not restrain the admiration of the rival's mind. The maid are amazed, asked about Psyking, but Marilyn is interrupting, now not to formalities. She confesses that she took the place of the king of Anarios to revenge on the people and the water dragons who betrayed her. Marilyn tries to break the seal of the ancient crystal of water hidden deep in the sea. Rona recognizes her strength. She recalls that Marilyn has anti-illness technique. Rona herself used it. But the witch does not deviate and swear to destroy everyone who contradicts it. The atmosphere is exacerbated. Everyone is aware of the scale of the threat. People in the hall do not understand why Marilyn suddenly confesses. Lulu suspects something, but says nothing, leaving everyone in tension. Water dragons have long suspected that Seeking was the imposter. Rona asks to explain the situation again. Even she became entangled in everything. Marilyn, illuminated by the glow of the moon, states that no one will escape from her illusory prison. Ron thinks why she cancelled her own transformation and does not have time to conclude. Marilyn challenges, "Are you a witch too? Even if so, you will not win me." It activates the magic of water, direct disorientation, by multiplying its images. And now Rona sees dozens of Marilyn. None is real. Rona is confused, asks, "And the court is still going on?" But Marilyn continues. She sold the soul to the demonic king and surpassed human boundaries. "You are just a man in shackles," she says. "You have no chance." Rona activates the reflection skill. He wants to defend himself. Marilyn launches its strongest attack, the magic of the Aqua ray water, trying to drown it. But Rona directs the reflection, evades the impact, and survives. It contradicts immediately, the earth drainage technique. The blow causes a wave of pain among enemies. The effect is instant. After 20 seconds, the consequences are visible. But, nevertheless, Rona loses the battle. Ron wins. Silence falls in the hall. Everyone is trying to comprehend what they have seen. After the battle, magical shackles are removed from her, but she does not yet understand what happened. As a result, they explain that Rona was completely dependent on magic. She won by reflecting her attacks and depleting the mana. Even with magical seal, she could only use personal or elaborated skills. Winning Marilyn's witch, her magic managed to break. Rona goes to a dungeon where someone was imprisoned. She opens a suspicious chest, hoping to find the answer. But as soon as it opens, falls down the trap. She finds herself in front of the real Seeking Inarios. Princesses immediately recognize him, and they rush to him shouting, "Dad!" Rona is watching it surprised. King Inarios, the father of Princess Lululler, says that he lived for centuries and almost became god. He asks, why does two daughters suddenly have him? Rona explains that during the conscription artifact caused accidental duplication. She also reports that the witch Marilyn, who pretended to be king, has already been disposed of. Inarios sighs. While he was in the seal, there was a lot of everything. But the problem with the double accepts. He says it is like a natural disaster, no one is guilty, and it adds, the main thing is that both daughters are alive. He is happy to have two charming princesses at once and considers it a true blessing. It hugs them, but they turn away. The smell shocks a little. The king sincerely thanks Ronnie for the rescue of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Marilyn remains in prison with a gloomy look. It is recognized. It is a former priestess. The king says that once people and water dragons maintained connections, they exchanged treasures and priestesses with royal human blood. But the dark truth was behind it. In the past, royal priestesses were sacrificed to monsters. The twins are shocked. But the king adds that it was a difficult time when an attempt at the union of people and dragons failed. Peace did not reach. The war began. And Marilyn, then the priestess. She had to be sacrificed, but fell in love and felt prohibited emotions. She ran, persecuted by those who wanted to execute her for the temptation of the Sea King. She was surrounded. Hundreds of eyes screams, "Grab her!" But when Marilyn sees the king, she sincerely rejoices, calls him. But he ignores her. The guard silently recedes, and Marilyn is unsuccessfully trying to meet his gaze. She calls him again, but there is no answer. She remembers, as it was sealed in the artifact Soul's chest, which stopped time and was thrown into the sea. She woke up after a thunder. Years passed. During this time, the sea closed for humans, and a clan of water dragons became only a legend. The Dragon Temple, once mighty, declined, and Marilyn turned into a forgotten evil witch. But it didn't matter to her, because after all, everyone died. The king warns, in this place both people and dragons are doomed. Everyone feels anxious energy. Some confuse it with love, but they understand. These are only the consequences of volcanic activity underwater. The king guesses that something went wrong and asks Marilyn whether it is her hands on the right. She confirms. She weakened the seal, which restrained the monster in the dungeon of Atlan. It was the primary water crystal, Eve. Although she could not completely destroy the seal, she had a little left. The king is amazed. It is a mythical creature that even 7 goddesses could not seal. It cannot be controlled. He asks Marilyn, why really wants? But he only answers, he wants everyone to absorb the sea. Even Rona will not survive. The king calls her a mad, naive demon. But Marilyn repeats the mantra, Kurorara star, and threatens to turn everyone into foam. In despair, the king asks what to do. His daughter turns to Rona for help, but the confused and does not quite understand what is happening until Marilyn continues her spell. Rona begins a study of the primary crystal. Eve, the boss of the underwater kingdom of Atlan. Learn. Level 160. Weak to physical attacks and potions. Has the ability to evolution, multiplication, and regeneration. He once turned half of the planet into the ocean. Rona understands that this battle is impossible for her. But the seal is already beginning to collapse. The king feels pain in the sea. The connection with the ocean is broken. If everything lasts, the kingdom will fall. To keep the seal, you need a victim of royal blood. Rona is concerned, and twins announce that Lulu should be a victim. But he decides strongly, feeling worthless. The king announces this by a royal order that cannot be broken. He reassures Lulu. She tells her that she is a future pearl of the sea, which should become a great marine queen. He confesses that his only desire was to see how she would grow. Princesses cry, hugging their father, not wanting to lose him. All present are shocked by his decision. The king raises his hand, trying to attract attention. It looks like he wants to say something important, but Rona smiles and states loudly that he will solve the problem on herself. The king is amazed. He did not expect such courage. But Rona confirms. She will destroy the primary water crystal herself. Everyone around is surprised. They ask a little time before starting. And Ron is ready at this moment. In her eyes, determination. Others doubt. Will an ordinary person defeat the legendary monster? It is warned. This creature is so strong that it can destroy the world. Rona recognizes that the enemy killed even gods. Even in S-class armor, it is difficult to survive a direct stroke, but she does not retreat. She states, now she understood everything, and she was no longer the one that was before. Previously, it was impulsive, and now prepared. Thanks to the internet, she has learned to think strategically. Rona studied all the weaknesses of the boss, looked at the dozens of guide video, training the battle of mentally, and now she confidently says, ready. The elder calls her Lady Ron and warns, the crossing the portal, it will enter the barrier, and there will be no way back. But Rona is fearlessly stepping forward, holding weapons firmly. She is told, you can return only after winning the crystal. She agrees without hesitation, so even better. The elder apologizes for doubts. Even Psyking bows to her, wishing good luck. Rona is embarrassed, asks not to do so. Such majestic creatures should not bow to man. But the inhabitants of the underwater kingdom also bow. They remember the ancient faith that people and water dragons cannot coexist. They have been taught to be afraid of people and consider them from childhood. But while all paralyzed by the killer aura of the enemy, only Rona steps forward. She is not guilty of this people, but still works for them. Her courage moves creatures. They forget about racial differences and wish her good luck. When Rona moves away, one of the girls rushes her with tears. He shouts that he is suicide and pleases her not to go. As soon as girlfriends became. Tears confess, Rona is her first real girlfriend. But she just smiles and promises she won't disappear. I will always be there, she says. The sisters are moved and ask, is this true? With a smile and confidence, Ron replies, the best place is just in front of the boss door. It accurately directs the spell. The starting attack's small grim. The outbreak is hitting the magic barrier of the boss. It begins to throb. The energy diverges around. From the force of impact, the barrier cracks just in the eyes. All are amazed and twins in shock, do not understand how possible it is possible. Rona rejoices in a successful blow. Everything works exactly as she studied on the internet. While waiting for the right moment, it launches the series of small thunder, exacerbating cracks in the barrier. The barrier reacts madly. The powerful energy is released. The elder warns, there will be an explosive attack soon. He orders everyone to flee immediately and tries to extract Ron. But she ignores the warning and stubbornly launches another small thunder without going to stop. The barrier trembles from constant blows. Rona continues calmly, removes the chair from the inventory and sits, as relaxed as possible. She is satisfied with the preparation and says that he is ready. Complete confidence and control. The sounds from the barrier change suddenly. The elder fades as a change in the battle phase. The boss goes to a new stage. He explains, the enemy has several forms, and this form is an Istar, known for its self-healing. One of the girls in a panic asks, how to win it then? And Ron just sits and waits, keeping calm. It launches another small thunder, this time with reflection and double force. The spell beats with new power. The barrier reaction becomes even more aggressive. The strategy works perfectly. Rona attacks again. The barrier shudders, and the sisters are afraid that the boss is transforming again. While others are lost in guessing, Rona retains full confidence. Warriors are surprised. Is such a strategy allowed at all? She just smiles. I understood the whole pattern, as it was said in Gaida. Hide indicates that the enemy's nucleus has 4 forms. But the room has a blind area, the perfect place for attacks. It is a tactic known as the Abuse Zone. Ron knows exactly what he does. She's preparing for the final blow outside the risk zone. It launches the last small thunder at full capacity and heals directly into the nucleus. The blow breaks the core. The boss is defeated. Rona rises from 57 to 67 levels. The skill of the giant killer increases to level 4, plus 50 inventory slots appear in the title, the one that surpassed the primary. Everyone sighs with relief, and Ron says with a smile, the world is saved. But looking back, she notices something strange. Everyone looks at her silently with distrust. The boss is defeated. The portal opens. Rona celebrates and invites everyone to come. She has fun with a reward, and others, still shocked, are watching from afar. Going into the hall of the fallen boss, everyone is amazed. In front of them, a surreal landscape. Although they are deep underwater, the space is flooded with sun, with wind and crystal with clean water. How is this possible? Rona recognizes this place and gladly says, this is the sacred sanctuary of the gods. She saw it in the religious anime in the opinings, and immediately recognized the location. All unanimously call this place a sacred sanctuary. The elder feels the power of the gods. One of the girls feels something and cautiously warns Ron. Twins are delighted with a forward and come across a mysterious chest. They are surprised that this is a reward. Rona recalls the same after victory over another boss. The elder concludes that the world gives special treasures to win over strong opponents. He solemnly states that this award belongs to Roni. She asks whether it is fine. Everyone is happy to confirm. Opening the chest, Rona with twins bakes from shock. The content is impressive. Inside, a swimsuit relief set. Everyone gets in amazing. Rona barely publishes trying to understand what she had just got. Everyone is lost in guessing. The elder thinks whether it is related to the ancient dreams of dragons. Twins suggest that the world just wants to see Ron in this image. Rona's discordant explains that it is not about it. Despite its appearance, it is a SSS brony with high characteristics and unique skills, the strongest in the world. She jokes, how can a swimsuit give plus 1,000 to protection? Maybe the gods like it, and decides to wear it under clothes. After a thorough analysis, Ron learns that he doubles the success and the number of blows of the dance of water clones. Smiling, she accepts the award. As a gratitude, she is leading to the treasury of the underwater castle of Atlant. Seeing a huge hall full of treasure, Ron is amazed. Twins say it is a gift for the salvation of the kingdom of Lulu. It can take anything. But Rona politely refuses. She does not need treasures. The king replies that it is the heritage of ancestors from the Golden Kingdom, and they do not need it. But Rona explains that it is not important to her. She cannot eat it. All are surprised by such an answer. Instead of treasure, she asks to taste the local cuisine. The king and twins are lost. The king's discordant explains. Now in the kingdom of famine, everyone feeds only with algae. He sincerely regrets. Rona mentions the lack of food in the underwater kingdom, and she has a brilliant idea. With enthusiasm, she offers cooperation with the residents of the surface. A winning strategy for both worlds. Meanwhile, on the surface of Arius is waiting for Ron, a little worried about her delay. At first, believing that it is not necessary to worry, she begins to doubt. She released Rona. And here she sees her from the far, but sees 3 rails at once. In confusion, she asks what is happening. And Ron's clones are surprised to ask if everything is fine. This is not hallucination, just Rona looks strange. Rona explains that copies have appeared when testing a new skill. Everything is normal, you do not need to worry. Arius is already accustomed to Rona's weirdness, so he is not surprised when he invites her to become a representative of people in negotiations with the water tribe of dragons. Ron also recalls that he wants to involve Dwargo, because the underwater kingdom is interested in Forge. Arius does not have time to comprehend everything, as they hear that they are heading to the underwater kingdom of Atlan. And shocked, not having time to insert the word, she is already on the road. Ron and her clones happily pull her with her. Arriving, Arius is delighted with the beauty of the underwater kingdom, like a fairy tale. She realizes that she has become part of the historical moment. Dwargo admires, entering the hall of the underwater kingdom. Crystal technologies and ancient materials affect it. He delighted analyzes the balance of flexibility and strength. He is approached by a girl with a damaged spear, wondering if he is really accustomed from the surface. Dwargo is amazed, a spear of incredible quality, worthy of being a national property. Its shape inspires. New ideas for forging begin to explode in the head. Dwargo's eyes glow. He begs to lead him immediately to the forge to repair everything in a row. Rona with a smile watches how he kaifis from every moment. Meanwhile, Arius is trying to officially, but it is evident she is nervous. She is confused in words, laughs strange, and it is anxious to the Sea King. Rona protects Arius, saying that she is a good person, even with a strange neck icon. But the guards are suspicious of people, especially to Rona, which is already considered the most dangerous. One adds that Arius secretly photographed the girl. In the midst of the controversy, the king suddenly recognizes the name of the clan of the Blue Moon. The priestly genus still exists. Arius is shocked. The Sea King is frustrated. He did not believe that he would ever sit at a table with a priestess of the Temple of the Water Dragon. Arius thinks that her ancestors would be happy. Rona asks why she was called here, and he hears the answer. In the underwater kingdom, Atlan is a shortage of food. But the port city of Aqua has surpluses, thanks to the resources that fall from the monsters every Wednesday. Rona offers a simple solution. Atlan has treasures and Aqua, food, but there is a lack of money. They can exchange excess and both win. The idea impresses the king. He calls this day historic to the kingdom. He announces a new day, without fear of monsters and without hunger. Everyone celebrates the beginning of the welfare era. Twins want to know more about the surface. Rona says there is also a delicious fish. She is asked if there is a forest where trees are eternally growing. She confirms and adds, there are elves. It proposes to create a field in that sacred place. It has a familiar elfian who specializes in plants. Twins are delighted. They promise to treat sashimi elves in exchange for help. They imagine this place as a fun secret base. Rona adds that planting trees will provide a lot of trees. The king watches enthusiasm and says nostalgia that this new era may no longer be for him. The former priestess of Maryland is watching from afar. She recognizes Rona's mind, even if her plans seem meaningless. Ron thinks a few steps forward. She shines with happiness next to the twins. It became impossible to reality. People and water dragons live in harmony. But Marilyn covers the rage. She remembers the war that, in her opinion, she was inevitable, and recognizes that she had ignited it. The king is gently answered what was in the past. Now everything has changed. Irritated and confused, Marilyn blames the king of mockery, but quickly retreats, not knowing how to react. She confesses that she has been brought up from childhood as a victim. She does not care with her. The king denies any hostility, and says that his ancestors were commanded to accept it with respect. He will once return. Surprised, Marilyn asks, why? Rona is referred to as the one that conveyed this ancient will. The king, not understanding the point completely, begins to explain. Ron is asked to show something Marilyn, and she enthusiastically agrees. She activates the mysterious device, says, let's miss advertising, and turns on the video. Marilyn is surprised. What is it? Ron replies that it is difficult to explain, but it looks like a message of God's. Something sacred. The video begins. Marilyn looks carefully, alert. In the video, a woman on the verge of self-sacrifice says she does not regret. She acknowledges that she was stupid. The sea closed through it, and the country broke up with people. She wanted to create a world where people and dragons are equal, but were defeated. The camera shows how a woman is getting ready for 1,000 years. Next to the body stands another figure. She hopes that in the future people and dragons will learn to live together, and he will wake up in peacetime, not as a victim. In the other scene, Shurjui appears. His last desire is that his beloved lives happily, even without him, but he is afraid that she will remain alone, without memory of him. He calls her a pox and imagines her crying alone. His appeal was filled with tenderness. He wanted to see the sealets once again, to show the flowering of coral saccharus. All those little things that did not have time to say. It was once forbidden, but now he is free and finally expresses everything. Even if she never hears it, it has become easier. Perhaps it is better. The spirit of the warrior Shurju appears just before everyone, smiling and confesses. He always loved Marilyn. From shock, she covers her face without holding back tears. Bright light reveals its presence during the ceremony. In silence, everyone looks at her, and Marilyn, through tears, smiles. Idiot. I also wanted to see you. It moves this message to the depths of the soul. She cannot keep his emotions. Although she believed that she was too late for happiness, the memory of him heals the heart. Smiling, she confesses, glad that she was able to express her feelings. And with the end of the conflict between peoples, peace finally prevailed. Rona has fun on the beach, in the same swimsuit from the legendary chest. The cooperation between Atlan and the surface began. Everyone celebrates the beginning of a new era of peace. Rona enjoys the sea in the circle of friends. Arias also appears on the beach. Its arrival attracts attention. Rona is gladly surprised. The harmony between the worlds is real. Rona asks for the mysterious light that surrounded Arias, but only smiles and answers mysterious. Dargog appears on the beach with a dissatisfied look. Rona notices something strange on him, but he waves. Another of the secrets of the world. While Rona communicates with Arias, he remembers amazing puzzles. But he tells that he heads to the royal capital, but missed the previous ship. Arias reassures. The next ship will arrive in 3 days. So Rona decides to enjoy the rest on the beach, despite the fact that she cannot swim. Arias encourages her to have fun. She proposes to play beach volleyball. The idea immediately captures Ron. She knows the game, but does not understand the rules at all. Arias assumes the role of a coach, and Dargogo, though without enthusiasm, agrees to join. Arias confidently takes the ball and preparing to show how to serve properly. But suddenly the ball begins to shine strangely, stunning everyone. She smiles mysteriously and whispers, "Disappear." The ball disappears just in the air, leaving everyone in shock. Ron, Twins, and Dargo do not believe the eyes. The ball just evaporated. and suddenly it appears with explosive force, cut into the sand near Dargo. A wave of sand raises from the impact, forming a crater. Ron with twins look at the stroke with open mouths. Arya solemnly states, 1 point. She explains. If you hit the opponent, it is considered as a point. Rona is still a little confused in the rules. When Arias compares volleyball to divine sports tennis, Ron asks whether it is normal that the game shoots rays. Arias jokes, already think you have won. Here, Darko enters the game, confidently speaking that he has not yet completed his phase of reception. It reveals the secret. Manipulated the ball rotation, creating a microscopic curvature of space. Meanwhile, Arias says she stopped time while serving. They play a game like the gods in battle, exchanging absurd techniques. Arias does not lose confidence. She warns, she has 108 variations of innings. He says that only Aqua residents can use the power of Kai in volleyball. Dargogo, though skeptical, is full of determination to prove its advantage. They look at each other with hard seriousness. Both jump into the air, confronted in a frantic volleyball duel that turned into a real battle of the gods. After the enchanting confrontation, Ron is surrounded by captured twins with a glitter in the eyes. They ask her to teach her to swim. Rona is lost, but they already pull it to the water, filled with enthusiasm. It's been 3 days. Rona is moving goodbye to friends. The Aries cries and confesses. He will miss her. Dargo solemnly promises to Arok the legendary sword on Atlanza technique, and Ron, a little awkward, swear to return. Twins are missed by her departure, but Rona promises. Thanks to teleport, she soon visits. Moved by her words, girls ask, "We call us when needed." Lulu dreams of becoming a great sea king and wants to learn more about the sushi world. It is especially interested, food. From her sincere words, Ron barely holds her tears and thank her sincerely. Rona's unexpectedly hears her call her name and looks around. But Lulu with their sister assures, they said nothing. In order not to delay the farewell, Rona joyfully pushes the girls to the ship, saying goodbye to a smile. Finally, she examines everyone she met during her stay, and although she is a little alone, she smiles warmly, remembering the fun days in the city. She waves from the ship, saying goodbye to everyone on the pier. Her new friends are happy to answer, promising to meet again. But the calm sea suddenly breaks a huge snake, the legendary Tyre. It threatens to flood all the ship. Panic passengers, the monster causes real chaos, and while the team fusses, Rona quietly goes to the nose of the ship, ignoring the cries. She activates magic. The wings of light unfold behind her back, and the girl takes off into the sky. With confidence, Ron's witch uses a reflection spell. The little thunder beats the snake and he falls defeated. A title, a marine monster fighter, appears on the screen. Raising, smiling, Rona celebrates victory. Everything went exactly as they wrote in the guide. The boss loses the magic of distance and display. The old monsters are no longer relevant. She arrives at a new place where she is already known. The locals enthusiastically call it the Archangel Ron, the winner of the regional boss with 1 blow. They mention how she delivered rare materials and set protection in 1 day. Rona is a little confused. She did not expect such glory. She tries to remain modest, recognizing only part of her. But people do not stop admiring. Someone says that she creates miracles outside the port of Aquaos, adding fantastic details. One of the inhabitants tries to reassure the crowd. People thank her and go, leaving Rona slightly puzzled. She meets the traveling Kanach Kupchin, which was found with her on one ship. Kanaha is kindly welcome, but when he calls herself, Rona frozen as if she recognized something important. On her nothing is just a smile. They shake their hands, sharing friendly smiles. Kanak is amazed by Rona's magic and asks with interest, "Who are you really?" But Rona is modestly replies, "Just a regular traveler." Kanak laughs, not believing in the usual. Rona is too strong to be a simple traveler. Finally, Rona arrives in the royal capital of Webengimus, amazed by her grandeur. In front of her, towers, palaces, and a giant inspection wheel. It is passionate about. She shares emotions with the canopy, but looked around, does not find him nearby. Rona does not understand where he disappeared, and suggests that he had urgent cases. Meanwhile, suspicious men arrive at the port and start asking about it. One of them understands. The royal knight is involved in the case. It becomes clear that it is more serious than it seemed. They look for more details. Someone recalls, the girl has a special staff. It radiates the divine aura, has wisdom and extraordinary force. But at the same time he behaves strangely. He looks into the void, muttering something about the grass, like a cat in a trance. Everyone confirms, yes, this is exactly Rona. The gaze of nowhere, random words, everything matches. They are amazed. They understand. The country wants to use it as a final weapon because of its absurd force. Rona appears with her wings and a radiant aura, confirming that she is really a living divine weapon. Men assure the knight who do not know her, and give ordinary travelers. The knight calmly thanks and says, "I understood." The three of them decide to protect Ron, shouting loudly that they will not allow it to be used as weapons, and that will protect her smile at any cost. Elsewhere, the knight receives a report. Rona was not among the passengers. He is amazed where she went. Meanwhile, Kanaka is contacted with the center, reporting that she has already made contact with the target. At the same moment, someone asks where the great prophetess of Ron. The report states that Rona's power exceeded the expectation. It destroyed the maritime ruler with one blow. The government considers it a threat to national level, and even considers liquidation. But Kanak smiles calmly and takes everything. "Leave it to me." She is sure that even if Ron is defeated, nothing will change. She already knows the result. The voice at the end confesses, as the main spy of the kingdom, Kanak has all the abilities, but warns, the failure will have serious consequences. If it is wrong, the consequences will be catastrophic. Kanaka prepares for action, puts on gloves with cold determination in the eyes. She calls Ron a hermit, and says that the girl is more vulnerable than it seems. It activates the spy artifact, a crystal of status analysis. Meanwhile, Rona smiles carelessly, dreaming of the future. Kanak goes into a strategic regime. The world belongs to those who have data. She is sure, having all the information, you can win anyone. With a cold smile, she looks at the crystal. "Show me your data. Let you see the whole truth." The data shock it. Rona Hermite. Level 68. Magical attack 38771. HP 98,120. Legendary SSS equipment. Magic swimsuit and SSS levels. Internet. Terror Dare. Water Shadow Dance. Titles. A Cruel Destroyer. A Marine Monster Fighter. Chosen by the World Tree. A Witch of Evil. The system confirms. This is the level of Lovey 68. Kanak looks into the crystal with horror. She got into a real nightmare. Kanaka, not believing, the crossed crystal and shake it as if it were a mistake. But the numbers do not change, and it is in a panic. Rona rates are hundreds of times higher than 999, the level of demonic lord, or a dark god. Kanha, covered with cold sweat, whispers, "I didn't have to see it." A horrible thought climbs in the head. And suddenly Ron will realize that she was scanned. She grabs for herself. It is impossible to hesitate. Now the goal is only one, to earn Ron's recognition at any cost. While Kanak is immersed in the strategy, Rona herself has fun walking the city, singing about delicious food without knowing anything. People from different regions discuss her exploits. Someone calls her the rescuer of elves, others, those who hear the voices of the gods. It is also described as a beautiful archangel, which rescued Aquas from a great flood. Even the guards talk about a girl capable of flying heaven. Her glory grows, and Rona herself has no idea. Meanwhile, knights in despair are looking for a great prophetess. Her ability to fly and teleport makes searches almost impossible. At the same time, anxious rumors spread. Natural cataclysms and the appearance of a mysterious girl in the company of people in black. The voltage in the capital is increasing. Knights decide to act. Only the prophetess will be able to restore hope. The orders are clear: to find it at any cost before the capital covers the crisis. Rona confidently stops in the middle of the city, but honestly confesses to herself. She got lost and has no idea where to go. She tries to understand the Wevingen map, but he quickly loses patience. Though he knows local delicacies, it is not possible to navigate. He thinks about asking someone, but cannot even find the help center for lost children. Costello's gold loaf orders, and the seller advises to contact the main square. "Thank you." She takes sweets. Having tasted the first piece, Rona exclaims enthusiastically, "Divine taste." The seller is pleased to see her happiness. Stunned by her reaction, the seller gives another one. "Just." Rona gladly agrees and continues to eat with an expression of pure happiness on his face. Her sincere joy attracts the attention of passers-by. People begin to gather around. The emotional atmosphere around Rona attracts even more buyers to the counter. The seller notices in confusion that there are almost no ingredients left. All the flavors were handed over. Seeing a hype, other passers-by also decide to buy. A queue is formed. Rona looks at the fountain and understands the spirit of this trade capital: movement, joy, and taste. Feeling relief, she decides to navigate the square. But he feels a careful look. Something is coming. For the first time in the life of Ron, He decides to pray. But he is afraid to do something wrong and inadvertently to get some god of good manners. During the preparation, she notices. She stands near the statue of the goddess of light associated with the main event of the plot. He utters the keywords from the internet, though he does not fully understand how it works. But as soon as it completes, powerful light flashes around, caught by surprise. Ron is wrapped in a glow, and she finds herself in a strange space, where she soars alone. The voice calls her chosen. She said the words of the forces that removed the seal of the golden earth. The essence praises her path. Rona recognizes the figure in front of him, which confirms, yes, it is. The goddess says she had once fought with the evil god Terra. She calls herself the goddess of life Lifilda, but Rona recalls in surprise, she saw this woman as VTuber. A little disappointed, she voices it aloud. Lifefield does not understand what Vitaby is, but stands on her. She is a goddess. Rona confesses that she said these words simply because she found them on the internet. The goddess panic. This girl accidentally removed the seal of the golden earth, not understanding anything of what she did. Rona sincerely thanks for all the help she received through the internet. And even trying to thank, he offers food, including mayonnaise, because his gods adore. Lifeld tries to regain focus for danger, but Rona is happy with food. The goddess ties the dish for the first time, and falls in love with its taste. Seeing this, Rona blossoms even more. She proposes to bring such gifts more often because she has always felt the support of the goddess online. But Lefeld suddenly pauses, realizing Rona does not understand what really happens. The goddess decides she must explain everything, and asks to listen carefully. She says, the world is on the verge of death. The atmosphere becomes serious. Both sit at a mystical table. Rona responds calmly, as if heard the weather forecast. She has been accustomed to. She has seen many catastrophes lately. The goddess is stunned by her indifference. Rona remembers how last week she won the legendary monster that could destroy the world. The goddess shocked is a creature that could only stop a few goddesses before. People panic, and Rona only shrugs. Leifeld, already surprised at the edge, directly asks who she really is. Ron replies simply, I'm an ordinary girl, and he adds, what is the crisis there? But the goddess suddenly notices, it remains little time. She tries to explain as soon as possible the threat that she was hanging over the golden land of Etheria. But it does not have time. Time is exhausted, and her words are broken right in the middle of the warning. At the last moment, the goddess asks to bring her sweets next time. Ron is sharply thrown back to the ground. The landing was rigid, returning reality. She sees the statue of the goddess glowing. Surprised, learns that she received the title, the possible fiancé of the goddess of light. The guards notice a glow, suspect that the great prophetess is somewhere nearby. One knight approaches Rona and asks for a mysterious girl who involves the future. Rona is the one who they are looking for. Pretends to know nothing. He quietly promises to help in search without giving himself. Avoiding suspicion, he sighs and realizes that she forgot to ask who they were looking for. Cheerfully imposes the spell, wings and singing, rises into the sky, and flies to a new adventure. Knights look up. It seems rumors about her ability to fly real. One of them orders to stop the search in this area. It has already disappeared. Meanwhile, Ron, shining with joy, finds the place she was looking for. It is not at all like the temple. She arrives in a luxurious casino, full lights and excitement. She screams in delight. She is in the right place. With excitement, he rushes to the machines. Luck on her side. The winnings will pour. It is delighted. It seems to have a natural gift to the pawns. Work makes no sense. Recalls reviews on the internet. It is a casino. An ideal place for easy money and rare items. Fate leads her here. Completely fascinated by the atmosphere, begins to doubt. And is it worth the adventure at all? Maybe here's her new way. But something changes. For a moment, the look is sober. She seems to come out of a trance. The coins are melting, but she tries not to panic. This is the same for advice from the internet. The machine is silent, but Rona stubbornly presses on the buttons. I am convinced that you will win close. And here, her face changes. Something unexpected is about to happen. Full of determination to play requires the exchange of coins. Having received a few chips, a modest thing, and a mountain of sweets, silently looks. This is not what she expected. In despair, a casino employee approaches her, offers an attractive action. Rona instantly agrees. It is necessary to restore lost. But the finale is disappointing. Completely crushed, it comes out of the casino with an empty look. The baby asks the mother he sees, but it replies, it is the face of a person who lost everything in a casino. Rona entails a contract. Now she is guilty of 500,000 SIL. It becomes a round, covered by despair. A ruined, broken voice asks himself, how did everything go wrong? But the idea suddenly flashes. You can use earnings from the Ron wall and fees from the trap tower to pay the debt. Rona plans to use the money earned to restore the city, but soon he understands this is not enough catastrophically. The need for money becomes desperate. It rushes to the rescue source, the internet. Among the suspicious options sees work on tuna ships and strange work. Suddenly he finds an announcement, a food contest in the capital with a prize of 10 million villages. Affected by the amount, Rona decides, participates. This is her chance to get out of debt. At this time, the guy who chases her in the capital finally finds Ron. Although at first I just wanted to watch the shadows, now he begins to doubt his idea. It is covered by panic. After the radiant statue of the goddess Ron disappeared and flew into a casino. Without understanding anything, it activates the ability to mask and continues to monitor. Seeing her again, he finds that she has lost all the money. The guy watches in surprise. Rona sits on the ground with an empty look. Like a cat, looks in the distance but suddenly smiles. It is even more confused. He does not understand what is happening and why she is so calm. Konoha monitors Rona closely, suspecting that her mind is hiding something important, but does not have time to draw conclusions. Rona suddenly notices her and rushes to say hello. Speed is impressive, joyful, hugging Konoha, but clearly did not expect the meeting, all sweaty and nervous. She tries to get out, inventing something about work. Ron, not suspecting, praises her knowledge and begins to ask. Konoha is increasingly straining. The main character reacts joyfully to his remark, notices that he looks at her clothes with suspicion. A little ashamed, Rona approaches him with respect, and suddenly he invites you to participate with her in the culinary competition. The guy is shocked. He recalls that the competition tests trade skills and the main prize, 10 million siles and prestige. This can help his secret affairs. Watching her excitement, he decides to agree. The opportunity is profitable. Rona with a smile says that he is more fun with a friend. He says it sincerely. The guy is surprised to hear the word friend, as if he had never had that experience. He tries to hide emotions and gives herself. Agrees. A little awkward. Rona notices, but does not understand why it is so important. The guy is embarrassed by her simplicity, wonder why she is so sincerely treating him, and she is just happy that she found a friend. The guy decides to take advantage of the situation. Under the pretext of cooperation, he will be able to better track her steps, which remain unpredictable. Shaking her hand, dreams that he wins even more trust. In reflections on further steps, he mentions another important figure that will also be in the West. Melchadorland, Princess Doll. She is another goal. Now participating in the competition is double value. In memory, it pops up how Melchid headed one of the largest trade companies of the kingdom. They say it controls the capital from the shadow. Her relationships with the criminal world are extremely important to monitor the confrontation with Ron. He suddenly realizes that the West opens more opportunities than it seemed, and a smile appears on his face. Rona looks at his expression with interest. Finally, they enter into an agreement on participation in the competition together. Rona rejoices without hiding admiration. She rejoices with relief that she will no longer have to get involved in suspicious work. The guy looks in surprise how easy she talks about. They go to the place where they will hold the first strategic meeting. Sitting on the floor, Konoha is very happy, and the guy proposes to decide immediately what type of food they will sell. Rona confidently says he already has an idea. With enthusiasm, he demonstrates a sketch of his plan. The guy watching her drawing with interest. Simple in children, where people eat a bunch of small balls. He is shocked by the idea. The drawing seems like a ritual, not a business. Rona explains that it will be a booth with caviar. A magnificent and unusual choice. The guy thinks it looks like a dark cult and is surprised by portions. But she does not seem, believing that luxurious ingredients will win. She also wants to make a fixed menu for more profit. The guy immediately rejects the idea with caviar. It shocks Rona. She didn't even have a spare option. He tries to justify himself, they say. It was God's inspiration, but the guy already suspects that she serves a dark deity. Both are awkward. Returning to the real plan, the guy proposes to start collecting data. There are 5 days to start the event. Rona actively agrees. Flash Bika shows how, thanks to Konoha's status as a golden rank merchant, they have been registered lightly. He says with confidence, having the right information, it will be easy to manage the business. Konoha is inflamed even more. They decide to start with the tasting of dishes on other stands. Ron is delighted with the taste of everything he tries. The guy notices that competitors are already testing their products in public. He explains. In this way, they collect reviews. It generates a good reputation. Konoha is shocked. Before the start of 5 days, and competitors are already a few steps ahead. Rona understands that the competition is much more serious than she imagined. The guy explains, "It is not just a sale of food. Here the development of a product, marketing, negotiations for a place and more. Victory can make you a real merchant." Ron in panic. They are incredibly lagging. The guy calmly confirms, "Yes, very much." She already begins to feel thirsty about it. Exhausted, Rona causes a magical box and quietly drinks a drink from it. The guy looks shocked, as if it were the most industrial thing in the world. Without understanding anything, the guy reacts frightened. He does not imagine where she got that cup. Rona calmly explains, "It is from her magical box, where you can store things in perfect condition." The guy is amazed at her capabilities and realizes how much it gives preference to the competition. He is already overwhelming ideas. It analyzes the situation. The ingredients quickly buy up before the event, so it is difficult to find something. But with a magical storage, you can buy everything in advance, prepare dishes earlier, and produce instantly. This will provide incredible efficiency. Ron is delighted with his plan. She believes, with such an ally, victory is quite possible. The guy jokes that to lose with such force would be just ashamed. Thinking about simple and popular dishes, he proposes to sell sandwiches. But Rona again remembers the caviar and imagines the sandwich stuffed with her. In addition, he mysteriously adds something about the explosions. The guy does not understand anything. Then she suddenly gives a new idea, to cook the food that the gods love. She remembers that her mayonnaise has already succeeded in another city. It begins to explore divine dishes. Seeing photos, quality, and kakigori, she is delighted without even knowing the taste, believes that they will bring success. She has fun that copying the food of the gods is a little like plagiarism, but sounds funny. The guy advises to avoid such exotics and proposes to focus on something more familiar. Then she asks for a foreign kitchen. He agrees that it is interesting but difficult to do without an example. As soon as she hears that it will be difficult without a sample, immediately shows detailed images of such and quality. The guy notices, besides the photo, there are recipes. Now, having accurate data, it begins to treat the idea more seriously. It shocks how habitually it shows such advanced knowledge. He confuses and asks, "Is this some special ability?" It answers calmly, "It is the technique of internet that allows you to read ancient and modern texts from all over the world." The guy fades in surprise. He begins to guess. Perhaps this mysterious ability is its greatest secret. He shakes in his head, the thought is throbbing. Any merchant with such force will win the market in a moment. Shocked, he exclaims that such a dangerous secret cannot be just revealed. Rona begins to apologize, not understanding what the problem is. He grabs for self-control and asks whether the internet really gives recipes. She says calmly, "Yes, of course." And immediately it begins to describe the ingredients of sow flour, eggs, and mysterious black sauce. It lists a bunch of components for the Worcestershire sauce, each more complex than the other. And it completes. Just add ketchup, sugar, and fish broth. The guy is silent, trying to comprehend it all, and recognizes it is simply unrealistic. It weighs the complexity and cost of which, even if it turns out it is unprofitable for the competition. Offers something easier, and Rona immediately puts out a new idea. Kakigori proposes as a great alternative. Seeing the image of the dessert, the guy considers him a much more practical option. He learns that kakigori is a strip of ice with fruit syrup, similar to snow. The idea is fascinating. No one has prepared such here. Remembering the heat and crowds at the festival, he understands that the cold dessert will be the perfect hit. Both agree. The idea is promising, and magic for the creation of ice will help to save significantly. Inspired, the guy suggests making a prototype and asks about the syrup. Rona begins to call the ingredients, dyes, corn syrup. Everything sounds very artificial. The guy is embarrassed, two strange names. Without such components, he decides to improvise, uses diluted jelly. And the idea is spinning in the head. It exactly came up with some androids. When everything is ready, they try the dessert. After the first spoon of Ron, the simple ice turned into a real miracle. They celebrate, they call it ice from the top, and laugh. But soon there are problems. Ice is too solid and not loose as expected, and the taste seems less sweet. They open that the cold dulls the feeling of sweets. However, the guy believes, if you work out the syrup, everything will succeed. After correction of the size of the ice, the texture improves. Rona is delighted, now it's a real taste. The guy agrees, astonished, as one little thing changed everything. But her joy quickly goes into a new experiment. She proposes to add caviar from above. The guy does not stand. Why is she always so fanatic from caviar? When the recipe is brought to order, they decide it's time to find an ice cutting. The guy recalls that the blacksmiths in the capital now do not get. But Rona gladly reports that he knows one blacksmith and can directly turn. And even with fruits will help acquaintances. The guy confidently leaves these things to her, and he takes the rent and the search for equipment. Rona is delighted, ready to resolve everything. As soon as the task, Rona happily jumps to the door and disappears immediately. There is only a glow in the air. The guy is amazed. It just teleported. Rona behaves as if nothing special has happened, and the guy could not recover. His data was not about it. Puzzled and confused, he does not know how to explain such a senseless event at all. Meanwhile, Rona works clearly, conveys the drawing of the ice, cutting with gnomes, so that they produce everything necessary. Then he moves to the elves behind fresh fruits. Through the connections among different races, it quickly mobilizes the right allies. It returns full enthusiasm, reports that the iceberg will be ready in 2 days and the fruit has been fully brought. The guy is shocked by how quickly she organized everything. It begins to unload the mountain of bright fruits, demonstrating that it has coped lightning. Returning, it brings a huge pile of shiny fruit. The guy asks where all this is from. The answer is calm, from the hidden village of elves. Faced with this absurd, the guy feels a headache, trying to understand everything. Rona calmly extends the elfish elixir, as if it are absolutely normal. The guy politely abandons the elven potion, saying that it will only exacerbate the headache. But she boasts that it was not there, made all the documents, and even reserved a place for the kiosk. Hearing this, Rona happily agrees to go to see a new place. Arriving, it enthusiastically inspects the territory, but enthusiasm quickly fades. The place is empty. High grass, spiderweb, and overall neglect cause frustration. Everything looks like an abandoned field. In any silence, the guy smiles and says that extra space is a plus. There will be more freedom without neighbors. Ron, though surprised, believes in his words and praises his conviction. He honestly admits that there was no other choice. The guy tries to remain optimist, but the place not just needs cleaning. He is most concerned about how to lure people here. Due to darkness and distance, buyers may not even see the menu. Rona listens closely and then suddenly offers brilliant, and a little doubtful, the idea. Fake reviews and disguised advertising. The guy immediately picks up part of lighting and promotion. She really solves the problem. But at the same time, he is a little anxious from the shadow side of this strategy. However, with the materials already on the spot, it is taken to the case. It begins to prepare for the installation of a kiosk. And then Rona suddenly appears, with a fun group of assistants ready to work. The guy is lost. Who all these people are? Rona calmly says it's just elves. The elves are welcome with mysterious smiles and assure that they always watch the Ron and come to the rescue at any moment. One of them even warns, if you see one elf next to her, somewhere there are still 100. The guy stunned at everyone, thinking it is more like a pursuit than to defense. And here is another figure. Suddenly a group of people in hoods appears. They swore allegiance to Ronnie and will not be defeated by some elves. Rona thanks with enthusiasm, and the guy is just sighing, feeling everything is getting worse. The group listens carefully to the instructions for the construction of a kiosk according to its sketches. But the hoods misleading its caviar drawings. It looked like a dark ritual scheme for them. Their fantasy was walking. They began to celebrate as if they were involved in the ceremony of honoring the dark dragon. Rona silently watched this madness, not understanding how everything went so far. But despite the strange atmosphere, the work boiled. Another group of those who want to help brought tables, utensils, chairs. Rona is smiling warmly, grateful for their support. Some still doubt, is it safe to work here? After all, previous helpers are more like conspirators than chefs. However, with every minute the atmosphere is warming. Rona works fun with everyone, charging the team positive. One of the observers understands. For Rona, it is the first time to be part of something in common. This new feeling surprises it, so much that it even loses the gift of language. Having thought, she does not notice how she smiles sincerely. Only when he notices it, stops in surprise. And at that moment, it suddenly distracts the unexpected warning that flashes on the bag. In the middle of the bustle with Kyok's Kyok project, he suddenly remembers that she has completely forgotten to send an important report. Panic covers her, but she tries not to be anxious when Rona notices her alarmed expression. Even trying to seem calm, Konochi's thoughts are constantly returning to the main task, monitoring Ron. She wanders herself and thinks that she has gathered enough information, so participating in the competition is no longer mandatory. The mission is successful, and this can finally remove it from the role of a costly spy. This is what she sought from the beginning. But something made something in the soul. Squeezing the communication sphere, she hesitates, does not dare to answer. The pressure is getting stronger. She understands what he should report, but thoughts are confused. Smiles through force, convincing himself that everything is under control and her person is not exposed. But suddenly Rona hears noise and comes. Smiling fun, she seems completely carefree. And he says calmly that he knows. It's time for Konoha report. Konoha stones from shock. He does not know how to respond to an unexpected exposition. She panics, hearing Rona directly calls her a spy. But Ron is calm. She says she knew about it all the time. Konoha in confusion tries to understand when she was exposed. And Ron answers that casually, a week ago. She adds that she did not violate her privacy and tries to reassure. Konoha does not understand how everything became so obvious. But he hears even more surprise. She was written about forums and even painted paintings. Posters with its image spread across the capital. Konoha is even more confused. Why did she become a public person? In despair, she begins to doubt, is it at all to be a spy? Remember the order. In the case of exposing, self-destruction. However, he hesitates. Moreover, when Rona asks directly. Although he knows everything, he still trusts. Rona just wants to know, why does she do it? Konoha does not understand why. Despite espionage, she is given so much trust. And then Rona smiles sincerely and says simply, because we are friends. Konoha is stunned, does not find words. She did not expect such sincerity after all her secrets. Rona begins to praise the spies, they say. These are stylish heroes of the present. Konoha loses the gift of language. And then Rona happily states how cool it is to have a girlfriend spy. Konoha, still tense, suddenly laughs for the first time in the whole time. Laughter brings relief. She understands. Rona is a little weird, but her honesty is real. Recalling a call from the headquarters, Konoha simply ignores him, for the first time with a light smile on his face. She squeezed the sphere in her hands and decided. She has been over with life. Now she is different. With a decisive movement, Konoha jumped and broke the communication sphere into piles. Smiling, she introduced herself as a former spy and asked to keep it secret. Rona agreed enthusiastically. Looking at the wreckage, Konoha realized. Old life is completely behind. She remembered how she was raised only as an instrument, without emotions and attachment. But when she saw Ron, she realized that the former goals lost meaning. Konoha's enthusiasm and confidence are taking the initiative now. Her goal is to win the food contest. Rona responds to the same passion, inspiring the idea. But when it came to the old mission, Rona was genuinely surprised to find out what was the object of tracking. The real shock was a chuckle. It turns out that Rona has not been suspected. With the reserves of Konoha fruit, he proposes to make fruit candy as a new dish for the kiosk. She believes that the dessert will be easy to prepare, decorate the ice, and attract the attention of customers. While Konoha plans with enthusiasm, Ron is watching from afar, noticing how he blossomed and became more lively. Konoha confesses that she seems to be more like a merchant role. In this, she really finds joy. She asks about Rona's secret plan, and he is delighted that everything goes according to the plan. Meanwhile, Rona is teleported to the Aqua port city to pick up something important. There she is met by a mysterious man. With a mysterious smile, the blacksmith he solemnly hands her a car for ice chips. He worked on her all night. Rona is affected by the result. The machine looks perfect and fully corresponds to the drawing. The device shines, ready for the festival. She also seizes the car for such any. The blacksmith is eagerly accepting the call, and Ron already imagines how he will reproduce the dish through his skills. The scene jumps for 5 days forward. Something big is approaching. Rona is fond of effort. Everything looks fantastic. In 5 days, they fully collected a kiosk. Structure, desserts, ice machine, everything works perfectly. The atmosphere became amazingly festive. Both appear in Yukot, as it should be on the holiday. Rona shines, and the former spy is a little ashamed of a bright outfit. Although he acknowledges that clothes are helping to attract attention, it is still uncomfortable, especially after she saw a lot of her pictures on the internet in different costumes. They together carry out the last check of the kiosk. Everything is ready. A pleasant atmosphere, neatness, tools, everything shines with an ideal organization. Rona begins to be nervous before the competition. She feels that she must be up to the maximum to pay the debt. Konoha behaves confidently, but suddenly a stranger with a serious tone is approaching the kiosk and directly asks whether she is Rona Hermite. The atmosphere immediately becomes tense. Konoha feels awkward. The mysterious visitor appeared before the official opening. The woman calmly examines the kiosk. The woman wondered if sweets were being sold. Rona confirmed, though confused. The stranger praised the appearance of the dessert, but studied everything. The blonde carefully examined the sweet and stated that it is not enough to be able to sell properly. She explained that the product should be in a good place and lighting. Otherwise, failure. It all depends on the seller. Ron was surprised by such a rigid logic. The girl called the product pathetic and added that she came to look at the saleswoman who saved the port city, and was disappointed. Rona asked if she was also involved in the competition. The blonde was surprised that she was not recognized. Rona's girlfriend whispered, "This girl from the largest trade company of the capital of Daland." The blonde revealed the truth. She is the head of the largest company, Rona Otterila. The stranger said that the main thing for the merchant is information, and she added that she spent time in vain. She turned and left, leaving Ron be confused. But even after criticism, Ron did not lose passion. She reminded with a smile that time to enjoy the festival. Meanwhile, the blonde silently closed the door of her room, calling it all nonsense. The girls escorted the carriage with their eyes without understanding who she really was. One of them noted, "It is not believed that the brilliant commercial appeared in person." Her aura was incredibly strong. It turned out that at the age of 5, she restored the store, and less than 10, turned it into the largest company in the capital and repeatedly won competitions. Rona was confused, doubting whether they had any chance. But the girlfriend confidently replied, "Compared to you, she is nothing." She said that when she saw Ron in action, she believed. Only she could win. If Rona were a rival, she would lose her hope. And she smiled. Inspiration. Both were prepared to implement a secret plan. Konoha said with a smile, "It's time to strike a decisive blow." Rona enthusiastically agreed. The scene changes, the hand presses, unfolding the online window. The long-awaited part of the plan begins. President Melche receives a detailed schedule a day, 4 business meetings in the morning and lunch with the Minister of Finance. When it comes to the competition, it indifferently shrugs. She states that she has no competitors. The main thing is to guarantee victory, but still orders to check the list of participants. Once the Duerland store came from a simple dream, to give parents smiles, modest atmosphere, a lot of love. The girl watched how parents worked with dedication daily. She understood that having good goods is not enough. You need to be able to sell it. Otherwise, no one will be happy, neither the buyer nor the seller. The little one began to offer how to improve trade. The father listened with interest and asked whether it would really help. And gradually, with small changes, the store began to attract customers. The cozy corner turned into a lively place full of smiles and buyers. She promised her father she will sell more to give even more joy. The girl treated goods with care, as if they had a soul. To sell meant to appreciate the work of everyone. Over time, she began to be surprised. Why not others can't? Having knowledge, you can turn the sale into something exciting and pleasant. Growing up, the girl completely plunged into the world of trade, dreaming of factories and mass production. She promised her father that she would give him a lot of work, a sign of her ambitions. But although the numbers grew rapidly, that baby passion disappeared. Success no longer brought joy, only emptiness. Despite all the achieved, Melche felt lost. Memories of warm and joyful times, contrasted with the cold business reality, she no longer knew how to love her business again. The joy disappeared, leaving only doubts. But suddenly, something turned her back to the present. Reflecting on doubts, Melche heard a noise from the street. Interested, she got up, hugging the doll. People gathered, and it could be the beginning of something new. Outwardly, the crowd was passionate about a colored frost kiosk, which no one has seen yet, but which looked incredibly attractive. Melche recognized the voice in advertising, uncertain but decisive. The voice called everyone to the northern sector. Melche realized something that she did not provide for. She recalled a girl who confessed that she did not understand, but that girl had a sincere desire to make people smile. These simple words responded to Melche, reminding her why she once started trade. Through the window, Melche saw the crowd suddenly move to another kiosk. People wanted something new, even those who have already visited the famous Kiosk de Land. Melche thought, and her assistants wondered, "What's going on here?" One suggested that it was some trick, but she suddenly decided to act. She canceled all the meetings and ordered her to be taken to her own kiosk immediately. Seeing Ron, Melche realized she underestimated her rival. A simple, sincere girl was not one who can be ignored. Gathering, Melche acknowledged that she has violated her own principles, forgetting the importance of information and strategy. Now she was set to fight seriously. Rona was happy to celebrate. Everything was better than she could imagine. Melchai was surprised. This simplicity listened to extraordinary creativity. Rona has used free internet tools, pictures, effects, music, everything to create something sincere and light, and it moved Melcha. Rona explained that she was inspired by online advertising. She created vivid, moving images that were visible even in the dark. And this aroused instant interest. For many, this has become a real advertising breakthrough. Visitors were amazed, and Rona modestly attributed all teamwork and the desire to make every day a little lighter. But even with this success, everyone understood. This is only the beginning. To draw attention is only the first step. To keep it, it was necessary to work on. And they set up to give all their strength. Full of determination, they decided to turn work into a fun adventure and make the kiosk even brighter. With the beginning of the competition, Ron and her teammate vigorously accepted the first customers. There were more people. The queue was growing. Everyone wanted to try a new dessert. They served quickly thanks to a magical object that instantly created ready-made dishes. Customers were delighted with such efficiency. The kiosk quickly became one of the main attractions of the event, combining agility, friendliness, and simple but accurate creativity. The success was instant. Everyone praised the unique taste of the dessert, surprised by its unique combination. The news flew lightly. The crowd grew up, and the team began to grasp from the invasion of customers. The joy mixed with panic. There was not enough hands. Urgently assembled the help. The masked elves were monitored and cleaned. But even this did not help. The popularity exceeded all expectations, and even the organizers were not ready. In the kitchen, a mysterious team in dark cloaks worked, but their appearance deterred everyone. Despite the effort, the mess began to harm. Then Rona activated a special skill, and suddenly split into 3 copies. The technique of water clone dance made it possible to fill the gaps in staff. All 3 rats worked at the same time, causing chaos and laughter. Try to recognize the real everyone answers synchronous. Although confusion, but the work went faster. Every cloned Ron was in its place. It is impossible to recognize the real even for the clones themselves. To put in order, one of the comrades assigned a role to each Ronnie. Rona A meets guests, Ron B accepts orders, Ron C brings dishes. Finally, a little order, but there were still too many people. Rona did not seem, and came up with a new plan. It caused magical reinforcement, and she summoned 2 magical creatures, 2 Lula Thons, full of energy and enthusiasm. Their appearance raised the whole team, and even more attracted the attention of the public. However, the sisters immediately began to argue. Which of them has what task? Because of this, the team was confused again. Everyone watched as small magical creatures actively quarreled during work. Some noticed that they looked like the descendants of the Water Dragon clan. Even with chaos, it was a valuable help. Rona confirmed. Lulu is a princess of the Water Clan. Her partner was shocked even more. Princesses fell in love with Kiosk and Frost, deciding to help with gratitude. Their presence, though slightly unorganized, filled the space with fun. Everyone began to trust the sincere spirit that Rona brought to the competition. At first, they did not believe that the princesses would cope. In vain. Lulu proved to be extremely friendly and incendiary. Customers loved them for mercy and courtesy. The kiosk was now famous not only for Frost, but also with service. Rona and partner were amazed as everything turned into a victorious show so rapidly. She asked in surprise how princesses were able to work so skillfully. The answer was simple. In the kingdom, it is a common matter. Both Lulu began to accept orders in complete harmony. Their enthusiasm was contagious. Meanwhile, new guests came, impressed with the advertising and the popularity of the kiosk. Rona began to reap the fruits of her creativity. The merchants who supported Rona came to the rescue, surprised to see her clones in action. Noticing that there were not enough utensils, they brought additional plates. The kiosk barely had time to serve everyone. To thank for her sincere help, Rona treated the ice dessert merchants. They were surprised to note how a simple icy dish turned into a work of art through the efforts of her team. Tired but happy from the success of a kiosk, Rona finally allowed herself a short break, gratefully watching customer satisfaction. Suddenly, a familiar voice praised her to be alert. She recognized the familiar figure. It was an Arms, her mother. Despite employment, she came to support her daughter, filling her heart with warmth and pride. The moment became even more expensive. Rona tried to ask her mother about her affairs, but Arias decisively changed the topic, making it possible. It is not worth it. Rona silently accepted the refusal, translating the fuss near the kiosk. Arias noticed a fatigued daughter and hinted that the staff was still lacking. Rona agreed. Even with help, demand remained frantic. Then Arias decided to help. She was used to public work, and it was surprised by Ron, though soon everything came into place. As a priestess and a guilder, Arias had complaints every day with complaints and requirements, almost as a service administrator. Rona is clear. Almost all professions are reduced to the service to others. Arias with a smile called herself a specialist in complaints, ready for any call with cold confidence. Having collected everyone, Ron, her clones, Lulu, Arms, and allies, the team was organized. The only, inspired, she took up work. Their heat and coherence were fascinated by the crowd. The kiosk worked even in the middle of the night, like the heart of the holiday. He became a real triumph of the event. Everything was flowing like oil. The customers were satisfied, but suddenly found a lack of the most popular tastes. Despite all the reserves, strawberries and melons ended. Demand exceeded all expectations. Ron, having checked the inventory, confirmed the products were exhausted. Success has exceeded the limits of preparation. But the Konoha doubted himself. As a planner, he felt a failure. Even as a golden merchant, he considered it defeat. He was disappointed. And the new threat was coming. Dorland's giant company. Konoha learned that President Melche is headed by their kiosk, and he beats sales records. It stunned him. His faith swayed. But looking at Ron and remembering how she called him a friend, something changed in it. He decided to fight to justify her trust. But the Kanak fatigue is exhausted. Rona rushed to him worriedly. The guy said it was just dizziness, but the fatigue was obvious. Rona mentally wanted someone to help. The team urgently needed reinforcement. And then a new figure appeared on the streets. A young, confident girl from the elite stepped with curiosity, looking for new trends. Seeing the advertising of the ice dessert, she realized. This is a chance to shine. For her to be trendy is a sign of status. She went strongly to the kiosk, dreaming of her own glory. The proud gate went through the surprised views. She was convinced that it was her moment. Without Ron, the city became a scene where she had to shine. Everything should be adjusted to it. Walking the street, she saw a crowd and a bright sign that attracted her eyes. Interested, she came closer and saw advertising of the same legendary icy dessert. She was surprised that she had never heard about him during the academy. As a high-status person, she decided that all the trends should know. She decided to taste with a confident look, to keep the image. Going to the kiosk, she was instantly recognized by Ronnie, who called her with surprise. The expression of the elite girl changed to shock. A few Rons stood in front of her. All the same, all worked together. Amazed to the depths of the soul, Elmina fled without realizing what was happening. Ron's copies were surprised and simply watched as it disappeared in the distance. Elmina came simply to the mysterious figures in the hoods, which cooked something in a dark boiler. She was engulfed by fear. She tried to understand who they were, but they only laughed ominously and suggested, "Destroy it." Elmina was fossilized by horror, not knowing how to respond. Frightened, she rushed to Rona again, trembling, and felt markedly. She saw something out of the appointment. But suddenly the figures in the hoods lowered the knees and called Ron the goddess. Elmina's shock has only intensified. Trying to comprehend everything, she thought that she got into the cult, where Ron was the supreme priestess, and she was the next victim. Not knowing what happened, Rona gladly accepted the help of Elmina, because the staff was not enough. Elmina, and further paranoid, reluctantly agreed, was convinced that she became a participant in a dark ritual. However, when she began to help, she used her organizational skills, which she amazed everyone. The flow of clients became controlled, and the audience began to recognize it as a true elite. The reputation has strengthened. Confidently, Elmina took over the leadership, saying that she would make this kiosk worthy of her status. In a refined outfit, she made the impression. People applauded her as a true elite manager. But when the kiosk worked perfectly, Elmina noticed the team was tired again. Lulu looked at her with an expression. They were waiting for it to be a matter. Although she did not want to, Elmina had to join the service. She tried to greet customers, but on her face it was written, "This is not her level." Despite its reluctance, its appearance began to attract attention. Its serious and uncomfortable expression created an unexpected effect. Visitors were fascinated by her restraint and covered with compliments. And Rona watched everything with a satisfied smile. The Konoha returned after rest and saw that the atmosphere in the kiosk had completely changed. Seeing how he works harmoniously, he thanked Ronnie for reinforcement. He sighed lightly. However, at heart, he began to doubt himself. Comparing himself with others, he felt simple. But despite everything, he decided, Will fight until the end of the competition, even if he feels not at the level. Exhausted but determined, the Konoha decided to lay out in the last jerk. Despite fatigue, he continued to work, charged with command support. Rona met him with a smile, and a crowd of clients was going around the kiosk again. The work went great. New customers came without stopping. Now a real luxury appeared on the menu, a caviar dish. Visitors were satisfied, praising the service and novelty. But the Konoha suddenly began to notice something strange in Ron. He was embarrassed by the unexpected success of a new menu point, and he asked Ron how this idea arose. She confessed that she added caviar on a strategic clue. The idea became a commercial hit. The caviar reserves were quickly exhausted, but the sales remained at the peak. The Konoha unexpectedly realized the true success of the kiosk is the credit of Rona. She managed everything with incredible efficiency, even in a new environment. A new character, Reinhardt, appeared in the city. It was Rona's former mentor since her adventure life. She introduced him to the team, and in the meantime Elmina again attracted the attention of the crowd. Reinhardt quickly found her in the crowd. He said that he accompanied Elmina to the king, where she had to receive a medal for winning the demon in the city of Ifon. But he quietly admitted that Rona won the real victory. Despite its status, Elmina continued to help with a kiosk, which was even more striking. Reinhardt also suggested help. He had experience in service through work as a security guard. His presence immediately began to attract new customers. However, the crowd around him quickly created chaos in line. Elmina intervened in order to put order. Meanwhile, the movement near the kiosk remained insanely intense. Everyone worked without laying their hands. While the Hood was watching the shadow, the Konoha smiled, rejoicing in the success of the dishes. Rona came and quietly attracted his attention. She reported that something unusual would happen. The Konoha looked around in surprise. The judges of the competition were approaching their kiosk. The voltage increased. The team posed near a kiosk with smiles and confidence. Lulu and others gleesed joyfully. And Ron, looking at the scene with a smile, commented, "All this was made possible by the efforts of the canoe, and it was really fun." Konoha smiled, moving. It was the happiest day in his life. He sincerely thanked Ronnie for his incredible memories that he had never had before. The Kioskov competition was officially over. Rona and Konoha thanked the public. They closed their day with a sense of pride for what was done. After closing, everyone celebrated success. Rinshart talked about a new mission. Eris had fun. Lulu cheerfully said goodbye. Elmina fell off her feet. Rona thanked everyone with a smile. In anticipation of the results of Ron and Konoha, they spoke, slightly sad that everything ends. But at the same time, they rejoiced that it was so fun. Rinshart joined them, noting that the company Dorland has succeeded. Suddenly Melhai appeared, saying that the result is so obvious. Rona and Konoha were surprised by her appearance, and she reported that observers were monitored all day long. Everyone expected complaints, but Melhai praised Rona's kiosk suddenly and found defeat. She said that this event was something greater than the competition, the atmosphere of joy and the creativity that Ron created. Melhai acknowledged that even selling the same, she would not have achieved such results, and called Ron a wonderful merchant. Rona was confused because she never considered herself a merchant. Both did not know how to react. The Konoha agreed. All success was due to Rona's strategy. She turned a strange idea into a profitable business. Melhai acknowledged that she underestimated Ron, and she apologized. Such a sincere praise shocked Ron. Rona and Konoha began to understand Melhai better. She seemed cold, but always spoke sincerely. Its real reason to come is to find out if the ice remained. Melhai tried a dessert under the watchful look of Rona and Konoha. Despite the tension, she ate everything in silence, but it was visible. She liked it. There was still time before the announcement, and Rona suggested a stroll between kiosks. Melhai agreed, noting that she did not have time to see anything in the day. The Konoha explained that some kiosks worked before the competition, and many just took the opportunity to profit. Watching the fuss, the Konoha said that sellers were selling the remains, and Melhai confessed. Specially set the closing time to create the effect of exclusivity. The Konoha decided to go to the trading guild to register sales, leaving Rona with Melhai on a walk. Melhai noted that the revision of goods in reality causes a completely different feeling than just reading about them. They came across a kiosk with a machine gun, which gave out plush toys. Seeing soft toys, Melhai asks whether they are sold and declares that everyone will buy. It shocks the seller, but Melhai insists he takes all the product at once. The seller explains in confusion that the machine is not working. Rona proposes to win the toys herself in the game, which saves the situation. But as soon as she wants to start, someone interrupts her. Rona rushes to a verdict with a frantic speed, trying to win everything. Melhai watches and watches, and the seller does not understand that she is doing. Rona runs before the machine and with excitement explains the strategy, how to make prizes properly. When the pile finally takes the perfect shape, it is preparing to press the button, full confidence that will now catch several toys right away. Melhaya is amazed by her knowledge of the game. Laughing, Rona returns a few unnecessary prizes, saying that she won more than needed. The seller is amazed at her skill. Then, looking at the computer, Ron says that he has to remove everything correctly. A girlfriend asks if she really will do it, watching the serious Ron, and feels sympathy. Meanwhile, the merchants run in delight in learning that Rona had created that advertisement. They offer money, ask for something like themselves, and even want to make it a personal designer. Rona is confused, but he shyly agrees, a little. Here the conversation is interrupted by a serious blonde that stands between Ron and merchants. She states that all Ron's affairs should pass through her because Ron belongs to her. Two merchants in shock. In front of them, the head of the largest trading company, Dorland. They depart, recognizing the defeat. Rona looks confused, saying that she just made an ad. But the blonde responds seriously. It does not even imagine the value of the created. She states that Rona advertising is not just good, it's a revolution. The girl continues, with this approach, every product on the market will soon have an advertisement in the style of Ronnie, which drives billions. Rona does not believe her ears, but adds thanks to food cards, the value of Rona is now recognized as all the merchants of the capital. Rona is amazed. It's all about me? But they are warned. If it goes on, a war will start between companies for the right to hire it. She is offered an exclusive contract with Melhai to avoid obsessive proposals, because she didn't even dream of a commercial career, and he suddenly agrees right here and now with a joyful smile. Melhai is already confused by such speed. Rona explains that she joined the company not through business, but because she considers Melhai her girlfriend. Melhai is soaked and silently coughing, trying to hide emotions. After a sincere recognition of friendship, Melhai was ashamed and stated that he would now take care of Rona with full responsibility. They shook their hands, fastening the partnership with a light smile, and promised to work together. Then they sat on a bench to talk quietly. Melhai remembers that she has heard about foreign dishes on Rona kiosk and asks if he knows similar recipes. Rona confirms, and Melhaya immediately proposes to recreate these dishes within the company, with payment for ideas. Rona happily agrees, and Melhaya begins to list the dishes he wants to see. Rona enthusiastically remembers popular dishes from her world: Rarns, pizza, tapioca. She tells about their origin, features, composition, and Melhai enthusiastically listens, struck that even her company does not have such records. It is most amazed that all these dishes can be prepared from regular ingredients, such as the root of manioca. Rona continues to share knowledge, and Melhai is increasingly surprised by her awareness. When Rona remembers the internet, Melhaya confesses that she has never heard about it. Rona begins to suspect that even the very concept of the internet does not exist here. Her modern knowledge looks almost magical for others. She thinks whether she will not be able to find the truth about her power. Rona says she was already looking for information about herself and came across something anxious, a novel that describes everything she did and even thought. Melhaya is amazed and a little tense. This information seems too strange. She sees the cover of a book with the name and image of Rona itself. It only adds mystery. Melhaya confesses that when she faced the similar, she decided not to dig no longer because she felt discomfort. Rona also proposes to check Melhai. The results are shocking, and is the final boss of the main storyline, with a dark past and an attempt to turn the capital into a dungeon with dolls. Ron is shocked and tries to smooth the situation, smiling awkwardly. She gently says that Melhaya is simple. She tried to capture the capital and immediately changes the topic. Melhaya notices a strange behavior of a girlfriend, but Rona translates everything to a joke, hiding tension. Although in the conversation it was about admiration, one of them denies immediately. It is no longer interesting. Instead, she shows a series of amazing Rona portraits found on the network. Melhai is fascinated by the style, colors, details, as if it were a whole new world. But suddenly there is a window with the inscription R18. Access is limited. Melhai asks what it is and why access is blocked. Ron's Discord says that it is something forbidden under 18. They are lost in guessing that it can be. And they come to the innocent conclusion. It is probably something very adult as a capsule. One of them says he can't wait for it to grow up and look forbidden. The other with a smile adds that it is also waiting for this moment. They promise to look all together. At this point, the third character is approached, sounding from the distant. The guy asks what they say so enthusiastically, and those jokingly answer, adult conversations, leaving him suspicious. But in a moment he recalls, the results of the kiosk's competition will be announced, and all together go to the trading guild. One is clearly worried about waiting. Finally, the results of the competition were announced, and to the surprise of all, the first place is the kiosk Rona and Kanochi with needles of ice. For a moment, they both solidify, not believing in what they heard, and then happily explode in the celebration. Applause is heard around, the air fills the brilliant confetti. While the crowd applies Ronnie and Kanosi, Melhai stands on the side, smiling calmly with her eyes closed. She is genuinely proud of the result and what they created together. It is a few days after the holiday event has completed. Rona wakes up alone, still relaxed after recent events. It launches RPG GRU on a phone where a Oni chain character is prepared for a battle with giant mucus. Lying in bed, the girl enjoys the game world and interaction with the virtual hero. After completing the mission with the highest rating, Ron jumps asleep. Games are really delaying. He remembers the absurd advertising of social games, where they promise unrealistic prizes and divine opportunities. Smiling memories, she suddenly notices something is wrong in the game. It is surprising. Energy is not enough. Action is limited. And here Ron realizes how much she squeezed. It thinks, are these virtual adventures more interesting than real? The answer is not delayed. The game does not allow you to continue without donate. Rona faces a strict reality. She is not a god from advertising. Free energy recovers slowly. Rona begins to be bored because everything stopped. However, in her dreams, she imagines how he spends gold rivers and lives like advertising characters. But deep inside, she is aware that the real world has not yet been explored. The capital, the dungeon, the new adventures, everything ahead. Meanwhile, the guy in the casino rejoices in the winnings on the slots, and in the other part of the city of Melhai is prepared for tasting, for which she recreated dishes from recipes found on the internet. She wants to hear Rona's opinion. A few hours later, Ron comes out of the casino, glowing, happy and satisfied. It was a good day. Looking for a time, she realizes that tasting is too early, so she decides to wait a little. Suddenly he remembers. She promised to sacrifice the goddess. It is a promise, trying to repeat the prayer correctly. As soon as she utters the last word, a bright light flashes around her and the goddess really appears in front of her with a smile on her mouth. Rona rushes to her with a gift, saying that she brought the promised victim. But the goddess is silently watching. She finally speaks with a serious look. She has long been watching Ron's actions. The girl is confused. The goddess is calm, but firmly says that she appreciated her true essence. He confesses that she then gave the title of the apostle too hastily. And if this force got into a bad person, she would have to intervene. Now she is ready to say something important. Rona listens to focused and in surprise, but the patience of the goddess is exhausted. She reproaches with indignation. She visits the casino too often. Rona only laughs in response to the strict words of the goddess, without taking them seriously. But the goddess does not retreat. With indignation continues to teach her, for even after paying the debt, she again ran to the casino. Rona tries to justify himself, saying that she begins to shake her hand if she does not twist the vending machines, a sign of true dependence. Nevertheless, the goddess acknowledges, the girl has no evil heart. She praises her devotion and sacrifices. At the same time, it is strange to her how much Rona is exposed to her own will. Before farewell, the goddess warns that her appearance is limited, and Ron sighs with relief, rejoicing that she has left a good impression. Smiling, the goddess confesses. She is more interested in sweets than any conversations. Rona tries to return to the topic of the crisis of the world, but instantly interrupts it. The goddess completely ignores a serious topic, begging for sweets, and Rona only sighs. The desire is really scaring. For the first time, having tried kakigori, the goddess surprised. The taste exceeded all expectations. She says it's something new and exciting. Rona asks if among the gods it is a common thing. The goddess denies, never heard. Then the girl remembers the tapioca. The reaction is the same. The goddess does not know what it is. Rona is surprised. It seemed to her that the tapioca was popular with the younger goddesses. The goddess is a little embarrassed and tries to maintain dignity with a stringed smile. She pretends that he really knows everything, although lies read from the face. Rona believes right away. She is overwhelmed by joy, because the internet did not lie. She is convinced that everything she saw online is truth, even if the goddess is not a little in the topic. And it comes to the conclusion. The world of gods is probably as diverse as human, with different countries and traditions. Rona confesses that she has not yet been able to reproduce other divine dishes. But her girlfriend Melhi helps. The goddess, though slightly embarrassed but interested, asks to consider tasting a victim. Her gaze glows enthusiasm. Rona immediately agrees and welcomes this idea. She smiles at full cheeks and the goddess looks satisfied. It proudly says that Ron's choice as an apostle was correct. Calls her the best in history. The moment of goodbye is filled with gratitude. However, the goddess suddenly states that it is time to go, and Ron is a little confused. She thanks for the praise and promises to work even more. The goddess, already disappearing, asks to cook a new dish next time, but does not have time to agree. It just disappears in the air. Rona stands stunned, again forgot to ask important. Going out, she almost stifles but keeps balance and happily tosses her hands. This time she did not fall, but looking at the clock she understands that she is terribly late. And with a cry he rushes away. Rona arrives in front of a huge Melki building, amazed by its scale. Looks around with a slight confusion. It is not sure whether she got at the address, until 2 guards are watching the entrance. Looking at the facade, Ron realizes that the place looks too official. She is covered by the feeling that she is not in her place, checks whether her clothes are suitable for this environment. But despite doubt, he confidently approaches the gate and turns to guard. One of the employees immediately recognizes her and says she was already waiting for her. It is stunning the girl. It is carried out through the corridors of the company. Rona is nervous and tries to keep calm. The supporter recalls that the company's president is waiting for her. But suddenly he begins to look at Rona with suspicion that he had seen her before. He cannot remember where, but I am sure. The face is familiar. Then suddenly bows and thanks her for bringing her daughter's smile. The surprised Rona asks if he is Melk's father. He confirms, but adds to the pain that he is not sure whether he deserves the title. His expression is filled with regret, and Rona looks silently, trying to understand the situation. He confesses that he has not seen Melk so happy for a long time. She tells how she talked with a smile about Ron. She sincerely thanks her for friendship with her daughter. Rona, seeing, says that they are just glad that they became girlfriends. It is brought to a special hall prepared for tasting. The man opens the door and invites it inside, then she must go alone. Going to the hall, Rona thanks for the accompaniment and immediately notices Melkia, but with a joyful exclamation runs to her and hugs firmly. Rona thanks for the invitation. Melkia shines with happiness, says that even the Minister of Finance was expelled specifically to spend time with Ron. She enthusiastically tells that she has already tried to implement the stock system that Ron described her. It can be a real revolution. Rona smiles, surprised and a little embarrassed, but sincerely rejoices that she liked the idea. Konoha appears here, listening nervously to the chat about the capture of the world, and asks to save such topics as he is nearby. Rona stunningly asks what he is doing here. Konoha proudly states that he is now working in Melk. He says that the last days were difficult, but here he finally feels calm, away from the problems of the motherland. Meltia adds that Konoha helps a lot, and she is glad that he is near. He confesses that working on a kiosk with Rona brought him pleasure, and he began to think that trade was his vocation. She sincerely thanks Ronnie for the chance. But before he has time to finish his opinion, Melhi joyfully calls everyone to tasting. Rona immediately agrees, saying that terribly hungry, and Konoha complains with a smile that they are not allowed to agree again. When 3 sit down at the table, they are amazed. Food looks exactly like pictures from the internet. There is appetizing shoulders and pizza crust, and a dish, completely covered with aromatic sauce. Konoha is enthusiastically praised by Dorland's company for the perfect taste of the dishes. Rona is surprised how quickly Melhi managed to create this, and is glad that she shared her recipes. Melkia warns that the shoulders need to be eaten quickly until it is made, trying to hide your embarrassment. Konoha notices her red and tease her, addressing her president. An irritated Melkia in response coldly states that he will receive a fine, a salary for 30 years. During the tasting, Konak is confused. He does not know how to eat the shoulders properly, and finally tries with his hands. Rona is scared to stop it, explaining that hands are used for another dish. The scene becomes chaotic. Konoha burns. Melkia begins to impose medicinal magic, and in the end he advises to take something easier. Spoon and fork table set. Rona tries the ranch and amazes the taste. It is amazed. The dish is much delicious than expected. At first I thought it was like a regular noodle, but the taste was completely different. Konoha is also shocked, says it is the most delicious he has ever tasted. And although it is only a prototype, Melkia notes that even the chef was amazed. Konoha compares the paste, explaining that his essence is in the variety of towing. Everyone enjoy the meal to the last piece. Thank you very much for their food. After eating, everyone is passionate about sharing their impressions. Everything was flawless. Everyone has a favorite dish. Ronnie liked everything, and Melkia confesses that pizza is a real addiction. Konoha is moved by Carrie, which became a real discovery for him. They mention the magical effect that occurs when four are sincerely prepared together. Although not sure whether it was an illusion, they discuss the idea of making a softer version of the dish for those who do not withstand spices. Adding milk or honey will make it taste delicate. The tasting is completed smiling, satisfied. Rona does not fully understand the technical details of the conversation, but just happy that she has tasted such delicious food. She asks the remnants of prototypes to get home. Melkia agrees, but asks to collect other people's feedback. Rona gladly promises that he will give everything for a new product. Using magic, Rona stores the products in the box. Konoha is surprised how much she has, and still keeps freshness. Rona explains that she uses a special portal that allows you to take as much as you like. But suddenly the system reports, 100 items have been reached. Rona stops in surprise. She does not understand how quickly she filled all the slots. Although grateful for such a rare artifact, it is strange that the box has filled with only a few different types of food. She recalls that he can store 1,000 units of one subject, but still there is no place. Rona confesses that the box is filled. Melkia clarifies whether this means reaching the limit, and Konoha recalls that the thing stores things in the subpara. Rona asks whether something can be taken out to free up space. Melkia allows if it does not create a mess. Rona thanks. In many places, strict restrictions on storage. Melkia even proposes to buy some of the stocks. Melkia asks whether Rona has magical stones, because due to the lack of mana demand for them has increased sharply. But he answered calmly that he has several. Rona gets stones that took place in inventory, and adds that she just planned to sell them. When asked what stones are, she recalls, one of the Dragon of the Apocalypse Ragnar deck, the other, the Crystal of Ancient Water of Eva. Both are shocked so much that they faded. Owing what they heard, they come to the conclusion, Rona is incredibly strong, because it has not only rare stones, but also expensive equipment. One of them recalls that he once saw her unusual title and status, but did not pay attention then. And in the meantime, without understanding their surprise, he asks innocently whether their core of the dungeon is interested. They say, she has a lot of space. Two just silently grab their heads. She explains that she really passed the dungeon and received the nucleus as part of the adventurer exam, giving it as if it were a common matter. Both are in a state of complete stupor, incapable of finding words. Rona shrugs her shoulders, says that no one wanted to buy this nucleus from her, so she decided to just sell it to anyone. One of the present whispers is impossible. It is. It turns out that the core of the dungeon is not just a magical artifact, but a legendary philosophical stone that can change the fates of whole civilizations. This stone is the result of the embodiment of desires that can fulfill any dream, turn fantasies into reality. That is why all nations and powerful organizations in the world are hunting for this object. And Rona decided to give it just so, not giving much importance that shocks Melkia to the depths of her soul. Others are panic. This artifact threatens to attract the whole world. Everyone starts to discuss how to hide the nucleus before the enemies learn about it. Melkia assures that the building was transferred to the maximum safety regime, with restriction and sound insulation. Meanwhile, Rona realizes that even after releasing a place in a box of space items is still not enough. And with the return of food, it will fill again. She realizes that without a magic box, she can no longer survive. And if it does not find a way to expand it, it will be a serious problem. When deciding to act, it opens FAQ for beginners and begins to look for a way to increase equipment. Finds the answer. You can only expand the box by buying a premium hem or defeating the bosses of complex dungeons. Since it does not have divine money, one way remains, to storm the dungeon again. She recalls how she received the box after the victory over the boss of the underground maze. Decides to explore new dungeons. There are many of them near the capital. Looking at the vivid illustration of the golden land of the eternal land, Ron exclaims that he goes there for a tourist trip. He raises his hand with a joyful smile, full of determination. In the meantime, two are watching shock, understanding that she climbs a new danger again.